to us like they did with Saddam.
Right.
And it didn't work out.
TC, but let me ask you, who would actually enforce our rules? Like nobody would be able to do anything.
Thank you. So let me answer that question, right? The answer is our military. So if given an illegal order, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh God, for? This is literally our laws.
U.S. citizens, Obama. What are you talking about?
No. We're not talking about that. We're talking about people serving with distinction and honor. No. I'm not fucking up. Dude.
I'm not saying you're defending
fuck up while I'm talking. All right?
They did.
You hear me talking? Shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
When they were 80% of senators,
please, like, get control of your room, bro.
Alright, Matt, all I'm saying is when they surveyed.
Rich, you gotta chill out, man. We gotta have a conversation. You just
damn, bro. I'm not caping from Barack Obama. Why the fuck is he bringing up Barack Obama? If Barack Obama did some fucked up shit, he should have been impeached and removed. This is not the fucking protect Barack Obama. Let me answer the question.
Yeah, TC, go. Let me know how you think the military would crack down on people. Go ahead.
Yeah, 100%. All right. This is literally in our Constitution. All right. The international treaties that America is party to becomes the supreme law of the land. We cannot go out and have Geneva Convention completely eviscerate the Geneva Convention and go in guns blazing, blowing up shit with no distinction between civilian and military targets. Those are war crimes, and our soldiers and military officers who give those commands and follow through on those commands can be court-martialed under United States USMCA. You know what I'm talking about, right? So the idea that we're going to go in under political leadership and completely carpet bomb, we're not talking about carpet bombing. We're saying just kill a little bit of civilian, whatever the fuck it is. If they don't follow the rules of war, and I'm not talking about rules of engagement. Rules of engagement are different than rules of war.
So define it, TC. Break it down.
In terms of, I'm driving. I don't want to be quoted on it, but we know what the laws of distinction are.
No, but help me on this, because like I was giving examples of taking out transportation depots and the systems of communication, and so what's acceptable to cripple a country to its knees? Like, how would you do it?
I'm not an attorney.
No, I'm not an attorney. I don't practice the law of war. I'm just curious, like, how do you do it?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but I wanted to preface it by saying I'm not an attorney.
TC, let me let you answer it, but I do want to add something to this. Go ahead, just answer it and do what you need to do. Go.
Yeah, based on my layperson's understanding, right? You can target infrastructure that's being used to foment war. If it's considered a target that is used to, for example, transport military equipment or military technology, if it's used to fuel military infrastructure or technology systems that are in place, those can be considered legitimate military targets, even if they're also being used for civilian purposes as well. So, for example, a military target like a hospital, right? So you, as an enemy combatant, cannot go in to a school and say, I now commandeer this school and now I get sanctuary from being targeted militarily under Geneva Conventions because it's a school. No, you've effectively turned that school into a military target. So when you're talking about locomotives or if you're talking about transportation and that type of thing, and it's being used by enemy combatants to effectuate war, those become legitimate targets. What I'm suggesting that should not be the case, okay, is that we don't use any type of distinction when we're evaluating whether or not a target is a legitimate military target, such as what was being proffered by the previous speaker, that we just go in and blow up a whole bunch of shit. No, we have laws in this country. Like, that's what stops us from being the very tyrants that we seek to eliminate from.
I never said anything that you said.
You were promulgating
I never said carpet bomb, you fucking idiot. God damn, you're dumb. Sound fucking strong, but
Abby, I looked up.
Let me add my question really quick. Yeah.
Sorry, when you?
I looked up the rules of war if you want me to read it to you. It's not that long.
Let me just, can I just
I
quickly,
simply said they should have hit the IRGC harder.
Yeah.
I never said anything about civilians. I said they're a casualty of war, and it sucks. But the same thing that Israel's doing in fucking Gaza is justified. And they're showing the fucking
It's not
proofs of the
fucking
pudding.
justified. What they did in Gaza
It
was
no
not
longer
justified.
existed.
Alistair
Hamas
Crowley,
doesn't exist, you
please
faggot.
timestamp this. This is a man with 140 IQ. This must be studied.
141.
Yeah, 141 claim.
Yeah, don't steal my 1 point.
let me, okay, Sean, hold on. Let me ask TC, if the generals and the powers that be that make our decisions, I'm assuming they go in always thinking that what they're doing is to win, right? If something comes down the pipeline where they're told that, okay, if these X, Y, and Z decisions are made, we're automatically winners, regardless of what we're doing. There's no way they're not going to do it. That's kind of like less of the counter argument to what you're saying. Unfortunately, we're there to win. It doesn't really matter at what cost, actually, in some sense. Do you see that at all or not? I know you're gonna.
I agree with you. No, I agree with you that no other international party can hold America accountable. That's correct, right? We answer only to our U.S. Constitution. However, our U.S. Constitution place certain demands that America is bound to through international treaties like the Geneva Convention. It makes it the supreme law of the land in the U.S. That's in the Constitution, right? And so if the Geneva Conventions that the U.S. is party to in that treaty says that we have to engage through distinction and we cannot just go in and say, oh, that's just the casualties of war, collateral damage. Oh, well, no, if that was the case, then when those guys went in,
Can I ask for clarification?
I disagree legally. I disagree legally. The supreme law of our land is not the Geneva Convention, and nor does it overshadow or trump, excuse the pun, our Constitution whatsoever.
I agree with you on the second part. I disagree with you on the first part.
No, it's not. Firstly,
the international treaties does not trump the Constitution.
This was the point where
Sean,
you fucking
I'm engaging with Abby for a second.
Spoken long enough.
All right, so hold on, Sean. Let me respond to Abby specifically.
That who would hold them
Abby,
accountable
while I
would be U.S.
disagree
armed personnel.
that the United
You said it would
States
be the
are not
U.S. military armed
is
personnel.
treated to
But where was
international
the court
constitution.
martial? Where was the Geneva Convention violation when Obama instructed his fucking
I'm not
Air Force?
fucking defending
No,
Obama.
I'm not talking about you're defending it, you dumb faggot. You fucking said, oh, well, the people that stopped it be the armed service personnel. But where the fuck was the court martial? Where was the goddamn trial for the fucking armed fucking, the military, the fucking airmen who were instructed to take the fucking drones and airstrike fucking U.S. citizens? Where was the court martial? Where was the Geneva Convention fucking trial where they had to go in fucking before a tribunal because Obama instructed them to fucking drone strike U.S. citizens? You said they wouldn't pull the trigger. They surveyed armed personnel and they asked them, would you fire on U.S. citizens? 70% of them said yes. They said during martial law or a lockdown or a severe situation in the United States, they would engage U.S. civilians as combatants and fire on them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Are you done, dude?
You're a
Are
fucking
you done?
idiot. You said
Are you done?
the military would stop them in the Constitution. Well, it didn't fucking stop them when Obama said, hey, drone strike that motherfucker. Did it? I want to see where the fucking court martial and the trial was. You dumb fucking faggot. Stop strawmanning. I never said carpet bomb anybody, faggot.
You got it. You got your point out.
Goddamn dumb cunt.
Now let TC rebut it.
Let this stupid midwit
Rich, come
faggot
on,
talk.
man. Rich,
You know, I should have-
Stop it. Go
I
ahead.
should have never gotten down to this level because I know I'm not going to be able to match that level of idiocy. But I'll at least try and respond. So and I'm driving. I'm happy to grab the sources once I'm done driving. In the Iraq War, I can't remember exactly what the situation was, but apparently there was some situation in which a few of our soldiers went in and
No, it was in California. It was a guy who killed a cop, too. Don't forget about that.
our
There's
guy.
a fucking black guy. There was a black guy that was
Alright,
running road
I don't have the
for
energy for this.
in California, and they drone striked him on U.S. soil. You fucking retard. I'm not talking about Iraqi combatants. There was a black guy fucking murked a fucking cop, and they
Oh,
drone striked his ass.
Chris Thorne.
Yeah, the guy that was running through the forest, they drone striked his ass.
Yeah,
The guy in California, he's running through the forest like playing fucking.
No, they burned his house down. He was in a log cabin and they torched the building and they roasted him.
Where was the tribunal? Where was the court martial, you dumb faggot? Where was the fucking airman that said, I'm not gonna do that because it gets the fucking Constitution?
You know, what's interesting about all of this is that ideologically, I kind of align with what TC is saying to an extent. I do think Gaza was wrong, and I do think killing civilians is bad. But unfortunately, because we needed and did go into Iraq,
they have free elections in Iraq now.
okay, because what we were going to do in Iran, and it should have just been, again, overwhelming force from day one, because this sends the word.
Senior, what makes you think that it wasn't overwhelming force on day one? What makes you think that? Because they put down an incredible amount of firepower, and so apparently it's not enough firepower for you. Well, how much more firepower would you require to satisfy your complaint?
To satisfy my complaint, I want honestly, jokingly / not jokingly, I want enough firepower that I don't want a building standing in fucking Tehran. That's what I want.
So you want to nuclearly obliterate an entire city full of innocent people? Wow, that sounds like black supremacy and black fascism to me.
It's what Reagan threatened, correct?
And nobody would have held us accountable. They all would have been fucking happy when the IRGC was completely eliminated. Just like everybody's going to be happy when Hamas is eliminated 100%.
Let me ask you a question, Senior, since you put this on the table, Senior. What do you think the unintended consequences of that action would be? If we did do what you're suggesting, which is to flatten Iran, what do you
I don't
think?
think that's what he said, though.
I thought he said,
No, he said flatten fucking IRGC and the 10% would support them.
Right.
No, building in Tehran. He wanted the bomb.
Yeah, he said all the ones that are part of the IRGC are the 10%
No, that's not what he said. That's not.
I gave clarification. He said, yes, that's exactly what I was saying. Because they said,
Let
don't
me
talk
ask
more.
you, Senior, did you say, I thought you said you didn't care much about the civilian casualties.
They said it's a casualty.
I'm less concerned about it. Yeah, I'm not overly concerned about it.
Would you been okay if we dropped a nuclear bomb and eradicated Iran? Would you been okay with that?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so what's the balance here? What did you want to see?
If I'm gonna be asked, well, what sort of overwhelming force would I be having would have satisfied me from the beginning? Jokingly / non-jokingly, I would have said level all of Tehran, or at a very minimum, every address that we had for someone who was in the IRGC lives, the whole fucking building came down.
Yep.
If there's a guy in the IRGC who lives in your apartment building, it all comes to the fucking ground.
Okay, and what are the unintended consequences of changing?
I mean, listen. Hold on. I'm not going to sit here and say that there's not going to be any unintended consequences, or there's not going to be bad consequences of it. But I think for America, because that's where my concern is, the consequences are going to be now. We look like we can't fight no fucking body now.
Yep.
We look like
They look weak.
we look like the fucking Iranians are able to hold.
Yeah, but man, Infinity, the point is,
Infinity,
like,
do you think
Israel's-
they're looking
Israel's
at the
the size of New
consequences,
Jersey.
Rich, do you think they're
Okay.
looking at the consequences of what happens to American citizens when they threaten death to America and when they get the nuke and they have long-range ballistic missiles that can hit our shores? Do you think they really care about the
They can already hit one.
damage to American citizens?
No,
They
not at all.
surely
I guess
didn't
no,
care. Wait, let me just finish my sentence. They surely didn't care about the damage to the Israeli civilians on October 7th with their proxies. They went in and they caused all kinds of damage to civilians. They didn't care, nor do they care when they shoot their ballistic missiles into Tel Aviv and into Jerusalem. And they hit civilian targets like universities and hospitals that don't have military installations. They don't care. So why are we?
That's the balance.
Okay.
So wait, and let me just say one last thing. On the other point, the Constitution is our supreme law of our land, and it overshadows foreign treaties, legislative, the supreme law of the land is the Constitution. So it needs to
But
be
if
clear on
America
what
is
you were
party
saying.
to a treaty, it becomes the supreme law.
It
of the
does
land.
not become the supreme law of
Do
the
you
land.
want me to get you the chapter and verse?
I will
It's
tell you
October
what
7th.
part of the Constitution
Israel's the size
makes
of
it
fucking
very
New Jersey.
clear that the Constitution
They've been
is the
claiming that they
supreme
were going to bring
law
up all war crimes and
Oh my
fucking
God.
throw them to Hague and shit
So,
like that. It's never gonna happen.
the supremacy
It's a
clause,
million times more
which, so if we want to talk about what part of the Constitution, we can go through Article 6, and we can talk about the supremacy clause. Treaties that are made under the United States are supreme over state
Yeah, you're not
laws,
gonna win this
but
case.
not over the Constitution.
Abby,
And we can- yes,
you're not gonna be able to debate me on this. because I
Yes, she
agree
can.
with you.
Yes, she can.
Okay,
I
thank you,
agree.
How
TC.
many years have you been
Sorry.
practicing law?
This is a moot point here. We both agree.
Okay,
The
thank you.
international treaties do not trump the Constitution.
Thank
If the dimwit allowed me to speak earlier, he'd be able to understand what I agreed with and what I
You said they were co-equal.
where I the Constitution.
Come on, TC. TC. When you call a dimwit, TC, that's just ad hominem projection, TC. Come on, TC. No ad hominem projection, please, TC.
Why are 10 people ganging up
I'm not
on
schooling it,
TC?
we're agreeing on it.
If you
But it
go
has
through
to
the
go
debate,
through
like,
congressional
why are
ratification.
you having a debate with 10 people and one guy? Like, you can't answer 10 of you. I mean, irrelevant. Just ask one at a
He
time.
said that the armed
Okay, fine,
personnel
good, I don't care,
military
just have one
would
at a
not
time.
fucking, they would not fucking violate the Geneva Convention, and that they wouldn't
Okay, I
fucking
don't care.
commit fucking
You
war
act like I
crimes.
care.
But
Just
then
take one
Obama
at a time.
drone strike an American citizen in California.
Okay, great. You know what? I would have fucking shot him too.
Alright,
So would I.
whoever's
So would I. Where you going with you, Brad?
never conducted a
TC's
drone
saying
strike
they
on
never
US
done that.
soil. You
He
are
said
a
they
liar,
looked
sir.
at their superior and said,
There
no,
has
we're not
never
gonna
been a
do that.
lethal drone strike on US soil. You are a liar, sir.
What, Bree? What, Bree?
There has never been an lethal drone strike in
I didn't say
US
it was
soil.
illegal.
I said lethal.
Oh, lethal. Yeah, there has.
No, there hasn't.
Yeah, there has. There was a guy
You're a
that was
liar.
in the fucking log cabin in California who
You're
killed
a-
a cop. They drone struck you.
You're a liar.
You're an enemy. Go look it up, retard. You're also drunk.
What's US soil to you?
California?
Is it US base, US soil?
Yes, 100%. So is the embassies.
Is it territory?
Correct. Yes, 110%. Yep, Guam. U.S. Marshall, Marianas Islands, American
Okay, great,
Samoa.
great. Why don't you let TC finish what he was originally saying, then you guys can rebut it.
Yeah, this is hard to do because I'm
And the
driving.
U.S. Virgin Islands.
But I'm gonna put this in the chat now so that we can read it. This is what I was saying. I don't disagree with you, Abby, that it does not trump the Constitution. But the Constitution is clear, and I posted it in the chat. I'm driving. Any questions on that, you can take it up with the Constitution.
Alright.
It clearly says, all treaties made or which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. Take that and shove that up your ass, Sean.
But it also is very clear that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Yeah.
Without
Treaties
question.
have to be self-executing. They have to either be self-executing or they have to be, which means they're implemented by Congress, or they have to have legislative action.
And the one that
Yeah,
we're talking
TC's
about,
equivalent argument is when the Muslims say, oh, well, this is
all
contrary to
of
the
that
law,
criteria.
so we don't accept it.
In 2013, Christopher Dahmer, a former LAPD officer who killed 4 people, including law enforcement, waged a revenge campaign against the department, ended up in a California mountain cabin standoff, but no drone strike was used to kill him.
Like, conservatives, we have to do better. Like, if we're going to be as dumb as Sean, at least mute him so that we can correct the misinformation that's spewing out of his
But
mouth.
So, TC, can I leave it at this with
At
you?
the very least, we
that
can have some credibility and mute him when he's spreading
TC,
bullshit.
although the treaties will have certain status, they can't supersede it.
Again, TC, please stop with the ad hominem projection, TC. You keep projecting your ad hominem onto Rich. And Rich is making valid points.
Probably knows, probably more relevantly than most people, because I know that I'm an American citizen. I have the Constitution. I joined the Army, and I was under UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice, which stripped me away of having my constitutional rights because I was now underneath the UCMJ, but also because I was a medic. In order for me to be a medic on a battlefield, I had to take the Geneva Convention license. I am certified to be, no, but like, I have my Geneva Convention card, I have the Constitution, I have the UCMJ, and like, y'all are completely, and dude, I'm 100% on Abby's side with this thing. Like, if you are a civilian, the Constitution.
That lasted 42 minutes.
Ree, let me ask you, Brent, people who have served.
45 minutes.
Because I do want to get a real world example. So just real quick, if there's a person in a house, a high value target, right, in a house, and we need to get him. We can't do it like with special ops, let's say, and
he's building a nuke.
Okay, maybe. Just hold on, Rich. We'll get to that maybe. But the person's doing their business there, and there's family members and what have you. What is the rule there? Like, what are we doing? Like,
well, that would be like when
that was for Abby, not Bree.
We cornered Uday.
Bree, it could be Abby. And
Let's hear Abby, so we don't have to hear about Bree doing teardowns.
Rich,
chill.
Just chill.
No, but when we cornered Uday Hussein, right? He was with his family in like one of these little small palaces. We surrounded it. Like they had people that were in there, plus his family and all that shit. And we were taking fire from them. We surrounded that motherfucker, and we got tired of it. So look, yeah, we dropped a J-Dam on that motherfucker.
So is that a war crime? Like, are those people in prison?
No.
And
the TC said they wouldn't do that.
That was my question to TC.
We do that. So in HVT.
Yeah, that was the whole point, Brad.
Okay, chill. I'm talking. All right, chill. You can talk after me. Just take a breath. So like in HVT, if it depending on who's ordering it, I mean, and we're talking. You said high level, some guy that we like Soleimani type. Yeah, we will take out the house, we will take out the children, we will take out the wives, we'll take out everybody if we have to. If that's the last and best option to go ahead and do this, yes.
Even if you're a U.S. citizen.
Jesus Christ. Even if they're a U.S. citizen, hey, fuck. People act like we didn't drop fucking bombs on top of an apartment building because Black Panthers were in it. Like, spare me your outrage. So this HVT, if they're an asset that we deem that has to be killed or removed from the field, yeah, they're gone. So are their children. And unfortunately, in the days of modern warfare, the way they hide amongst children and they put family members around them, Bree is right. Like, you're going to, yeah, we'll try to snag you in a way, but if it doesn't work out and we have a limited window, yeah, you're going to get a J-Dam, you're going to get a tomahawk, you're going to get something coming through the window to come put that warhead on her forehead. It's going to be a lot.
So far, Bree, Brad, and Senor and Rich are all right.
So is it fair to say that they have immunity of some sort going on here? I mean, how is this not being applied to like pretty much a lot of these things? I don't know.
Because war crimes are determined by, to be honest, the winners. If you really want to know the truth.
What do you make of what you're hearing right now?
But man, that's our point.
He's on the point.
That was our whole point. Yeah.
Do you guys want an example on, or TC, do you want an example? Oh, he's on the, I put a case in the chat.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't worry, as soon as TC gets off the phone, he'll tell us about his multi-million-dollar deal that he was just doing right now.
So I'm not, okay, I guess the difference is that was like a sick bin, it's one person's versus say 100,000 people.
Look at it this way,
Is
man.
that the difference, Brad?
Yeah, it's one person, plus they're not generally like an enemy of the United States or a combatant against the United States is not granted the same constitutional rights you may be. Hence why we still have, Guantanamo Bay, waterboarding, having people stand up and stretched out for days on end, tight little boxes, having the shit in their own hands. These things, they get a little murky on it. The UCMJ does govern us, but if Top Hat actually says, go ahead, it's cleared, Top Hat's going to get what they want. They're going to execute. So at the end of the day, It doesn't matter where you run to. So, like, for those saying it's a war crime, yeah, but who's going to actually enforce it? Because the U.S. The U.S. doesn't agree to any of that. Neither do a lot of the countries. They have their special provisions. Like France is never going to turn over Macron for a war crime. France has committed war crimes, but no one calls them out. England, I guess you could throw Tony Blair under it. You think England's going to give up Tony Blair? Putin? You honestly think Russia's going to hand over Putin to a world court without any enforcement mechanism? It's just a virtue signaling court. That's it.
How about like a scenario? Let me just grow it out a little bit bigger. And if we want, we can throw in Rich's scenario there of a nuke. Let's say there's a gathering, say, of 500 people to, I don't know, 800, and they're all like in a factory working on various nefarious activities.
Physicists.
And we go in there and we just completely, bomb the fuck out of it. We're still in the clear, because the whole point, like I was mentioning to TC, is if there's a way to win the war, we're gonna do it, right, Brad? I mean, it's just the way it is.
That's what we did in Japan. We targeted resources. Like, here's a simple construct of how the military operates. We'll attack you from the front. We try to dominate the skies, and we take out your threat aerially because we don't want the aerial threat to exist. And then what we do is we hit your resources. We cut off your supply lines. We cut off where you're going to manufacture your bullets. Who manufactures those bullets? Civilians. We're going to bomb them. We did that in World War II. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in Gulf War I, and we did it kind of in Gulf War II. So the U.S. has a three-tiered prong.
And we did it with the ballistic missile facility in Iraq.
Jesus, Rich. And if it's at sea and it involves a sea element or a naval element, we will do it at sea as well. We absolutely fucking destroy civilian areas. We cut off, we do chokeholds, and we will starve, eradicate. We will blow up watersheds, infrastructure projects, water pipelines, energies. We absolutely will. Like, total war is not fucking your video games or your fucking Hollywood movies. Like, war is war.
And we win at all costs. There's no, honestly, there's nobody going, well, because so-and-so is there, we can't do it if it's not, unfortunately, that's just the way it probably goes down, right? I mean, I don't know, Beam is going to come off and Beam, I know you're there, and full throttle.
Matt, it's more of this.
Against this or what? Come on.
No, it's the problem is that now you have these groups that embed themselves in the civilian population. So think about this. Would you, every American in this room, let's say Iran blows up, I don't know, LA, and Karen Bass doesn't get to rule over that. All of a sudden, you have a total war. We issue war on Iran. Fuck every Iranian there. We're coming in. We're going for blood. We're taking scalps. Now, all of a sudden, the IRGC, all the Houthis and whatever ABC alphabet group that wants to exist under them, they're going to hide amongst the civilian population. Do you think your sons and daughters deserve to die because of a war that was, regardless of how you feel politically, but your sons and daughters should have to go in and fucking go through room by room? Fuck no.
Matt, real quick, you mind if I...
We're not going to... The whole idea of war is to kill the other side or kill enough of the other side until they surrender. That's the end goal of war. How you do it doesn't matter. Really doesn't.
The issue that we had with TC is TC's exact statement was that they're bound by the U.S. Constitution, and our armed personnel will not do that. They will not violate the Geneva Convention. And it's like, no, we do this all the time. Like Brad said, we bombed the fucking ballistic missile facility and killed civilians in fucking north of Tehran. We had no fucking problems or quorums with doing it. But he's like, oh, that's a war crime. People like Brad would never pull the trigger. Yeah, the fuck Brad would. Brad gets the fucking command, pull the trigger, he pulls the fucking trigger. Because that's what he's supposed to fucking...
Yeah, I would probably pull the trigger. Depends on the scenario.
If my guy controlled the ballistic missile and they said push the button, you push the button.
Oh yeah.
If you're a Minuteman, you would do the same thing.
But I mean, here's the other thing too. Like we abide by it, but I mean, fuck. You're talking about the Germans wanted us to get rid of shotguns because they thought that was such a horrifying weapon. Like really? You had we abide by a lot of rules. Like we generally, like Abu Dhabi, Abu Dhabi, whatever it is. You know, the prison up there, we had, you know, that was torturous and people paid the price. We have various other black sites that now exist in other places. So you know, you just don't get to have your like feel good feelings and your virtue signaling, because I hate to tell you this, the other side is going to kill you. Like you may not like the grittiness of war. This is why it's a calling, not, you know, you're not forced into it in the United States. You get to call up and you get to go do it, and you better let the men and women that can do it and sleep okay at night, you better let them go ahead and do it, because quite frankly, you're not prepared for that kind of fight.
This is just a side note, out of curiosity, because I'm just gonna try to. This Beam is not gonna do it, or maybe she will here in a minute. If we didn't have a army or military or any kind of defense, how quickly? This is kind of a little bit off topic, but I've always had this question: how quickly would we be invaded on the mainland? Do you think, Brad? I've always wondered this.
What you mean? If we didn't have the ponds on either side, and
yeah, like anywhere, I guess.
Oh no.
Like if we were in Europe, we would have been invaded multiple times already. If we were like Poland, yeah, we would have been fucked with a long time ago. The U.S. is saved by topography. It's saved by distance. Right. And it's saved by, I mean,
rednecks with shotguns and beer and pickup trucks.
How quickly would we be like the mainland? Like, if all of a sudden, like, we woke up the next, tomorrow, and all of a sudden, for whatever reason, we don't have any military. I don't know what happened, but how quickly would China just be like, fuck this, we're going to the mainland?
I don't know if China really would. It's a dangerous crossing. They got to cross the pond. They have to find an entry point. And by then, you'd have a civilian population that was armed. Yeah, they could probably launch some missiles, they could do some damage, but would they be able to suppress the entire territory of the U.S.? Fuck no. I mean, you would have to get mechanized units, you'd have to get supply lines over the Rockies. Fuck, good luck with that one. You're going to have, if you decided to come from the West, the East, good luck with that, because you got fucking Europe sitting right there that would fucking actually go ahead and start knocking on their door, along with some of the South American and Central Americans. They would start fucking putting out, an arsenal.
So kind of like
you need the Arctic though, Brad, to be fair, right? So that's why we need Greenland. I'm being honest because
Russia, would Russia move on us, or like so here's the thing, like it kind of goes.
There's 120 guns for every 100 of Americans.
So Matt, I think
we have more guns than people.
Right, hold on. What the hell are you talking over me, man?
I know, but Matt, I think the actual question you should ask.
You asked a question, I was answering.
I didn't ask a question. I'm not asking a question right now. I'm actually doing a follow-up. Okay, so I'm just trying to think. Okay, so first of all, now you made me lose my fucking train of thought.
They would take Taiwan, Japan, Hong Kong.
Okay, my question is, how quickly would that happen? So are we saying it would happen, right? Or we're saying it wouldn't happen?
A total invasion, Matt, or takeover?
God damn it. Okay, my point is, this kind of goes to the favor of people who are like, anti-war, anti-military. If they're not going to do anything, then maybe we don't need a military. That's
what batteries and beavers back.
Go ahead, take it. Go for it.
Okay, so Matt, a takeover would probably take, year and a half. If you're really talking about really invading the U.S., maybe 2.5 years, 1.5 to 2 years, to get your resources, to set up logistics. Like, people don't realize how big the U.S. really is. I know a lot of you don't, but trust me, it's fucking massive. Its terrain is so diverse. You go from desert to fucking tundra. Yeah, we'd probably lose Alaska. Hawaii would probably be taken over, parts of California, and probably stop at the Rockies. On the East Coast, they'd probably get to about the Adirondacks, like the Appalachian Trail thing, and then they'd probably stop there. Just because it's so vast. That middle prairie is not something you want to contend with. Like, fuck, it takes you 2.5 days to get through Texas. That's just one fucking state. And that's driving at 85 miles an hour. Try moving a mechanized unit of like 100 fucking men, supplies, resources, fucking water. Like, you have to know where water supplies are. I mean, shit, these guys would be drinking from cobalt ponds in the back of fucking, electric plants, and then they'd be fucking dead. So, I mean,
So,
you know,
so
it's.
is our military mostly to be overseas doing our business, not mostly protecting the homeland?
Oh, we have a really strong. We have a strong protection, dude. Like, it's massive.
Wait,
like, our
what
defenses.
What did you say?
Oh, our defenses are massive. Like, trust me, no one's invading us. Not for the next 100 years.
I just play like a devil's advocate role here, because like if we're staying here in the mainland and we don't need it, like if we didn't have a military, then why do we have a military?
Well,
That's the next question. You know what I mean?
Hold on,
Like if we're okay here, like what the hell? Like
It's
we're
a
sitting
deterrent.
here, no one's gonna do anything. Go for it. Yeah.
well, Matt, I had a question, and maybe Brad can answer this, but, you know, the only vulnerability, and it's not really a vulnerability, but the Arctic is the area where the Chinese have tons of ships right now, or at least tons of interest in there. Same with Russia. I mean, it is an area where Canada will get attacked first, but the fact is we're right there. So it's an important area that I think that's why Greenland is so important. And that's why other presidents, including Truman, have looked at Greenland as a strategic stronghold. And it's probably the only chance that any country would really have to try to come to the US. Doesn't mean
You're under the impression that we would be pretty invaded by China. That's your
No, not quickly. I'm saying that's the only place that would stand even a 1% chance to trot would be that area.
Okay.
Because Greenland is protected by the Danish, which in 5 minutes could be destroyed, right? So I mean, I know we have bases there and stuff like that, but we don't have our full strength there that we would have on the West Coast or East Coast. So to hit the mainland U.S. is going to be really rough. But if you're going to come in through the Arctic, you may have a shot at least.
This is a really interesting thought experiment. I know it was kind of off topic to what we were just talking about, war crimes and what have you, but I've always just been wondering about that, because if we're, maybe, just maybe, I'm just playing that part out, then maybe...
She's not taking the bait, Matt.
I know, well, you try to get me off the mic. I'm trying to find something here to support the people who think that we should have less military. And if our mainland...
All right, Matt, tell them that they're going to kill all the plants. They're going to kill all the plants and all the flowers. And she'll come on.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Matt, why is the U.S. Army older than the United States of America?
Way older?
Yeah, the U.S. Army is 1775. The United States of America is
It's not lying
1776.
on that.
Okay.
1 year
You're
older.
asking why? I mean...
Well, the answer is because it took the military to make the United States. And the reason we have the United States is because we have a military that will fuck shit up.
That's true. No, I don't disagree with that. Okay, Chaos wanted to jump in here. Go ahead, Chaos.
Slumdog Millionaire.
Is that Chaos and chillism?
Yeah, it's a Slumdog Millionaire chillism, Chaos.
Yeah.
Andrew's pumping.
Go ahead, Chaos.
Yeah, so it's a really good topic, guys. It's a good topic, like talking about stuff. I think, I do think that America can't be invaded at the moment. I feel like you guys have a really good geological advantage, which would prohibit any force at mass to accumulate and attack. And a couple of things. I think Matt, you asked why does America have a huge military? I think I want to draw comparisons to Rome. I think Rome, and it became from a local regional power. Superpower, the military just expanded completely. I think we could draw similar parallels with America as well, where after World War I and World War II, I think it became from a regional power to a superpower. And I think we could draw parallels like that. So that's another thing I want.
USA, 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 US.
So, is there anybody here that thinks that we should have less of the military? Just out of curiosity.
He's still trying. Look at him.
I just want to see it. I don't
She's sleeping, bro. Her diabetes doesn't.
Amazing she's not chiming in.
Well, that's because
I'm not chiming in because
I felt guilty that last round.
I wasn't trying to bait your Bima, but I actually have a question, Bima. Do you have, and you don't have to answer if it's too personal, do you have family members that are in the military or were in the military?
Yeah,
Stop it.
the man that I'm with served almost 20 years.
And so what's your impression of the military?
Well, it's shit. It's shit.
He think it's shit, the guy that served?
Yeah, he does. And he recognized that when he was out serving in war, when he was over there, and he was told what to do.
Where did he serve?
Alone. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan. He went to both. He did both. At first, he was in the front lines. He did a bunch of stuff, but it was you could talk to him about it. But ultimately, he saw that there were different narratives that were being played from the recordings of what, they would record news articles and news stations here, send them out there, and then they would play them over there. And when they'd be playing them, the narratives of what U.S. was being, what we were being told back home was completely different from what he was experiencing out there.
Also, what would play? Like, would it be curated just for military, or would they like CNN or Fox or like what was it?
All of that stuff.
All of what?
All of CNN, Fox.
So how is that curated differently for the? How is that curated differently for the
because
military?
Because it didn't match what he was experiencing. He wasn't against a bunch of terrorists that were trying to kill.
Turks.
And he wasn't, he was, him along with all of his members there, they were experiencing something much different. And
so anecdotally, he had a different experience.
Right, he had a different experience.
Was he in a command position?
At one point.
Like a captain level?
No, never, no. He couldn't get that far because he was causing too much trouble. He's like me, he's hard-headed, and he's a good person, and he refused to do things. But they knew that he was a good person, that he wasn't refusing to do it out of, I don't want to follow command. It was a genuine, I can't do this. I can't morally do this.
So what happened? Was he court-martialed for it?
No, never. Everybody that was always in a bigger command position than he was, they would try and do whatever they could. He tells the story of them taking him on long rides, having conversations with him, putting him in different positions where he wouldn't have to do the things that he was asked to do in other positions. He got into land nav because of it. They took him out of the front lines, and then he got into land navigation, and
he wasn't in a command position, and he wasn't privy to those levels of strategic information.
You would have to talk to him.
Brad might ask this than me.
Yeah, I've never heard. I'm sure Bree's going to back me up on this. I've never heard of like a captain taking me out because I wanted to refuse an order. That shit just doesn't happen. Fuck no.
Well, I mean it did. So
No,
no, it didn't. The story doesn't make sense to me. Like there's something misaligned.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying.
I'm not gonna try to.
I'm not. I'm just. I gotta ask the question so you can chill.
He's a liar.
That's fine.
There's something that doesn't add up because that's not anybody's experience in the military. No, if you refuse an order, that's trouble.
You
in an article.
Well,
they don't take you out for a ride and go, here, you can have a new job. Like you don't get these things. Like
right, just like I'm sure people in prison don't have weapons and phones and
But your story doesn't make sense.
Right?
All of us that serve.
Would you agree that people don't have cell phones but they do.
That has nothing to do with one. That has nothing to do with it. You're just making up a story.
Okay, then I'm making up a story. Then don't talk to me about it. It doesn't matter. Just because.
But your experience is wrong. Like it's flat out. I hate to tell you this. He either didn't serve, or he did it. And I would just.
But you can't just.
You can't say that he protested in the fucking military. You don't do that.
You can't say that. You understand that? You can't just say it and believe it to be true. I mean, sure, of course you could say it, but it doesn't make it true. And you say it as loud as you are, or as loud as anybody else is going to be, it doesn't make. Okay, sure, that's fine. You can deny it all you want. If it's too difficult for you, to process that something like this happened, then
No, they
that's
throw them in
fine.
the brig and they get
That's
Article
absolutely
50
fine.
and get kicked out.
Listen, I have no desire to prove myself to people on Clubhouse
Yeah.
or to try to
Disagree
prove
with you,
something that
CSU
somebody
guys.
else's real life experience wasn't the truth. Like it's just
Dude,
it's
I
done.
want you to find a military.
making shit up.
I'll shut up. Any
Okay.
veteran on there who served, I want you to tell me. Military and get to drive out. When's the last time you got a cushy ride by an 06 that fucking go on and talk about your life choices? So
Maybe you guys are good people. Maybe you guys are just trash
He was
human
a
beings.
tier 1 operator.
He's a
Don't
good
fucking
guy.
forget it. Put some respect
That's-
on his
that's the
fucking name.
especially out of a combat role. Like fuck. You
Hey guys, all the
Well, I know that you're scared, but it does happen because we do have good people, and we even have good people serving in the military. We do have people that are in command positions that are still good people. We do, and that's just the fact of the matter.
Entire military shit. So that meant all of us. And then you went on to proceed to say that you're soft as
No. The concept. No. I don't think that the people. No. The system, Brad. The system.
I'm
system.
gonna call cap on it. The story
Okay.
doesn't add up.
That's fine. You can call whatever you want. I don't care. It's not gonna make it that it didn't happen.
I got these off of my goal. I accomplished it. Thank you, Eva. Now
Hey,
you're
Matt, long
till
time
later.
no see.
What's crazy is that I feel like you guys are so
Matt, do you
disconnected
know who this is?
that you think that this isn't the experience of so many people and so many soldiers that we had to add. No, not that. I'm talking specifically that there
That
was.
story
that
never
there was-
happened.
Hold on, Brad. It absolutely did.
No, it
Okay.
didn't. I'm not
Okay.
saying
Sure.
it didn't.
Sure.
That doesn't. It didn't
Sure.
happen.
Okay.
It's the
Well.
only time
Well, guess
it
what?
got brought out.
Guess what? I have evidence where he can prove it to you. Like, how far do you want to go? Like, it's stupid. It's no point. But I mean, and then what? How far is he gonna? He's gonna dox himself up. Come on, like, this is ridiculous. I understand that it is. I understand. Okay.
Yeah, that does it. I call Cap. I call him out. I'll say, if that's the story he told you verbatim, then he's full of fucking shit.
Viva, can he come on the app sometime?
Yeah, he doesn't lie. He doesn't lie.
Can he come on?
He did with telling you that story, girl.
Viva, you hear me?
I promise you, he doesn't lie.
Bree, if you were active duty and you protested, what would happen? Throw in the brig? Or march?
Oh, dude. The only time that I ever we had a war crime in my unit is this one captain. He lost 3 squads in all of 2 weeks, and from this one guy that was making courtyard IEDs. Well, he ended up getting the guy at the end of it. After that, they figured out where he was at with the commandant and all that crap. They found him. And they handcuffed him, and they took him out, or zip-tied him and took him out to the desert, and he walked up and shot him in the back of the head, execution
Yeah,
style.
but what's the punishment, Bree, if you
Oh,
were to
he
protest?
went 11 words. He asked, can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because he told a kid.
Bro, we don't need a whole story, your fucking life story.
He
What
told
happened?
a
You're
kid.
active duty, you protest.
You need to shut the front door.
Not gonna fucking
You
answer.
need to shut the front door.
We throw in the brig and you be court-martialed, that's it.
No, he told a kid
God.
to shoot the guy first, and the kid
Your
wouldn't.
fucking stories.
And the kid
No,
would not do
we
it.
believe your stories, but fuck, we don't
The
have to
Second
do it.
Cavalry. It was a war crime. It happened 2008.
Even when he's sober.
Okay, Machiavelli, you've been trying to talk. Who are you? I don't know who you are. Go for it. Bro, I mean, dude, if you want to know the truth of it, he disobeyed the order. It was an unlawful order. He did not go to jail. The captain went to jail for killing the guy.
Calm down, brother.
You ask a question, then you don't want the fucking answer.
No, we asked if a person protested why they were active duty, what would be the
One
punishment?
second, we got it. Take a guess, man. Take a guess at who this is, brother.
There's somebody trolling you, man.
Wait, is that BB?
No, it's not. Dog, take the death, man. Take the fucking death, bro. Who else was black that was in the space that was mixed with this, bro? Who else? Who else used to set Clubhouse ablaze?
No,
This started to creep me out a little bit, but yeah.
Man, it's my fashions, man.
Oh, fuck. You know, I was looking to go there, but I'm waiting for him.
It's me.
Yeah.
I'm back from the dead.
Crazy. I was
We're
wondering
back,
if you were
brother.
still out there. I was wondering if you were still out there. That's pretty cool, man. Welcome back.
Oh, man, oh, no, man. I'm just back for a short time, not a long time. I see that you guys are fighting. I like this. Continue.
All right.
No, we weren't fighting, and I just wanted to clarify to Brett too. Brett, I don't want you to think that I was saying that you or the people that serve for trust. That's it. Please hold on. That's not what I was saying.
What were you saying?
That's not what I was saying. What I was saying was that the way that the system is and the way that it preys on people and ruins people's lives, that's what I was referring to.
You're just saying your boyfriend shouldn't lie.
I feel that the people, do you know, Rich, you're a piece of trash. You honestly are always a piece of trash. No, you are trash. You are trash. You are, no, the only person here that's trash, Rich, is you, okay? All you want to do is start trouble, try to humiliate people. It's just trash. It's just trash.
That's on him too. Don't worry.
So, no, it's so annoying. He's so annoying. So that's what I'm saying. The way that the government ruins people's lives and targets and people that are in the military, I feel that the large majority of them are victims. That's what I was getting at. I just wanted to.
So I loved every day that I was in the military. Were there shitty days? Yeah. Was it the greatest job I ever had? Absolutely. I would give anything to go back and go hang with my brothers. I miss them to this day. Yeah, there was bullshit. There was politics. There was fucking dumb shit all around. Getting issued fucking broken down equipment. Waiting on fucking.
Hurry up and fucking wait.
Yeah, hurry up and fucking wait. FUBAR fucking fucked up beyond all recognition. Snafu, situation normal, all fucked up. Like all of that and a bag of chips. But the idea that now I would never. I call Cat because in this day I have been at Clubhouse for a long time. We have found people who have said, fucking, they were SEAL Team Delta fucking Rambo operators from fucking Marsac, and that they were snipers all in one fucking time. So many times on this app, and it's so much in real life that I'm like, even guys who have served, I just kind of take a step back now and just like watch what they say, watch what they do. I can honestly tell you, and I'm saying this as not a mean guy, nothing harmful. Whatever it is, whatever story people want to tell, it's their story. There is no fucking way in a combat zone that you, let alone in the rear, wherever you're at, on a base, you're going to tell some officer or a gunny or a chief or what does the fucking army have? Whatever those idiots have. You are never going to tell them, no, I'm not going to do something, and you're going to get played. You're going to get kid gloves on it. It just doesn't happen that way. And I'm just telling you, you may think me telling the story wrong. I'll accept that. But if that's exactly verbatim what he told you, there's a lot missing on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I can accept also that I think that this is an extreme exception. I think he's an extreme exception because he's just a very different individual. He's not like most people, and he's just I don't just all together. He was different. So I don't doubt that, and I don't think that it wasn't good for me to tell this story at all because I think that hindsight it shows weakness, and it's just a bad idea overall. So yeah, I'll just put it off to I lied and the story was bullshit. I think that's fine. I don't care. But ultimately, I still will hold to everything else and say that I think that the government targets young minds, ruins lives, and is trash overall. I think I'm happy that you had a good personal experience, and I'm glad that the brotherhood, and that's good for you. But I know way too many people, way too many lives who have been completely ruined, destroyed forever, and affected generations. I can't ever. I mean, I work for the National Purple Heart Museum, so you could just imagine what that was like, right? Documenting the soldier stories over time and to talking to people up close and personal for a long time. I worked inside. Well, I'm not going to dox myself, but there's a lot of, I'm in a military area. I'm just going to say that, okay? And the exposure that I've had to people and conversations, I'm telling you, maybe it was one too many for me, but and I mean, overall, I just don't think the military is a moral actor for exactly the reason we're talking about before. Right? And this is what Matt wanted to get me off the mic for. I don't think all of this stuff about leveling, listen, no law is going to tell me what to do when it comes to self-defense. So no UN document, no constitution, no nothing. As long as it's declared, definitive, objective, objectively factual, identifiable, confirmed, clarified, verified fact that it's self-defense. Once that happens, you've lost all sphere of protection, any type of limitations, any type of, I mean, you're done. Anything goes at that point for me, right? Much different. But with that being said, also, I'm not going to ever advocate for a nation, right? Because we remember that we're ruled by the ruling elite and that the large majority of us are just people trying to live from day to day, to harm innocent people that specifically had nothing to do with the ruling elite's decisions to do whatever they're going to do. You can't kill innocent people and to your way, you can't kill innocent people in some sort of attempt to attain moral legitimacy. It's never going to happen, right? You identify the aggressor, you identify the situation, and you take care of it. You don't cause more innocent people to die. I reject largely war theory. I think the war theory is trash, and I think we need to update our compass. But at the same time, like I said, don't think that I'm a pacifist, because I'm not a pacifist. As soon as it becomes self-evident that this is self-defense, pray.
Well, that's a great question. I don't know. We can keep going back and forth, but I was kind of curious. Is there anybody here who is like just like pro-war, like just gung ho, like any?
Do you really have to fucking ask this question, Matthew?
No, I gotta ask it.
Seriously, I'm on stage. You gonna ask dumbass questions?
Well, I don't know. I mean,
you should just address Rich and be like, Rich, okay.
Okay, what are you? Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
Oh, yes. I'm
for
wiping out every fucking combatant on fucking Earth and just decimating all the fucking combatants.
So you're for like any war, like you should get involved in any war. What?
Oh, somebody muted me. Sorry.
Okay. So you're for any war. You want to be involved in all the wars that go on.
Oh no, not like a war hawk want to go out and just fucking strike, but I'm saying any enemy combatants, like if they pose a fucking imminent threat to the United States, we should kill them all.
Okay.
And I say we should like invade fucking Paris and kill them.
Right.
Matt.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Young men go to war, young men that don't know each other because of old men that do know each other. We need to make these old men that want to start the wars that send young men in, we need to put them on the front line and make them start this shit. Back when kings used to be on the battlefield with their men. Like, we need to go back to that kind of shit. Because, like, right now, you're literally just sending the youth to go kill the youth because of old fucks that want to make money off of the war machine.
I'm going to be honest, you kind of pissed me off because you went back all the way that far, like George Washington didn't lead his men in the war, you son of a bitch.
It's a good point.
leaders that do that. I mean, you didn't see George Bush in Battle Rattle.
No, but you saw Schwarzkopf.
Hey, I love me some General Schwarzkopf.
George Washington was a straight
You haven't had a president lead troops into battle.
George Washington was a straight up gangster.
Should that be a
The
required?
worst gangster president ever in life.
Who's that?
There will never be another president who was like, fuck that. I'm gonna stand on the front of the boat while we cross this icy river, and I'm gonna look gangster as shit with a cape on, showing a flask off with the red, white, and blue. Nigga, it ain't that more gangster than that.
That's true. Good point.
With the teeth pulled out of some slaves.
And he had a big old musket ready to blow.
Marshall, you raise a good point. I mean, should our presidents be on the front line? Would that change the whole dynamics of war for them if they're out there doing the business too? I mean, I don't know. What are your thoughts, Marshall?
Let's go back to the ancient world. Fuck it.
Okay.
Realistically, it would probably bring in some kind of moderating. You'd probably bring in some kind of a moderating influence because they would have to be there and fight themselves.
Exactly.
But no, realistically, modern presidents are not getting back in the field. The last president we had that led men into battle as like a general thing, like as a full commander, was Andrew Jackson. But you also had Zachary Taylor, who was a general. Eisenhower was a general, right? Now they might not have done any fighting themselves, but that experience certainly taught them how to manage the military as well as United States expectations internationally. So, should they be on the front lines? No. Should we require some sort of military training? Probably not going to pass Congress, but I have a feeling if you had military training, you'd probably use the military a whole lot less.
I'm not gonna lie.
That's a surmise and a historical guess on my part. Brad, what do you think?
I want Trump on the
Brad.
He's on the phone.
Brad's on the phone first.
What's up, Marshall?
I disagree with all of you. Because George Washington caught fucking bodies. Like, this nigga was dropping niggas in the field. Like, bro, this wasn't no regular. Bro, as far as I think George Washington was a fucking alien.
Wait, Machiavelli.
I think this nigga was an alien. George Washington was dropping niggas in the field, bro.
Wait, hold on, Machiavelli. Based on what you just said, are you saying he was dropping slaves in the field?
Yo, you know what I mean? And not being fucking.
Oh no, I was just curious.
No, he was pulling their teeth out of slaves to use them as
Bro,
bolts.
he was fucking blicking people, bro. This man he was shooting motherfuckers off of horses, bro. He was blamming motherfuckers, bro. There was nobody more gangster than that. Who's president caught a body?
Yeah, but
Like,
we
whose
also
president has caught a body recently?
we also have to keep aware. At the time, he was not president. He was just a regular general. Like, not even King George the Third at the time led his
What about
troops
Eisenhower?
into battle. I mean, Eisenhower didn't lead troops into battle. Eisenhower commanded them.
No,
The
not
last
as
time
president.
not as president. The last time you had somebody who commanded men in battle, I think, was Andrew Jackson in the War of 1812. Right? Like, you had other presidents that served, like George H.W. was a fighter pilot.
Dude, he wasn't a Texas National Airman.
No, I'm not talking about W. I'm talking about H.W. H.W. World War II.
I'm throwing my hat
Before he did
I'm throwing my hat into this ring. I agree. I think that president should be on the front lines. Why? Because it forces the presidents to be physically fit, and it will also force a representation to men of how we're supposed to fucking be. That's also going to set a precedent for men in America as well.
I threw it into AI. So, sitting presidents to lead troops, the only one was George W. Bush as president, right? He led the Continental Army to put down the Whiskey Rebellion in Pennsylvania. Presidents who led troops and saw combat before presidency was Theodore Roosevelt, who led the voluntary cavalry known as Rough Riders. Andrew Jackson served in the Revolutionary War, commanded forces during the War of 1812, but he wasn't president at the time. Ulysses S. Grant led the Union Army in victory in the Civil War. William Henry Harrison commanded American force at the Battle of Tippecanoe. Other presidents with combat experience: Harry Truman led troops as an artillery officer in World War I. Jivka, John F. Kennedy, served as Navy lieutenant in World War II, known for his actions in PT 109, and H.W. Bush was a Navy pilot who saw combat in World War II. Several other presidents saw combat or were in the military during wartime, including James Monroe, Rutherford B. Hayes, James Garfield, and Dwight D. Eisenhower, who commanded Allied forces in World War II. There you go.
But again, it goes back to old men that start wars that know each other, but young men are the ones that don't know the person that they're fighting on the other side.
Yeah.
Like for all I know, like when I was fighting people, if we would have been given a chance to sit down in a coffee shop, I might have enjoyed having a conversation with these people. But no, we're shooting bullets at each other. Like, you know, it's young people fighting young people because of old people that do know each other. And like, war is gonna be a bitch, you know. It really is. And you know, if you worked on the military order of the Purple Heart Union, you can look me up. I'm Brian Pat. I'm Chapter 1000, Military Order of the Purple Heart. You know, I'm not talking shit when I'm talking about the military. I mean, it was the worst thing going through it, but the thing that, like Brad said, I want to go back to so bad. Like, it was shit going through it. But it's the thing that I miss kind of the freaking most.
Because it's a man thing, nigga. It's a man thing. Bullets, gunfire, you can smell that gunpowder. I wasn't even there. I wasn't even fucking there. You understand?
Did you say to Manfinity? He's here.
I would use 1% of the interest and leave 1%
Yes, every battle ever is based on
make more and more until I'll be a billionaire. And what happened? Everything went to the garbage.
See? There you go.
Why? What comes in a non-kosher way?
Wait, welcome to the stage, LC. How are you, Al?
All these women
Fantastic, Naveen. How
who
are you?
does not manage things for money.
Hey,
Either they're gonna end up with cancer eventually,
if I didn't ask him
and all the
what does he think of the
dreams that they had will be cut.
I gotta get
Will be very, very miserable.
you went
All
hard.
the government, all of
Oh, yeah, I was expose the ugly of the world, whether you like it or not. So be ready. And that's what he said. So I don't understand why motherfuckers.
An image of Joe, and on the left side of the screen was like a panel where they put information on ivermectin, calling it a horse dewormer, and for some reason they put a horse icon. They literally took a little image of a horse.
Bro, and this is the problem with people.
What?
Dude,
it was. I mean, it was the.
And got so bitch made. They forgot what America was really like from the beginning. Nigga, we came from the days of the Wild Wild West. We came from the days where people rode on horses and shit. There was.
Randy say slightly different.
An unexpected repair could wipe out your savings fast. Protect yourself with a home warranty from Cinch Home Services.
In the end, people are awake that something happened during COVID that was unholy. So that was an important victory. And this hantavirus story, if it is just people talking themselves into a frenzy, fine. But if officialdom is playing games again, they are probably playing them for a reason. And we need to know what that reason is, because hantavirus is not a natural for this role at all.
rooms to prove people.
Well, it's easy to strip people of their rights in an emergency. Exactly. I mean, the Moderna vaccine story from 3 days ago is crazy, dude. How can you even begin to say it's a coincidence? Maybe it's a coincidence, Moderna. Maybe this just happened to happen within a week. Maybe it was a slow news day on accident. Maybe they didn't stifle the news for 3 days to let the hantavirus story go wild. Maybe they didn't do that.
Well, I think people need to understand that whatever else it may have been, the COVID pandemic was the debut of gene therapies dressed up as vaccines. That's what
They changed the definition of vaccine.
I know they did.
That's wild, huh?
It is wild, because if they had said to people, we're going to require you to take a gene therapy, people would have said, huh?
What's the value of the gene therapy? Assuming steelmanning the argument, you get some badass mRNA treatment. Like, what's the good upside of it?
Well, you want to know?
Yeah.
From the point of view of the vaccine making industry, it is the ultimate cash cow for multiple different reasons. It streamlines the process of creating a vaccine, and it cuts right through the regulatory apparatus, because the argument that they're going to make is, we tested the platform, it's safe, so we just loaded a new gene in. The only thing we have to do is test that new gene and the antigen it produces. As long as they're safe, then the whole thing is safe. Now the fact is, none of it's safe, and it can't be made safe. Anything you load into that mRNA platform is going to be dangerous. It's going to do the same damage to the body that the COVID shots did, and it's going to show up in the heart.
I want to show you guys this post from Jack Posobiec. He tweeted, "What if instead of a vaccine, we just were able to get exposed to a weak version of the virus that enabled us to build the antibodies we need to fight the real thing?" Of course, Jack's point was that mRNA vaccines were totally different from the, attenuated virus? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Vaccinations, which were in the past what vaccines would do. And Jack was making that point. And this guy, Dave Jorgensen, said, the anti-vaxxers went so far right, they looped around and invented vaccinations. These people, I'm wondering if the real left-right divide is sub 70 IQ versus everyone else. And I'm being intentionally mean. These individuals had no idea, and to this day have no idea what is actually going on in the world. They see this post from Jack, and they are so far removed from the context of the real conversation around this technology, they genuinely believed the COVID vaccinations were attenuated virus vaccines.
Yeah, they weren't at all.
No, they were mRNA vaccines.
Were any of them attenuated? Were those DNA vaccines? Is that the difference?
No. The DNA were also gene therapy.
But there was a different, wasn't one of the other ones
Johnson, right? No.
It was attenuated virus, but it wasn't mRNA, right?
It wasn't mRNA, it was DNA. But the question is, what language did you write the gene in? It's still gene therapy. In the Johnson & Johnson, they wrote the gene into DNA. In the Moderna, they wrote it into mRNA. But it's almost the same difference. Now, the mRNA platform has a special vulnerability, but you can't, maybe I should tell you what that vulnerability is. The mRNA is basically a RNA gene wrapped in a lipid nanoparticle. That lipid nanoparticle has no addressing mechanism on it. They inject it into you, it flows around in your blood and your lymph, and any cell that it touches may take it up because it's basically just coated in fat. Your cells are made of fat, like dissolves like, it goes in. So the problem is, by design, that shot tells your cell to make a foreign protein, in this case the spike protein. That foreign protein ends up on the surface of the cell, and your immune system, when it sees your cell making a foreign protein, it thinks virus. Why? Because that's the only place it sees that. It's a viral pattern. So what does it do? It destroys the cell that made the protein. Now, if that cell is in your muscle or your liver, not a big deal. If that cell is in your heart, it's a big deal, right? Your heart is not supposed to have a viral infection. They're rare. Your body decides, well, killing off heart cells isn't a good idea, but leaving virally infected heart cells isn't a good idea either, and it kills off those cells. That's where your myocarditis is coming from. And myocarditis itself is misleading, because what myocarditis means is just heart inflammation. this isn't just heart
And pericarditis.
Right, but these are itis, inflammation. It's not inflammation. This is inflammation, which is the symptom of damage to your heart, which has extremely low capacity for self-repair. So why is it that a soccer player is running down the field and his heart gives out? Because he's got a wound in his heart he doesn't know about. He's running under pressure, and suddenly something gives way.
Real quick though, you said the heart doesn't usually get viruses.
Yeah.
Can you explain more on that? Is this like your immune system just won't let it happen, or
no? It's very well protected, right? Your heart, it's really important that it not get viruses, right. So you would expect the protections to be turned up. It's also pretty well insulated, right? Your lungs aren't. Your lungs are exposed to the outside world, so. In any case, I'm not saying it never happens.
Is that true for any other internal organs? Like your kidneys are less likely to get an infection? Similar?
No, your kidneys can get infected because they're also exposed.
But I mean, your blood, it's like your heart. You know what I mean? Like sepsis.
It happens, but it's very serious when it happens.
Right.
To clarify, you're saying OG vaccines, they would put the pathogen in the body, and the pathogen would be there in the body, be like, immune system, kick on, go get it, and now you strengthen. But these new mRNAs, they attach to a cell, healthy cell in your body, and then make it seem like it's a virus, and your own body destroys its own healthy cells, and that's supposed to knock up to create an immune response.
What if it's built in? And so what the whole thing was predicated on was that the shot stays in your arm, right? If the shot stayed in your arm and their little pseudovirus infected your cells and then your immune system cleared those cells by killing them off, it wouldn't be a huge deal. But one of the things that Steve Kirsch and Robert Malone and I talked about on that podcast in June of 21 was the fact that the biodistribution did not suggest that it stayed in the arm at all.
Are they working on figuring out a way to make these lipid particles address properly now?
They won't acknowledge the problem. So I don't know if they.
That would cure cancer, wouldn't it?
Well, cancer's a different matter. If you have a terminal disease and we've got an mRNA shot that might address that disease, you might be willing to take that risk, right? The risk of the shot might be low enough and the benefit of the shot might be high enough. So,
but let's just address the theoretical nature. If they were to create the addressing mechanism, as Ian was asking, targeting for destruction cancer cells, specific cancer cells, because not all cancer are the same, they inject it into your arm or whatever, it floats through the body, but specifically only attaches to the cancer, your immune system that destroys those cells. Is that possible?
Yeah. The immune system already has a tremendous amount of capacity to fight cancer.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't. That's when we find out about it, right? Yeah. The thing isn't properly addressed. So yeah, and I would cautiously say I don't trust these people. I'm not necessarily going to buy what they tell us about how effective that is, but I'm open to the idea that in extremely dire cases you might be willing to take such a shot, but I'm not open to the idea that it's a vaccine, and I'm not open to the idea of preventing infectious disease with it because the platform itself is terminally flawed.
So we're going to go to Rumble Rants and Super Chats. One quick last question, though, is how much information can be delivered to the cell? I mean, could they reprogram a cell could they repair damaged DNA or RNA?
With the mRNA platform?
Yeah, so imagine they took like a stem cell of yours, they had like a perfect DNA strand or whatever. Could they inject it into your body so that it tells the cells to reproduce perfectly, so that basically destroys the aging process or ends the aging process?
Well, we're not going to end the aging process, and we'll have to talk another time about why that is. They're
political reasons or biological?
Biological reasons.
Oh, let's talk telomere. Could they make the cells reproduce perfectly again? Like it's a damaged cell, but they give it the perfect information.
Well,
program it to reproduce.
You're kind of coming at the story upside down, because the promise of gene therapy was very much like what you're describing, right? The idea is you might have cells that are doing the wrong thing for some genetic reason, and if you could get genes taken up into these cells, you could get them to do the right thing, and you might cure a disease. It never panned out for reasons like this addressing problem, right? The problems never worked, and so the huge investment that we biologically put into gene therapy never returned on that investment.
Yeah, but if you were able to do like one clinical test on, say, like 5 billion people, you get all of that data at once to solve for this. You dispatch various batches to key regions, make everybody, I mean, could you imagine if something like that happened where they were doing a mass clinical test like that?
Yeah, but what I would tell you is that what can be done on paper is spectacular. What happens when you try to deploy these things in the layered complex systems that make up the human body is you end up with all sorts of unintended consequences.
I understand that. I'm saying, so imagine if you could do 5 billion clinical trials all at once. With
between the year of 2021
and 2024. And you're like, how do we get the data? And they say, well, it's going to take 20 years.
You're asking whether or not COVID was an experiment.
I never said that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying that instead of doing a bunch of human trials where you can't figure, it's from the 80s and you're like, why can't we get this adjuvant problem right? So only if we could test it out 5 billion times in a short period and get all the data. We're going to go to your Rumble rants and Super Chats, so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. The uncensored portion of the show will be up in about 12 or so minutes at 10 p.m. Rumble.com/10guestsIRL. In the meantime, what say you? HS Disturbed says, just found out I'm pregnant with my 4th child. I'm 42. My last pregnancy was 10 years ago. Please pray for us as I attempt to bring another God-fearing patriot into this world. Thank you so much. I love you guys.
That's so great.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Oh, you're going to be so excited when you get another baby. I just know it. Running around. J-Dirt Biker says it's because Lindsey Graham is a progressive Republican, which is still a progressive. Glenn Beck covered that today. I am surprised Ian didn't mention that.
Where is he progressing to? That's what I care about.
Off a cliff.
Maybe. Time to regress, Lens.
Monkey King says, wow, Brett even cut his hair for this interview. Thank you, Tim. Did you?
Hair by the
No, I had someone else do it.
Correct. All right. K-Toth Swiss says, feeling bad for stupid people is what got us here, Brett.
This is tough.
You press the red button or the blue button?
What is that a reference?
You know this one?
No. Oh, you mean the sweating?
With a what? There's a red button, a blue button. If more than 50% press the blue button, everyone lives. If more than 50% press red, anyone who press blue dies. More than 11.
Yes, it is one.
And everybody just says, like, just press the red button.
There's a big leap of human evolution some 300,000 years ago where they discovered the first human bone that was actually looked like it had been repaired. Before that, if someone broke their leg, they were just left to die. And that was very bad for us as a species. Once they started taking care of their weak and their wounded, we evolutionary leapt. So we're sort of in a situation like that. I mean, I think that's your argument. I'm trying to steelman your argument.
My argument actually is that the transhumanists, and there's lots of people who fall under that banner who wouldn't label themselves that way, but the transhumanists have sold us a bill of goods, and I think many of them have lied to themselves. And the story that they tell themselves is that there are people who are so broken that there's just nothing we can do for them. And they're half right, okay? Once a person has gotten through development, it's very hard to help them. Before they've been damaged in development, it's very easy to protect them by delivering an environment that looks like their ancestral environment, so their body knows what to do, their mind knows how to develop, and that's what we ought to be targeting. So I just want you to separate two questions. What do we do for the broken people on planet Earth today? And the answer is that's going to be a tough one, and we're going to be less successful than we would like by a lot. What can we do for the generation that has yet to emerge? Everything, and it ought to be our obsession. Right? We can start dealing, you don't need to have children who need orthodontia. We know how to solve that problem. We're just not admitting it, right? It's solvable, right? It has to do with the feedback. When you chew as a child, you put information into your body, and your body reshapes your jaw based on that information. All of this giving children baby food and formula and making sure they don't chew hard stuff is causing our jaws to collapse. There's not enough room for the teeth. They come in all crooked. And the fact is, most children now need orthodontia. That doesn't need to be. If you wanted that problem to be solved 10 years from now, we could solve it and we wouldn't create massive numbers of new people. You need a tiny number of orthodontists just for the few people who have.
What are you saying? Kids should be eating hard stuff?
Yeah. Look up Mike Mew. Mike Mew.
What do you mean? Like, my baby doesn't have teeth. You know?
Right. But your baby, and you should go to Mike Mew for the exact advice on what to feed when. But your baby naturally wants to chew on things, right?
Yeah, she does.
And if the instinct is, oh, they don't have teeth, it better be pureed, then what you're going to do is you're going to cause the wrong information to register. Her jaw will collapse. She'll need orthodontia. And then you know what the orthodontist will tell you? It's genetic.
But
which doesn't make any sense.
She gets pure sometimes, but we were told by all the doctors to give her stuff to chew on, so she chews soft things.
What about like
Did you ever do like a frozen strawberry and a little net
Yeah.
net thing? That stuff's awesome.
Yeah,
This is
she's got one small tooth
My
coming in.
son loved that stuff.
Mike Mew calls it the big bolus chewing, involving chewing a large ball of 5 to 10 pieces of gum to strengthen the masseter muscles and develop the gonial angle, the jaw corner. But how old? How young do they start?
Ask Mike Mew. Right. I don't want to pretend to be an authority
Problem
on
is,
this.
I'll
ask AI
she's
to
eating
analyze
beets,
his work.
and she was rather enjoying her beets. But I was eating cheese, and she saw me eating cheese.
And she knew that cheese
And
can't
she-
be beets.
And she reached over and she went, And I looked at my wife and I was like, should I give her some? Should I give her a little piece? So I gave her a little piece of cheese, and then she took the beets and threw them on the floor.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Gotta mix the beets with the cheese.
And she's like, now I don't have to eat them. And then we're like, you're done. You're not eating. And then she started crying.
He says the earlier the better. The earlier the children start, the better. That's an interesting philosophy. It makes a lot. I mean, just basic. Duh.
The most important thing, though, is that we handed her a flute, and she instantly figured it out. And she's just going, burp, 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 and we're like, yes. Oh, I gotta tell you guys this story, totally unrelated. Just, we went to Guitar Center because we went out to eat, and there's a jazz band playing. We were in Baltimore before we went to Phil's show, and she was staring at the jazz band, obsessed, and she kept reaching for me. So my wife was like, okay, she let her watch it. Bring her back over to eat. She started freaking out, get planning to go back to watch the jazz band, and we were like, oh, she likes music. So we went to Guitar Center, and we showed her the piano, and she immediately, I put her sideways on the bench. She immediately spun to the keyboards, going bang, 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 and we were like, she knew right away what to do. And yes, and when we told the band we're going to buy it, and picked her up and put her in a chair and started reaching for it and yelling and complaining, and then started pushing her back, refusing to go into her seat because she wanted to play the piano. So we're very excited.
Dude, yes.
And then
Is it already delivered? Is it all in the house now?
Yeah, so
First course.
we've had it for 2 or 3 days. And she just goes bing, 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 bing. And she smashes it. She's one. So it's pretty obvious she loves music.
That's fantastic.
I mean, Alice and I both play guitar and sing, and so she sees us and we play music for her. So we've created that. But,
In all of your studies as a molecular and evolutionary biologist, you get deep on music and the value of music.
Oh my God! First of all, I'm not a molecular biologist, though I am made of molecules, so I suppose there's an argument. But
you are molecular
yes.
biologist.
Yeah, when somebody asks about a microbiologist, I often wonder how small they are. But
Elise Mallory,
the question of music is fascinating.
what's the
And
latest
evolutionary
on
level. I
accidents
will tell
that
you, it goes all the way back to
War Park, what's that going to take? What's going on with that?
This
Join
is
us tomorrow, 6 to 8 p.m. at First Free Church on Balboa and Aspen for our development town hall. It's our quarterly one, so you get to find out everything that we're working on. Ask all the questions you have. We're happy to answer them. Stop on by.
Love of and pursuit of music was the result of the fact that it combined a bunch of other things that we love, that it has no meaning of its own. And he compared it to, he said it was, I think, musical cheesecake.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And so this is a giant mystery where we can't admit that the answer is it's for something really frickin' important, but we don't know what it is. And I have my own hypothesis, but let's just say the fact that all human cultures have music, the fact that both males and females participate in music, that every human being until recent times has had their own individual relationship with music, the fact that you hear a song, even a sad song makes you feel sad, but you want to hear it again. That's why you disagree with which part?
Not all music is the same, and some things people disagree. Like Ben Shapiro says, rap isn't music. He's unmoved by it. He doesn't connect with it emotionally.
I'm not defending every piece of music or every genre of music.
Well, so what I would say is the important thing is to reduce it a little bit and say every society has some kind of emotional communication through sound.
Speech, for instance, it's like an evolution of music.
Like, I would argue that I understand this music functionally, but it's actually it's nails on a chalkboard to me.
Yeah,
it fills me with rage.
Right.
Like I will strike the person doing it. You know what I mean?
So let's just say
I feel that way about spoken word.
spoken word poetry. Yeah, I do too. I'm not a fan.
No, it's not how it's spoke. Sorry to interrupt.
I mean, it's not the occasional piece.
We have a couple more minutes. I'll get a couple of these. We'll come back to this for the uncensored portion because this is fun. Freedom Stern says, I know Brett is not a big fan of Trump, but he must know that science is better with him in office at this point.
relationship with Trump, who I've never met, so I don't have a personal relationship with him, but my relationship with him is complicated. I certainly voted for him. I would vote for him again. I think
Alternatives are disastrous.
it is so terrifying that just even the fact that you have a person who is in possession of his mental faculties, who you could haul in front of Congress and ask questions, that can make a decision if the phone call comes in the night and, Mr. President, the missiles are on the way, what do we do? Is so far and away better than having a empty suit puppet or a demented old man or any of that stuff that covers the cabal on the blue team. It's no contest. Nonetheless, I very definitely voted for no new wars, and I am not happy that we are involved in a new war.
But didn't you know that Miriam Adelson was backing Trump for the purpose of helping Israel annex the West Bank? Donald Trump had stated numerous times he would never allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. He killed Soleimani. He fired 59 Tomahawk missiles into Syria. So while I agree he was the better candidate on the war things, and I think it is fair to point out we didn't want him to start a war. And I'm not saying it's a view, but just generally speaking, I mean, we all knew the possibility, the probability was decent.
Well, I think we'd be at war either way, and I think what we've really learned is that we don't have a choice on that one.
Yeah, I agree. My response is like, what was that? A president started a war in the Middle East? I'm so shocked. Oh heavens!
I think
can't
there's
believe
a very
that.
good chance that that America's waging of foreign wars facilitates our peaceful existence here,
I think there's a couple big
or at
reasons.
least our leaders believe that.
I actually think one of the reasons the war started is because the economy is burning in a very, very bad way. I want to say it's on fire, but I don't want to imply that it's good.
Defense production is a great way to lift an economy, and being at war and spending all this money on weapons, that's a great way to lift the economy. That isn't
So
that how we got rich? That's how we got rich.
Well, it's artificially inflating, but the general idea is stealing the resources from other places to inflate our own economy.
Well,
and I don't mean currency-wise. I'm saying we took Venezuela. We've now got spy planes over Cuba, just like we did before we took Maduro out. So Trump said imminently we will take Cuba.
Right.
The goal is, I think the economy was really, really bad. There's a plethora of factors involved, but I think largely it's okay. It's time for a war again to take other people's stuff so that our economy could be better.
Did you see the thing about how lithium was found in Appalachia?
Oh no!
Like 300 years worth of lithium, like massive lithium deposits.
We gotta go to the uncensored portion of the show. We'll talk more about this in music. So smash the like button, share the show with everyone you've ever met in your life. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Brad, you want to shout anything out?
What are you asking for?
Dark Horse Podcast.
Oh, the Dark Horse Podcast, of course. And find me on X at Brett Weinstein, and Brett has
What's the newest book?
Well, the only book that I've published is A Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century, which I co-wrote with Heather. And if you are one of those people like me who likes audiobooks, Heather and I read the book for the audiobook. So if you want to hear us tell you what it means, you can hear that too.
I'm Ian Crossland. Follow me on the internet, Ian Crossland. I was actually talking to Brett about graphene a little bit before we went live on the Discord show. I'm doing a documentary with Jim Tour and the folks at Rice University about graphene and all sorts of banging nanotechnology. So go to graphene.movie, sign up for the mailing list, and that gets live. You'll be notified. Follow me at Ian Crossland.
I want to clarify. We talked about graphene.
Well, technically, every time you breathe in smoke, you're breathing it in. Did you know?
That's right. Let's get our quickie.
Follow me over at Gordon Banks. Brett, thanks for the I can't wait to get on there.
I'm the community founder at Generous, and our podcast drops with Yang Declan and Chloe Chung, all about crazy things happening in China and how we should watch out for them.
Have you ever smoked DMT?
I haven't. I'm interested.
I want to ask you about mass population reduction and the mass genocide of people over the past several years, which will be available at rumble.com/TimcastIRL in 10 seconds. We'll see you there.
Ashley, go.
implanted device.
By the time she's like, I'm not understand. No shit, we know you don't understand. You're fucking dumb. Literally dumb. The dumbest of the fucking doornails, but yet you mod these rooms that have hundreds of people in it. And I don't understand why. Like, the only reason I go in is to listen to how dumb they are. So when I encounter these dumb people in real life, I'm not shocked and appalled because I hear the dumbness here on Clubhouse. But I don't understand why. You see, like, no, I just don't understand why. People listen to them as if they have the authority on any information that comes out of their mouth because they are some of the most ignorant, dumb people. Dude, Bando has become so Islamophilic. Like, he sits there and he talks about Islam the way Tucker Carlson does now. So it's really interesting to see how everybody has shifted so much. What was his name? Goat, right? That was his name?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. He used to be a friend, to pretend to be a friend of the Jews, but he never was, ever. Hi, guy.
Well, I said this from the beginning. Being a black-faced anti-Semitism is not a good look. It's never worked out very well for anybody.
Funny though, since you changed the title, like, we really do have more people in the room.
Do you think that a lot of those accounts that sit in that room, do you think a lot of those are real accounts?
You know, I never actually thought about that. Like, how does the bot thing work on Clubhouse?
They just come and park in the rooms, but if you look at their engagement of the chat, it's just the same people arguing with each other.
True, because every now and then I do jump in the chat.
Hey, I got a question. BB, doctor, alumni. Feel free to answer it.
Oh, I'm an alumni.
Oh, my apologies. Didn't mean to mispronounce your name, ma'am.
It's okay. You're fun, dumpster.
Thank you. You know, me personally, I don't have no issues with Jewish folks. I don't, personally. I'm a Catholic man. They don't, you know, but I don't understand what the problem is that a lot of people have against Jewish folks.
I hate the Jews, man.
Well, why? They ain't doing nothing, you know.
No, I got nothing to do with me being so. I just hate the Jews, man, because Nick Fuentes told me they fucking control the government, and they control the media, and they push the homosexuality in the goddamn schools. They want all our kids to be Chinese.
So you listen to white men. Like, you
I listen to Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Dave Smith. Dave Smith is a goddamn Jew. He told me, fuck the Jews.
I thought it was mainly black urban males that are spreading awareness of, you know, the transgender movement. I mean, they're the ones fucking them the most.
No, man, no goddamn Chinese boy.
They're the ones fucking them the most.
I would like to go on the goddamn slide. I ain't no goddamn homosexual.
Hey,
I support the Jews, man. Let me tell you something, dumpster, right? I watched a documentary of goddamn Hitler, right? And they translated his speech. He was like, but when you hear this shit in English and they translate it, I'm like, Hitler ain't really that bad of a guy.
Hey, are we gonna be here and troll, or we gonna have a conversation, sir?
I
don't think he's trolling.
I was gonna say though, it kind of feels like he's making fun of how stupid all of this is.
I ain't making fun of it. Listen, man, Nick Fuentes told me, fuck y'all motherfuckers, and he brought very good points. I'm like, you know what? Nick Fuentes is a goddamn virgin, but you know what? This virgin, he might be gay. Fuck, who fucking knows? But he makes some fucking sense. Fuck the Jews, man.
Oh, so you...
But you sound retarded, bro. Like, honestly, like, how do you, I don't even know how you chew with that fucking mouth. Like, you sound like you're missing teeth, everything. Like,
and now you They're gonna come
You
here
said
and
the
make fun
same.
of the Goyam. The Goyam
This guy said the exact same shit the other day.
I'm the smartest guy in the room. The Goyams started.
You shouldn't feed the
This is what they do. This is what the Jews do, man. They just think everybody's beneath them. Fuck you, baby. We're not beneath.
Watch this.
I know what the fuck you guys
Hold
are.
on. That. Oh shit. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody's mine.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
This is a goddamn honor to have. Wow.
Cause you're a good guy.
You know what? I'm actually.
Fuck, thank God I made a mistake there. Holy shit.
Oh my God, thank God that was great.
Oh, okay. My thing is, baby, I think it's quite foolish to target someone's religion and think that they're trying to take over everything. You know, I'm a Catholic man, okay? I don't have no ill judgments towards Jewish people. I don't have no ill judgments to atheists. I do have concerning issues with Islam, but because the direction that they're going is directly targeting Jewish folks, Christian folks, and anybody that doesn't pertain to that. I have never met a Jewish woman or man in my life that gave two fucks that I'm not Jewish. They just go, I don't swing that way. That's a good point. That's a good point. And I was just starting to like you guys. You gave me mud. I was like, holy shit! Like I started to like the Jews. But then you moved into the fucking audience.
No, Illumin's here. He hates Jews. He hates Jews.
Oh no, I actually hate the Jews, but then I like the Jews because BB gave me fucking mud, and then he put me down with the Goyim.
If you don't mind this.
No, it's back. Fuck the Jews.
Greetings to everyone on the
You
panel.
guys do understand that.
I just want to correct something when it comes down to Kitty.
He stole my
I
name.
apologize if I offended you
He stole my
regarding
name.
the whole friends thing.
He's a fucking Hamas.
I don't mean that I'm not
Fucking
friendly.
Hamas,
I'm just
yeah.
saying that we're
He stole my
acquaintances,
name. Do you understand, Illumi?
not that we're enemies. So
She don't sound like she likes you very much.
yeah, it's because I said we're not friends on this app. We're acquaintances, and she's taking it way too
listen,
seriously.
understand this, Illumi, as long as
I
you
didn't
hate
mean like that we're not friendly.
friends. We're not going to be friends if you hate Jews. Got it?
It's nothing.
Kitty,
I don't hate
with
Jews.
titties
I don't know
like
what
that,
you think
I
a Jew
might
is.
become a Jew. I ain't gonna lie to you. With titties like that, you can make a nigga do anything.
But I just want to be clear: if you're being passive aggressive because of the comment, I didn't mean it that way.
Listen, man. When I see titties like titties, man, it makes me want. I don't want to be an anti-Semite no more. Fuck it.
When was the last time you saw some titties, Sam?
I'm a Semite, so I can't really be anti myself.
I kicked that dude down.
He's in the Middle East. Wait, I like Sim better than Illumi. Like, Sim he could stay.
It was another Illuminati.
You fucking stole my name, you piece of shit. You fucking Hamas lover. You get fucked in the ass by fucking Hamas. It takes your fucking pieces of shit.
Amen.
Fucking piece of shit.
That's what I
Yeah. You fucking Islamic fucking terrorist piece of shit. Stop doing your shit, Illumi, and that way people that have cool names like Illumi won't have to fucking beat the shit out of you. And I won't have to see you slap you in the face.
There is only one Illumi, and Illumi
It's
cannot
not
be
you. It's not you.
mimicked.
You're a fucking piece of shit. It's not you.
Well,
Fucking
I'm not here to
Islamic
shit
terrorist.
talk with a woman that I don't even know. So
Islamic terrorist. Oh yeah.
if I wanted that, there's $100 I'll go down to the Vietnamese
Stole my fucking
massage place, and I'll get a happy ending.
I don't think you know how to talk to women.
What the fuck just happened?
I think I probably have a
No, you have
pretty
a
good
pussy.
record with women.
Are you married?
Have a pussy. But you get fucked. You get fucked. But
What's up, BB? How you doing?
Be friends until you're nice to Jews.
You can't even define a Jew. What are you talking about?
Do you understand? You can't define a woman.
Yeah, what is a woman?
Yeah, tell him, ask him.
Yeah, what he said. Look, he had a lion in his flag. He was okay. He had a lion. Yeah.
It says, I don't hate Jews, I hate Zionists. Bully shitty, wait, bullshitty? Nah, I hate Jews, I love Jews. I'd rather be fucking. Okay, I took it.
Address. Don't you have kids, Kitty?
No, why? You want to make some tonight?
Okay, so why, BB, why am I confused that she's your cousin? There must be someone who sounds like Kitty or looks like Kitty, and I'm confusing them.
Okay, he is from England. I am from America. Do you know where America is? Do you know where England is? They're different countries.
No, he thinks you sound like Nikki.
There we go. What's her name again?
What's her name?
Nikki, that's what it is, bro. He's
I never
tripping
met
me the fuck up, man.
Well, then just get off the app. You can delete it. Just hold down the Clubhouse stuff on your phone and go delete. And just delete it. It'll be fine.
Rafi. Yo, I just woke up. What the fuck is going on? We changed the title and Sparks started.
About how fucking hate Jews.
I need help staying awake tonight, Rafi. I have a lot of work to do. So I needed some friends to keep us entertained.
That's all you. Whether we have a fucking Chinaman, a fucking Hindu man, or a Paki who came on stage with me.
Yeah. You're pretty accurate.
We
And
have
an
Chinaman.
Islamic terrorist.
Me, a Chinaman? I'm a Semitic man.
We have a Hamdalului and who's Bahudi.
How could be going Jackie Chan on motherfuckers? Like,
I'm
y'all better not
what
just start
you
no
wish
shit.
you were about it.
call me Bahudi.
I'm what you look in the mirror and pretend to be.
What the fuck is Bahudi? You know Bahudi?
It's like, what is it, like rubbing on my boo-hoo-hoo-tee? What? I don't know.
You know, with persistent reaction over. He's good.
I don't know.
Probably don't have an absolutely.
He's got, you get cracked in your ass by fucking Islamic terrorists, so shut the fuck up. Bodhi,
Wow, homosexual and doing this.
you are a homosexual, yes.
This
you
person
are.
is sexually frustrated.
Homosexual?
What the fuck? You, yes, this person, meaning you. But we're not talking to you, we're talking to Bodhi. Hi, Bodhi, who the fuck are you?
Greetings, Bodhi.
I'm a individual who ascended with Jesus, and he made me come back to earth to save you all. So.
Can you start with the Islamic terrorists? Please,
I like your stuff on TikTok.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, the Jews fucking killed Jesus, by the way, just so we all know.
Goddamn Jews.
Yeah, we have a fight unless we kill you. That's the rule. Just like all the Muslims have. No, you can't leave it once you join it.
No, what happened is that actual earth
That literally made no
is
sense.
Jesus existing forever and giving us heavenly experiences and enlightening us for all eternity. And then these fucking Jews
You sound
who were
like you're
pissed off
autistic,
because he wasn't their God came and killed him.
Yo, but who?
I don't think you're the
Stuck in
only.
that dumbass
Oh, we got a bunch of Hellenized heathenists pretending to be Jews.
Hey,
They
dude,
can't
hey,
define
I'm
what a
a
Jew
Catholic.
is.
Hey, I'm a Catholic man here, dude. Don't disrespect our direction, buddy. That's what decorum I got. That's what decorum.
My guy, you in what branch are you, my guy? Because I can tell.
How do people continue to repeat that narrative that the Jews killed Jesus?
Because
they did. Romans was put in the Bible by Paul, who didn't fucking exist before 2022. So that we would remember that the Jews killed Jesus and it wasn't the Romans.
Why'd you guys drop it on me?
Please show me a picture from before 2022.
I know, like,
That
those
shows
are
the Romans in
emotional
the Bible.
stuff, bro.
Do that for me.
Wait.
I want to timestamp.
Hey, I was gonna tell the guy.
Yeah, it's
United
something
States Marine Corps, sir.
Be careful, Rafi.
Can y'all control this? I don't even know who this person is.
Narrative, like, it's ridiculous. He was killed by Italians.
Little block right there. Just
You got down?
Hey, sir.
stop
I was
this.
gonna tell that Lumni guy. He
Hey,
asked me
hey,
a question.
Rafi and BB, just take note that he just said he's blocking me. So if you're gonna have him on your stage,
Who's blocking you?
First of all.
Who's blocking you?
no, it's just the fake ass Illumi
careful. You're gonna start wearing your wigs and your underwear soon.
Yeah, but
I don't know what these guys are smoking, but shit, man, you need to change your plug, bro. Change that plug.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes,
you
sir.
asked me a question, and United States Marine Corps, sir.
United States Marine? Okay. Just the way you're talking, guy, and all that, I can tell you're military. Air Force, tactical aircraft maintenance.
Dumpster fire? Okay, I'm adding you right now.
Are you maintenance or are you combat?
Combat.
Okay.
I'm not even fully expressing myself right now.
Baloney, do you understand?
Hoorah, man.
Yeah.
What does the Air Force say? Like the equivalent of hoorah?
Fly, fight, win. We're gonna
Air Force says it will.
Yeah, we do that. But it's not like a thing. There's no slogan. It's only flight, fight, win. That's it.
What about kamikaze? Is now flight, fight, win, kamikaze it must be?
Six.
Well, they like the planes and the pilots take them home.
Yep. That's all around supporting the air mission.
Unless it's a two flight when they can tell them.
Wait, Baloney, did you fight in the United States military?
Fight? No, I didn't fight
You
anyone.
weren't in my military. You were in another. Yeah, you were in. I heard him say we, Kitty. I heard him say we.
He's in the U.S. Air Force.
Are you sure?
Yes. He just said it.
Okay, fine. I like you a little more.
No,
he's just infiltrating. Don't let him ride. He's trying to learn and take that information back. Oh,
yeah, that's a pretty anti-Semitic comment.
piece of shit.
It's the only kind I'm pretty sure you like.
Christians. You act like you love Jesus, but you hate Christians.
Huh? Which Christians? Who's worse? First of all, I don't hate Christians because I live in Palestine. Some of my best friends are Christian. But, when we're talking about Christians among each other, the Orthodox Church anathematized everyone. Everyone's an anathema. So they're not going to paradise. The Western Church literally, responded with the same. The Orientals anathematized that. They're all saying they're all going to hell. Each of the churches pretty much is saying the other one's going to hell. You're really gonna come and talk to like the external?
It pretty much explains, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. Do you understand that? Do you understand that, Lumi?
Yes, we understand that, and that's the case for Moses and Muhammad. You have to believe in them because their way is the only way to eternal life.
Call him Mecca. Call him a God lover. Call him a fucking terrorist. Don't call him a dumbass. And he can speak.
And the Jews.
I just want to say they're only because they're women, and I'm letting it slide.
Raped a little girl, and he.
None of the guys get any ideas.
That's not real, and you need to know that.
Kitty, all you need to know is how to make me a sandwich.
Okay, you can kick him down now, Ralphie. It's fine. He's a dumbass.
Alright, I guess he's your bitch.
100%.
Go ahead, Ralphie.
So is BB, and so is Dumpster Fire. That's something that you're not.
That's cool.
We can't behave the movie.
No, don't call him by my name. He's Mecca. He's a piece of shit. He's a
I was hoping to have a conversation, not get chewed out by a bunch of chihuahuas.
Stand him.
Hey, sir. Kitty, patience. Hold on. Sir.
Squiggly lines OS. Welcome back.
What are you,
Sir.
E7 or E6?
E7.
Okay.
Sir, what direction do you want to go with this conversation? You want to put fruit to the conversation on the title, sir?
Sir, whatever direction you want to take this, sir.
Well, what do you think of the title? What do you want to? Do you think people hate Jews?
Sir, if you don't mind me asking a question, define a Jew, sir.
Hey, Kitty, patience, honey, patience.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir.
Well, what everybody calls a Jewish, the culture. Because there's a lot of people that have issues with the Jews, and we used it more direct. So, what do you think, sir?
Sir, if you're talking about the demographic we call Jews, or commonly known as Jews, it would be up to that individual. If you're asking me to stereotype a whole community, I can only do that based on my understanding of the rabbinic Jewish tradition and their values. Sir.
Those good come. Alright, thank you for your
I'll
input.
answer this. You want me to answer?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyone who believes in Yahweh other than an angel is stupid, and anyone who believes Yahweh is God is a Jew, and I fucking hate Jews because they're stupid.
You're a dum-dum.
Do you want to Shem angel this
Sir,
How about you only experience Shem angel?
Sir, direct your frustration with me. I'm the one asking you the question.
No, bitch interrupted me and said some dumb shit about me, so I had to put her in her place.
Oh, I thanked you, asshole.
I'm sorry, you guys are speaking to E7 NCO and the Marines, so I don't know why you guys are not doing this.
Sir, here I'm a civilian, my guy. I'm a civilian here, my guy, just like everybody else.
It don't matter, man.
Well, maybe other people who aren't you should talk to me nicely. Because you were talking to me nicely. What's up?
Why are you so ballsy to talk to a woman like that on an app?
Why am I so adamant to let idiots in my world know that they don't exist yet and that I'm supposed to help them exist? I don't know.
I promise you that.
I'm trying to answer your question. You're interrupting me while I'm answering it.
Can you give me 10 seconds, sir?
While you're talking?
Sir, you was pretty quick to be aggressive towards a group of individuals, or talk about a group of individuals that don't share the same vision of how we practice our religion. I'm a Catholic man, sir. I believe in Jesus Christ, just like you. But we also understand what the passage is also spoken of, and in that passage says that God Himself wants individuals to find Him and to believe in Him and His Son, and not force someone into that route.
Okay, so let me answer your question then, sir, because where you're going, you already said something wrong, so I have to clarify how you're
clarify, sir.
Okay, Yahweh is a name. That's what we always grew up knowing. God does not have a name. So the fact Yahweh exists means that's a personification God took on for a short period of time that we don't associate God with, because that's not who He is as a true person. That's just an angelic part of Him, or a piece of Him that we don't need to accept. That could be evil, for all we know.
From water to air, I understand.
Cool. Well, start understanding more. Be with me and let's fucking free ourselves. I don't want to say ourselves.
Then don't direct your frustration to a group of individuals that don't seek Jesus Christ as a godly image. You know,
I see Jesus. I don't care if He died on the cross.
Sir, permission to interject.
Hey guys, this isn't a board meeting, Lindsay.
I'm listening.
I prefer the chain of command, honestly. The city's never understood structure. But anyways, you are a Catholic.
I'm not running a board meeting. You could jump in where you can. Just be a little.
You're an NCO. You're not running a board meeting when you're out there. But okay, you're leading. Catholic, the Jews, Rabbinic Judaism, their religion or their institution or temple preaches that they executed Christ via stoning, and that he is a deceiver and he manipulated the people, and he's guilty of worshiping foreign idols, and that as a punishment he is eternally in hellfire, suffering the worst of torment. Now, in light of Jesus Christ being the way, the truth, and the light, and that the Jews are going to be around until Christ comes back, you're Catholic, so I guess you believe it at that point. So in light of that, it makes sense that an enemy of Christ is an enemy of the truth.
No. Why?
Relative to those who believe Christ is the Messiah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but some Christians are like live and let live, and they don't care.
Correct. But fundamentally,
Yeah. Those are going to go to
fundamentally,
everybody
if
else.
we're the kingdom of God and they're the enemy, and they declared themselves enemies of the king, that makes them the enemies of all subjects of the kingdom of God.
Generalization, making stupid generalizations. See, okay, look, there's two kinds of people in this world. There are people that are happy with making broad, sweeping generalizations about everything, and that believe the television and media, regardless of what side they're
The only
on.
person that is more stupid than Illumi on this app. That is a
And
fact.
then there are people
That is a no. That is a fact.
That question was
well, you can say you disagree with me. It's fine. It's okay.
And let me, I understand what you're saying, and I get what the meaning is, but I'm not gonna hold another group of individuals responsible.
Yeah.
I'm not, the way I practice might not be the best. I might not be the best Catholic, sir, but I'm not gonna hold a grudge against the Jewish people for what happened to Jesus. Simple as that.
Yeah, we're not holding the children to the iniquities of their fathers. I mean, God can do whatever he wills. However, if them Jews profess what the rabbinic or the institution professes, then that would make them self-confessed enemies of Christ.
Wait, wasn't it the Romans?
No.
It was the Romans.
This is not about persecuting someone over the guilt of killing Christ or crucifying Christ. This is about rejecting the anointed one, the Messiah. So you can go ask any rabbi, if someone were to reject the Messiah when he has come, what should be done with him, and what would his step be? And they'll give you the same answer.
But Illumi, look, I know really some of the best people in the world, okay, Jews. I know really good people that are Muslims. I know really good people that are Christians, or profess to be Christians. I know horrific people that are in each one of these groups as well, right? There's good people and bad people in every single one of these groups. Why would you generalize like that? It's like that is the stupidity that fucking destroys the entire world. It's that kind of thinking that's dumb.
Can you tell me what I'm generalizing?
Well, I guess what you're saying now, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying the Jews, if they don't believe in Christ, then they're an enemy of Christ. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I said if they follow their institution, which says Christ is a deceiving liar and that he enticed the Jews towards the worship of foreign gods or false gods, and that would make him an idolater, and he's in eternal hellfire, damnation, suffering the worst of torment.
Yeah, but that's no different from every single religion in the world. Or at
I
least
don't believe any religion is espousing that they killed Christ and that he is condemned.
No.
And that he is in an eternal hellfire. Which
No,
religion does that?
No, I disagree with you. Look,
Well, you're gonna have to provide the fact of the
well, let
matter.
me finish what I'm gonna say, and you can disagree with me. Okay. What I'm saying is,
So there's
my
no
general-
truths. You don't believe in facts or truths.
no, I believe that what you're trying to do is simplify the world. You're trying to say all Jews think a certain way, or all Jews within a specific synagogue or
I
specific.
said rabbinic Judaism. I believe
Okay,
my
rabbinic
English is
Judaism.
pretty clear.
Hold on. Rabbinic Judaism is pretty darn broad. Not everybody there believes the same thing, and I'm sure there's like millions and millions of rabbinic Jews who probably don't give much thought to Jesus, who he was or who he wasn't, or anything like that, and so they don't necessarily have a problem with Jesus. But there probably are some people, and maybe there are some, certainly there's some Jews within Judaism who have a problem with Christ. Just like within Christianity, there's a whole lot of Christians, a lot of Southern Baptists, who say, okay, the Jews think differently from us, but we kind of admire them in a way because they're God's chosen people. And then there's some Christians, look, my grandfather, right, World War II, he was 15 years old, he signed up, Irish Canadian Catholic, he signed up to go fight the Nazis, right? He was a Christian, and in his religious ideals, he used those to go and try to liberate Germany and, to help try to free the Jews and the Slavs and everybody else that was getting picked on, the Germans. And there's also Christians, Germans, that can call themselves Christians, who are killing Jews in the name of Christ. So the world's just not as simple as you fucking make it out to be. That's what I'm saying. There's good people and there's bad people within everything single
Sir, I
group.
don't think you
that goes on this
understand
app.
what is being said. Perhaps you're not understanding the words that I'm saying. Simply, I made the statement that if a Jew follows in the tradition of rabbinic Judaism and confesses the notion of Christ being a false Messiah, and at this point in rabbinic Judaism, if you're claiming you're awaiting a Messiah and this isn't Christ, you're practically guilty of believing that because he is a person who has claimed to be the anointed one. And hence, even if they don't say it out loud or they have the ill sentiment, they're still saying he's a liar. Now, that would be, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying people who believe in that notion that Christ is a liar would be an enemy to a Christian. Now, an enemy to a Christian does not mean you need to engage in hostility or you can't have some sort of contract. But nevertheless, you need to understand that these are people who are directly in animosity to Christ.
Okay, so that's fine, but I don't think, them believing that Christ was not God's son doesn't mean that they have it out for Christians, doesn't mean that they have it out for Muslims specifically, all of them in a sweeping generalization. It doesn't even mean that a lot of Christians believe that Jews have it out for them.
I'm sure a lot of the Germans in Nazi Germany were good people.
Well, that's. I mean, there were probably Nazis within
Disagree with
Germany.
that. Like, look what I chose. I'm going to disagree with that, but I'm going to say that their initiative or reason for doing it wasn't wrong, because the Jews we have that rule the world today, all we know about them.
The world. They don't rule the
No,
world.
listen, they're everywhere in our higher political agenda.
I actually will give it to them. We do rule the world, and I think it is a compliment that such a small population of people.
You're stirring the pot.
I love it.
So I'm going to explain what happened.
It shows me that we're so much more smarter than you, and you guys are so dumb that we can rule the world, and I love it. Thank you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't show you're smarter. It shows. It shows that if the Romans wanted to, they could come from the same place the Jews came from and destroy all of us. So if he doesn't know that, then I guess he doesn't know what he's talking about. Do you know that, Rafi?
I honestly wish.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You know what?
I actually take it as a compliment now.
All right.
I don't think it as anti-Semitic. I think it as a compliment. Thank you, guys.
You know what all you fuckers need to do? You guys need to. You guys need to study up on some Buddhism. Is what you need to do. Everybody in this room.
You guys have to realize how we got to stop ruling you. Apparently we rule you. I love it.
Fuck off, Rafi.
Right.
You cucks don't know anything.
I love it.
So what I was trying to say is that the Jews actually came from a place called the North, and we don't know what the North is. So if we look at other where that happened, if we look at the Crusades and what happened to the Christians, is that Norse pagan people came nowhere and started living on their land, attacking them. We have no idea where they came from. You can't say they came from Greenland. That place doesn't fucking have that many
I
people.
have a question.
It has its own.
What are you even talking about?
Bodie, where are you? Tell me how much rent do we owe you?
How much rent do you owe me?
Yeah.
Bro,
We're obviously taking.
To seeing Jesus in his real earth.
We're taking up a lot of space in your head. We're taking up a lot of real estate in your head, so we must owe you something.
Nah, that space is small, so it's fine. It's complimentary.
I just told you what you owe me for rent, bro. I just told you what you owe me.
What do we owe you? Tell me what we owe you.
It's something to do with.
I get to see your reaction when you see Jesus on his earth. That's what you owe me.
So what do we owe you?
Yeah.
Your reaction when you see Jesus. That's what you fucking owe me.
You got it, pal. You got it. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry you were hurt. I'm really sorry some Jewish guy broke your heart.
Yeah,
I'm sorry some Jewish guy fired your father. I'm sorry your mother didn't get a job because a Jewish woman got it. Who knows the origin of your... Every villain has an origin story. Hitler's origin story was he didn't get into an academy, art academy. He blamed it on Jews. So what's your origin story? How did the Jews fuck you over?
Well, I first want to give him a doll so he can show me where a Jew touched him. That's my main thing.
Well, the first time the Jews fucked me over wasn't with the Jews, it was their damn God. And he was like, fuck you, Rob. I'm gonna go be a god. That's what happened. That's when it fucked up.
Who was that? Jesus? Because Jesus was Jewish.
That was Yahweh who did that shit.
What makes Jesus
the predestination of Jesus. Rob brought the soul for all the animals. Jesus brought the soul for man. And Yahweh came in and fucked us all over.
Are you trolling or are you being sincere?
And
I'm being sincere. Jesus brought your soul, bro.
Body. And you know what's the best part of it too? Not only we live rent free in your head.
Dude, this guy's an embarrassment to other Christians.
That's even the best part.
This guy's an embarrassment. Hey, Rappy, you know, this guy's an embarrassment to other fucking Christians. He is an embarrassment.
He worships.
He needs to acknowledge that, you know, the whole message is that they find him. And, you know, and like you said to Randy, you know, the funny part is when you see Jesus, see, that's disrespectful. You know, that's very disrespectful. Have a little bit of, you know, of composure. You know, you might not agree with someone's religion, how they practice it, how they're at, you know, why they operate they do, but to come on and target them because they're not the same boat you, sir. Yeah, and then have the audacity to fucking project Jesus Christ. Dude, I hope when you pass away, you go to those gates, and when Jesus looks down upon you, and he presents all this shit to you, I hope he turns you around and says,
I already know what happens.
Yeah, you know, I just gotta say something.
Jesus, I know.
You know, Jesus was circumcised. He was a Jew.
thank you, Rafferty. Thank you for the.
Yeah,
thank you for a little bit more.
Yeah, you worship a Jew.
And anybody who will
circumcise yourself, prove no
point.
point.
I feel worshiping a Jew, but seriously, how do you feel worshiping a Jew? Even though, like, you believe in Jesus, right? You know he was Jewish, so you're worshiping a Jew.
Yeah, he hasn't really fully thought it through. Okay, he hasn't really thought it through.
You know, the entire situation is just such a fucking tragedy, Rafi. If you really are objectively scholarly about this, yeah, you had a god down on the southeastern part of the Mediterranean, small group of people wandering around, mostly a bunch of sheep farmers, you know, and they had Yahweh, and then you had one small group of these guys, Jews, right? And the fucking Roman Empire decided, hey, I'm gonna adopt it, without like really getting permission or telling the rest of the Jews that we're gonna spread like one specific branch of it, and then they spread it all over the fucking place. So not only did the Christians steal the religion that originally belonged to the Jews, but then after they stole it, they said, and I grew up Christian. Christian, right? And I'm trying to be as objective as I can. Not only after they stole the idea, spread it around, mutated it and changed it, brought in a new hero, but then they killed the Jews and the original people who studied and had the origin of this religion, and they said, hey, you're not believing our newer version of the one that we stole from you, and we're going to kill millions of you. It's a big it's a tragedy, and this is what humans do to each other. We tell ourselves stories, we tell ourselves that my opinion is the right opinion, anybody who thinks differently from me is evil, we're all narrow-minded, and then we group people up and we kill one another, and the whole fucking human situation is a goddamn fucking horrific story.
Matthew, I was next. I interrupted him when he was talking, and then I was going to talk next. So I got to be next. How are you next if I was talking before you were talking? How am I next because of this? Boom. That's called a fucking moderator badge. It's called a moderator badge.
Because he's a Christian that believes in Jews, he's got the moderator badge. That's how it works. How easy is that?
You know, and I'm gonna bring that guy back up. But the thing is, how can you come up here, project yourself as a Christian, and then criticize others for the direction that they go in life? You know, at least in their religion. You know, and then it just dumb fucks the shit out of me. You know, this is the individual that say he's preaching on behalf of Jesus Christ. The very Jesus Christ that I love. He is my Savior, and I would never denounce him. You know, you guys might not agree with him, but I respect you. You might not have love for the guy. That's fine, because I'll still respect you. Because to me, he's everything. Yeah. But that does not mean I have the right to come down and tell you that, you know, you guys a bunch of fools because, you don't see salvation through Jesus Christ. You know what? I'll pray for you. That's all I can do. But I'll still be your friends. Where's that guy at so I can bring him back up?
Well, there you go. And then I think this is a good illustration of, like, you go into any group of people, I don't care who it is, you're going to find good people and bad people in every single group of people in the entire world. Muslims, Jews, Christians, black, white, Asian, China, go travel. You're going to find that. And I'll just land there, and I'm fucking taking off. See you guys.
Yeah, Matthew's another interesting character, I have to say. He always has something that he runs.
It frustrates me. It just frustrates me, you know. Other Christians that come up here, you know, hell, they might be more swagger in the scripture than I am. Hell, they can decipher paragraph, all the way down to the literature. But the thing is, reality is, I'm not going to seek ill to you because you don't believe in Jesus Christ. I pray for you, you know. But that's just me being a good Christian. And, you know, I respect you guys. Yes, even Tiger in his own chaotic ways. At least it might not be my way of seeing it or agreeing with it.
Tiger's not allowed to believe anything. He only believes in communism.
That is true. He got you there, Tiger. He got you there.
He's got a king. The ruler. He's got...
I think they're barbarians and they don't rule over anything. And in our world, they practically don't exist because they have people there. They didn't even have a nation state for thousands of years. So I don't understand this Rafi guy talking so big about himself. And it's dumb. It's really dumb.
What?
I have no idea. He's speaking.
You know, all I know is, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, as well as other places. And one time in my life, I was fresh out of high school. I moved out of my family home, and I was just doing real bad, man. appreciate that. And thanks for opening it up for us. Yeah, that's a heartstring story right there. Oh, Rampy. So, I did a little bit of that chat GBT, and I pulled a textbook key code out of BB's asking. I said, I have a retarded friend who's a Christian who's looking down on the Jews. I said, is that right? And you know what it said? Let me tell you what old ChatGPT said. ChatGPT said. It said, if a Christian is to hate on Jews, they are fundamentally rejecting the earlier identity and the family of Jesus, which goes against all formality of what Jesus' preaching was directed to. So when I have brothers and sisters that come on here and try to look down upon the Jewish culture and the religion itself, I tell you what, it can make a guy grab a lot of blood pressure.
It's what's cool now, that guitar engine of funding these podcasts and these news networks, like they created an anti-Jew algorithm, like
they created a
Nazi. They created a very sick trend. Like they did it to an extent of you go into a room and it's like 100 or like 300 phones on, all being worked by AI to repost things and have fake accounts so they can manipulate the algorithms. They spent a lot of money on this, and that shit, that shit really had a big difference. I mean, it was just the minute October 7th happened, like it was already like it was ready. It was like built already, ready to go. And then afterwards, that's when all the disinformation campaigns came. And then you had like all the neo-Nazi shit in America kind of coming up, like making these little cornball ass little white trash white boys kind of pop their head up, where years ago they were afraid to because too much of the general public didn't recognize what they're called.
Technically, the way I sound, I could be one of those white trash boys.
Rubber, you have to understand.
Well, I mean white trash as like a, like a Nazi, like,
I'm messing with you, my guy. I'm messing with you, my guy.
That's how I mean. I don't like Nazis because of me just growing up in the jail system and shit like out here. Like I got a lot of, like I always had to make an example out of them because when I was younger, they used to like look at me weird and try to like smile and do little bitch shit because I was with the blacks. So
did you make them your dump? Did you make them your dump?
I'll just say that I got active and I got off on them. You know what I mean? So
yes, sir.
Yeah, I shut the yard down a few times behind that. So that's why I don't like them. You know what I mean? But that's just.
And see, Robbie, I'm gonna tell you my opinion real quick. I think what's happening right now is when something happens, society wants to find a reason to blame. Yeah. When something like the situation in Iran that needed to basically happen, it did. I mean, we've been on for months talking about, and we know the literature, the history, the culture, the chaos, and everything that's happening. And finally, we're now at that stage where this is what happened. And now we're chugging through the action, trying to get to the climax. And now everybody that is scared, I call it scared because, now they're seeing what's happening. Now they can see the change to be taking effect. And so Jewish people the flavor of the day.
It's not that.
And-
First of all, the first hour, do you remember when Trump, there was another attempt on Trump's life during the correspondence
They
dinner?
put a hit on his head. The RNC one.
Correct, but do you want to hear, like, the first thing that the Arabs, the Muslims came in, like the Jew haters, everybody, they were running rooms? It was the Jews, because Trump was about to sign a deal with Iran, the Jews are trying to stop him. So they blamed that hit on the Jews right away.
Well, that's really low IQ. Try to put that
But this,
together.
but this is how quick they were to respond to that. That's how fucked up it is.
Iran is a terrorist. Iran is just a simple terrorist proxy that has fucked up the Middle East, and it goes against the asset and power of the United States. Military force, political engine, and petrodollar. And they are a mechanism for China to play their little war games to destabilize everything that the U.S. has in the Middle East. That's what that is. So, that China, Russia, Iran, alliance is what Trump is trying to beat out of trade and power. And that's why he took Venezuela. That's why everything's going to be better. And, once we start revitalizing the infrastructure there, all that oil is going to go to Galveston. It's going to boom the economy. There's a lot of great things that are happening, but these pieces of shit have to be taken out, man. It is what it is, man. Like they threaten everything that we have. I mean, it just you want to know what's crazy too, Rafi? What's really nuts? And it shows how you can't just do business with China and think you're safe. So Kuwait in the last 3 years, Rafi, they paid the Chinese to come and redo infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the country. They put up AI cameras. They put up security surveillance equipment in commercial properties like hotels. They had all the security in the ports monitored by Chinese software and technology, right? And then of course, the Russians have the drones, and they have satellites in space, so they're able to coordinate with they use the assets that they have as far as government-wise to help their technology, build in Kuwait. The minute the war started between Iran, all of those security cameras, the speed cameras, the AI facial recognition cameras, all the data was getting mirrored to the IRGC from Kuwait. All of it. So when the United States contractors that couldn't stay on the base, right, when they had to go live in like private apartments away from the base to kind of blend in, they were using all these traffic cameras and everything to follow them, and then they were sending drones to the apartment complexes they were staying in, or the Airbnbs and hotels. So they spent all this money to try to, we're going to have better technological infrastructure, and now you just gave them full transparency of your nation to your enemy within a day. It's a sick game, bro. It's a sick game. They're playing, they're trying to disrupt our power over there, man. That's what they're doing. So enough is enough. They gotta be stopped, man. Fuck that. Enough is enough.
No, I agree with you.
I think Vogue's going nuts with the gifts over there, dude. Freaking. Like, I don't know if you're blowing, like, kisses to Rabbi,
What?
Rabbi, you got a freaking cheerleader, dude. The whole entire time Rabbi's going, you're just sending gifts. I'm just over here dying, Chloe.
I'm just having fun.
No, I agree with you, Rabbi.
I mean, I just want to see a good economy come back to the Middle East, man. I don't want these assholes to have any leverage over anything anymore. Enough is enough. Like,
I think it will happen. Rabbi, think about this. So before Kamimi, bring in. Look at the GDP for Iran. It was, look at the economical growth. I mean, look at it. I mean, the data's there. I mean, you can just go back and see the growth under You can see it. And if once the IRGC gets out, well, I to say fully out of Iran, I would say you have a better chance of winning that Powerball than that actually happening. But I think it would be contained. It would be there but contained. And that's just me personally feeling.
You know what the IRGC is gonna be there like the KKK in America. It's gonna exist, but they're gonna do it quietly.
It's gonna be
They're gonna go to rural areas. They're not gonna be those metropolitan areas running shit anymore. They're gonna become all like poor and second-class citizens. They're gonna have their ideology.
Yeah, I agree. They're gonna be like you said.
Or they'll just like or a new coup, or if we're lucky, like just a new part of the army just pokes their head up to say they're taking over the country and they call it something else, but they don't go to civil war. They just kind of rebrand it and shut the fuck up and listen. And not cause so much problems. I don't know.
But look at Iran, dude. What I'm trying to say is, modernly, the growth of the economy of Iran, the people will benefit so much more. They'll bring back value to their currency, and also, I mean, they have a good market platform of oil, which competitively Iran can really promote its economics and GDP very rapidly. And that's my personal opinion. But what's happened? But the IRGC, Rafi, you gotta have there. The IRGC has been starving its own people, for 47 years. And I think what it is they when you take away control from someone, they just, you see this a lot in fighting, when someone can run his mouth and look tough until you actually get up there and fight someone, Rabbit, you know exactly what I mean. Then they start fucking windmilling. Hey, look, bro, I thought you said you could fucking fight. I thought you said you're the guy on the block. You're over here fucking windmilling and can't do shit. That's what we're seeing right now with the IRGC is, fucking Israel and America fucking blasted a fucking face. Now the IRGC is just fucking windmilling fucking fish, hitting whatever they can fucking land on. And so that's how we can tell they're weak as fuck.
No, I just kind of want Trump to do one more good round and just bomb the shit out of him one last good time, though. I mean, I would have done it by now, but I want him to bomb him one last good time, bomb him, fucking really, really hit him hard, and then you watch how things change. They only understand one thing, I mean, the economical crunch that we're doing to them, it's big, but the only way that works is if China comes in and says, look, we've lost enough money in this situation, shut the fuck up and go meet with Trump, and it is what it is right now. We can always re-strategize under a different administration in the next so many years. Like there's tactics that China can do to just tell Iran, hey, it's time to shut up. So give them your nuclear waste, and it is what it is. So China will come in because China is their banker, and China's losing the most money by this strait being closed than any nation in the world. So that's the way the blockade can work. But I think he needs to bomb the shit out of him a little bit more, honestly.
I say
Trump.
Yeah, I thought he was supposed to go to China. He was.
Yeah. Go meet with Xi Jinping. I say that if Mr. Paladin doesn't show up, I will gladly give my vote to G-Lo. I nominate you for the president of Iran.
Thank you so much. I'll just pass it to Pahlavi though.
Okay. I say Rabbi and G-Lo. Rabbi and G-Lo.
Well, I'm not Iranian, so I don't think I'm going to be allowed to take the seat.
But you're Western, so, we need that Western influence.
Yeah. I'd rather be in the Gulf, like the Arabian Gulf. I don't want to be there.
I always said, for there to be complete change in Iran, especially after having the Islamic State, if a woman comes to rule, that just shows that there's already a 180-degree flip. Just for a woman to be a president or somebody to rule. Because to them, that's going to be a shocker for all the men that were Islamic.
Oh, that's gonna be so fun to see.
This is like, that's 100% flip.
Oh my
There
God.
wasn't a woman president yet in America. Imagine a person right away in Iran on that flip.
Yeah, and imagine that Pahlavi's daughter, it would be a queen.
Well, if they went to the length of reestablishing the monarchy, yeah.
If that's not listen, he's a transitional leader, so it could very well also be a republic. If people, the majority votes for republic, that could be. People could vote for monarchy. People could also vote for constitutional monarchy. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, constitutional monarchy, exactly. Have like a parliament system too and everything and all that. So
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, they have rights. I mean, it's not like Iran doesn't have a royal family. They do, but it all depends on who you talk to about it, I guess.
Yeah. Everyone has his own opinions.
But I mean, I know there's Shia here that are sick and tired of the IRGC. They don't like them, and both Persian Jews here in LA. Like we have a supermarket called Sabzi here, and and there's always both. There's the Jews there and the Muslims. And I swear to God, I left my wallet inside of the cart like a dumbass, and I was getting ready to get on a plane to Kuwait. If that shit happened in any other store in LA, my identity would be halfway to DJ or something. Two older women saw the wallet and grabbed it at the same time and gave it to the cash register. So, they're a really good population out here, man. So I want to see that their country can get improved. But, man, these people who are in power over there, man, they're death cult worshippers.
Thank you, Robin.
No, I mean, I always had my lawyer's Persian, man. What the fuck? Shit.
Aren't we all either paralegals, lawyers, dentists, or something?
I kid you not. And he came from he himself is not religious, but his background was Shia parents, and I asked him, "Man, mother Shia?" Yeah, how do you know? And I'm just like, I know Armand, I know. And I tell you, best fucking lawyer I spent to get out of trouble, man. Because I truly was innocent of the charges they wanted to throw at me. When I got him, everything changed. Best fucking lawyer, best, smooth, knows how to dress too. My DA liked him, like, cause my DA was a woman, one going against me. So when she saw him, she was like, "Oh, you got him now? Yeah, bitch, shut up. You don't want to go to trial, bitch. Figure it out." And that guy was the best lawyer, man. Arvon and Derry, man. You ever get in trouble in LA? Holler at Arvon, man. Best lawyer in the city.
Yeah.
And the food too. I mean, fuck, man. Iranian food is very good.
It is. I mean, if I say myself, yeah, it's not bad.
No, it's not bad. It's some of the best food in the world.
You guys talking about that Kubi Day?
Cool, yeah, all that stuff. The way the stews that they bake, the fucking bread, all the bread they bake. Oh my God, the way they make bread. And then I like the rice that they make with the pomegranate and the saffron. Oh my God, I could eat that shit for days, like war rations. I could just eat it.
Me too.
I remember in London, it was a little restaurant back in the day, man, good Iranian restaurant. I used to go there, like I literally I get a whole bucket of that rice, man. It's no joke. It was a very serious addiction. And then the raisin cookies too. Oh
The raisin cookies, right?
Yeah, the little
Collagen?
smaller ones. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Very nice. Oh my gosh. No, Sabzi in LA is one of the best supermarkets, and it's an Iranian supermarket. One of the best.
Have you ever had the green plums with a little bit of salt?
Yes. Years ago. It's funny you say that.
They're so good.
Years ago, man. Yeah, they are very good.
They're like sour.
Yeah.
Very good for the belly.
There's like a dish with like lamb that you guys make with eggplant, but I forget the name of it. I used to have like a little spoiled ass Saudi friend from a very, very predominant family called Alo Layan. And then, whenever he'd come, he's like, Eric, go to the Iranian, just go. Just take the card and go. Take the car and the card, go. Every day. Every fucking day. Like, because I was the only one he could trust with his cards because I don't drink. He's like, go. I'm like, how long should I go right down to fucking La Cienega, go to this Iranian restaurant. I think it was called Daraband or something.
Daraband, yeah. You know what it's named after? Daraband is a place in Tehran, in the north upper side of Tehran, where it's like a park with a bunch of restaurants and waterfalls, and you can sit in between these waterfalls and have food and shisha and drinks, and and the water's just flowing underneath your feet, and you see the waterfall, and it's amazing. That place is called Daraband.
Okay, so that's okay. Now you're teaching me something that I know. Thank you.
Derbent. I know Derbent very well.
Yeah, Daraband.
Yeah. One of my partners from Derbent. He speaks Farsi, Hebrew, Russian, English.
Wow.
Yeah, and he speaks Kafkazi too.
Have you ever
seen Kafkaz region? So yeah.
Kafkaz, I know that region.
He speaks like 5 languages. So it's funny because we do deals sometimes with Persians, and he just sits there and listens, but he doesn't say that he speaks Persian. And then he goes to me, he's like, okay, they want this, they want that, so be prepared, they're going to be asking for this. He right away knows. But he translates it in Russian. Oh, he's a bit tricky. Mm-hmm. I take him in a lot of meetings with the Persians, he doesn't ever say, but like, he speaks fluently, like, well, Kafkaz, well, even like their language, like the Tibetan language is very close to Persian. Very close. So we gotta be sneaky.
Yeah, we actually have Iranian Afghazis, and they're usually more white-skinned, maybe even blue-eyed, maybe even blonde.
You also have from a region called Cuba, close there. Cuba, they say.
Cuba?
Yeah, Cuba.
Yeah.
Could be.
It's close to Derbent.
Oh, cool.
I bet one in Kuwait.
the Iran war or the coming, because they were building up. Stated at the beginning. How are they going to let all he said is the same thing. He is repeated over and over and over. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. Well, it doesn't appear that was enough to win confidence of a majority of Americans in the war, at least of the younger generation. Now, it polls very well for the boomer generation, but when you get down to the millennials and Zoomers, it is not. It's not polling well at all. It's awful.
And Joe, sorry to interrupt you, but I think one thing that we're missing here is this, right? Trump is talking about something that's 10, 15 years could be an issue. It's called hedging, right? He's saying, hey, in 5, 10 years from now, this could happen, right? But it's not something that we're seeing at the moment, right? So if people knew, for example, if Iran had issued, some kind of attack, or there was some proof that they had done something, related to American, now it's a different story. Now it's like, okay, yeah, this makes sense. You're going to do it. Okay, this is going to get worse. We got to stop them now, right? But people aren't seeing the problem here because it's not being reported and what's happening. And so they're like, hey, you're assuming they're going to do something. What if they don't do anything? And they want to be like, are you going to do the same thing in North Korea? Hey, they have a nuclear weapon. Let's take them down. Let's make sure they can't do it. Like, where does it lie? And so I think his lack of communication. And the other thing is the fact that he went all in with Israel on it. But then, okay, well, why not let Israel lead the show, and we kind of say, okay, hey, you bang up Israel, we'll knock the shit out of you. So kind of say, hey, we got your back, but you lead the show, is also something that bothers people on it. And that's amazing.
Real quick, I was under the impression early on, it made it sound like Israel was going to lead a lot of this. Am I just...
No, that was the plan, but then I think Trump, here's what I think, and again, you guys know my point of view on this, but, or at least when it comes to Trump, but I think what happened is, and the New York Times reporting, love it or hate it, someone leaked what happened in the Situation Room, and if it's true or not, we don't know, but nobody's directly answered in the administration whether it's true or not. It sounds like, basically Netanyahu presented the information, and Rubio and others said it's the same, to Trump said it's the same old bullshit. The Israelis kind of give you some intel about severity that may be true, may not be true. At the same time, Trump has been talking about since 2001, or even before that, in the 90s and 80s, about, destroy Iran. Like, Iran is the biggest threat. He's been talking about that forever. So, for people to say, like, oh, he never talked about this, he has consistently talked about that, even in his first term, when he assassinated Soleimani and things like that. So, I mean, it's important to understand that, I think when Trump saw that and Israel's going in, and he thought after what happened in Venezuela, we can go and and I will get, like, America will get the glory on this, I will get the glory on this for doing it. He probably told Bibi, hey, step aside, let us run the show here and do it. And then when it didn't get the results that he wanted, now he's like, oh shit, well, okay, let's do it. Because I really do think if it was thought out, the first thing you should have done was close the Strait of Hormuz and then go in there and be like, oh yeah, now you want to get oil out? Fuck you, and do it. So it really doesn't make sense. I will say this though, if you read the New York Times thing, Raising Cane talks about, hey, this same plan was presented to other presidents who were ready to go. And the only issue they had on this was will the American people be able? Every president wanted to do it, but it was, can we get the American people on board with it? And Trump just said, you know what, I'll do it. I'm probably going to be the only one who can. So let's go ahead and do it. You read the New York Times article.
So I know there's a lot of discussion about how Trump is whipped by Benjamin Netanyahu, that this is really just Israel's war. However, optics-wise of it, when Trump went on the Middle East tour last year, and now that you see the Sunni countries and Israel and the United States of America appear to have all allied in this war on Iran. That Iran has been this thorn in the side of the Middle East there for many years. How come we don't, have the same animosity towards Saudi Arabia or the UAE or any of these other countries that are participating not only in the war but also giving us where we have have our some of our bases to launch some of the attacks from. How come we don't hold them with the same animosity that people hold Israel? Maybe I'm just saying things people haven't thought about yet. It's just what I've heard.
But Joe, one thing to realize is before all this happened, did you notice how, when Biden was president, Saudi Arabia wouldn't even call or talk to him, and that's the reason why somebody earlier was saying, oh, look at the gas prices and all that. And it's like, well, okay, but Saudi Arabia wouldn't even talk to him to help lower, to increase production or do whatever, right? So you actually have, right now, I'm hoping Trump tells the Arab nations, because everyone's telling the U.S., oh, do this, we got your back. Instead, he should just say, hey, Saudi Arabia, just take him out now. We'll close the Strait of Hormuz, we'll do that stuff, you take him out now. We did our part, you take him out. Because Saudi Arabia, it sounds like, wants Iran gone. And you have these allies in the region who want to do it, which is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out and what France and all these other countries, how these Middle Eastern nations treat them, knowing that they weren't willing to get rid of Iran, because Iran is hurting these nations just as much, and it'll be interesting to see how this all folds out.
Clearly, go ahead. You want to jump in here?
Yeah, I just know because the news outside of the United States look at Israel as being the lead. Other nations, because they know that they're actually in the lead. The House of Commons put out an article recently talking about the fact that they look at the United States as backing Israel, because Israel, their military, their everything is really the lead of this particular war. Even though some people think that is proactive, but I look at it completely different, because most people today, even Americans, think that Israel's wagging the tail of the United States, and that's the furthest from the truth. I've been to Israel 3 times. That whole region is surrounded by Muslim countries, right? But if you look at the government in Israel and how they operate, there's a lot of Muslim people that's actually in Israeli government, where you don't see any Israelis in any of the Muslim countries' government. So I think it's just me, from October 7th, that horrible situation, all of the missiles that's been thrown at Israel the whole time, they're just trying to get a handle of the region, and I think the UAE, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, I think they want Israel to be in the position. That's why they partner with them. That's just my observation. And when you read the House of Commons, it just gives a completely different perspective from America. What I call mainstream media is not any news at all. It's just it's a hell of a Democratic Party. That's all I say. I live.
It appears that this conflict with Iran has been a long time coming. I have also heard, Matt, about presidents. I think Trump mentioned this, that, after they would leave office, they're like, man, I wish I did something about Iran. I wish I did something about Iran. And clearly, when we took over Afghanistan and Iraq, that was only staging for the inevitable taking on Iran. So it's unfortunate, though, because it's not popular. Gas prices going up. Look, elections will always come back to the same issues. What have you done for me lately? What are you doing for me now? Trump and the Republicans made a big deal about the gas prices, and the gas prices are through the roof right now, paying the highest I've ever paid in at least probably 25 years. So I don't know. I think the polling's really bad, and because I'll tell you what it is, because I'm kind of in the tweener generation, is many younger Americans saw this as their opportunity for prosperity, to have their moment when we would have a large growth of prosperity. It seemed like we were on the verge of that in 2019 with the economy. Many Americans felt like re-electing Donald Trump would bring back that type of economy. Now, he's done a lot of long-term stuff, $21 trillion in investments. However, I think it's not resonating quick enough. And if we don't do something about the gas prices first, it's gonna be a tough midterm. I'm letting people know. What's our chances in the midterm?
Well, did you hear me earlier talk about the gas prices? What I was saying, you know, what he's in some ways you could call a genius doing is he's. Did you hear this thing where he's saying he's going to reduce he's going to eliminate the federal tax on gas, right? So right, so that's going to take off 30 cents on it, right? And then you're going to go and say, well, okay, 30 cents reduction, but look at the gas price; it's still high. And then the question, okay, Governor, I'm asking states to do the same thing. Reduce the tax you're creating on it. And now it's like, when the states say they won't do it, it's like, why won't the Democrats reduce, the Democrat governors of the largest states in our nation, why won't they reduce the costs? Why won't they do that to help the cost of living? It's, in some ways, Joe, it's a genius move. It's a checkmate move, if that's what he does. Because it's like, okay, well, if you want to reduce the cost, are you saying all this time, you know, California could have charged only 20 cents when federal was charging 30, but instead you guys chose to charge more and then try to blame Republicans for it? Like, come on, right? So, you know, I mean, that could be a move that changes things. Just being honest.
I don't know if it's enough. I think we need to see significant change in the direction of the economy.
We will, and you know, I think there's going to be some major impacts. I think in the next couple of months, you're going to see economically from the job market and things like that. I mean, actually, jobs are picking up in certain areas. I don't know if you read that last jobs report based on what was expected and what actually happened.
So, do you think the war will be concluded by the midterms?
I think the war will be concluded by early June, and the reason I think that is, I think the war will be concluded in terms of the way we're doing it now. I mean, technically the war's over, but we're dealing with this conflict and this continued, you know, kind of blockage and all that stuff right now. Because I think this whole conflict should be closed up by early June. I think Trump going to, you know, to China also has something to do with this, and I think you're going to end up with a solution to all of this sooner than later.
Man, I like your optimism, but let me tell you, it appears to me like a war of attrition. It reminds me of an internet war. You know, nothing ever really gets solved. It just drags on for days, weeks, months, and years. And it's until someone's willing to actually stop. I think Trump had the idea that they would cry uncle right away. And it appears like they have no interest in actually ending this because they know they can wait it out. I think one of the flaws that our country has in, you know, threats from our opposition and our enemies is that they know they can wait it out for the next president.
Yeah, but can they wait it out? I mean, here's the thing, right? If you're blocking them and you're controlling what's coming in and what's coming out in terms of food and all that stuff, how much can they really block off, Joe? I mean, how long can they survive? And that's the question.
I don't think they can, Joe. I think that I was saying this earlier, and I don't know if you were in the room, but if they have to cap their oil, and I mean their GDP's been destroyed for a year, but if they have to finally cap that oil, they're gone.
Well, I think about it. They also can't get oil. I mean, now they're trying to send oil via trains to China and other places. Like, how do you get it to your customers? How do you get it out? So now you have this surplus you can't get rid of, because if you try to send a ship out, it's going to be decade's gonna be
15 years ago, came up with a concept called 10% of the budget should be on things that are unrelated. It was called 70-20-10. 70% of our time on core business, 20% on adjacent business, and 10% on other.
Is America's
And
only
he
chance
proved
really
mathematically, of course he's a brilliant mathematician,
uprising
that you
from the
needed
people
that
of
10%
Iran? Because I
to
remember
make
when
the
Trump was
sun move
calling
and
for it,
reverse.
said,
And it turns out he was right.
now's the time to rise up against your government. Well, who's the leader now of Iran right now? I think that's kind of the part that is misunderstood. Who would the people even rise up against?
So like cardboard cutout. It's not
Well,
really.
Joe, I mean, I think we made a mistake because we had an opportunity when the sun was there to offer that to Lindsey Graham and others, but just Trump didn't want to part of it. That's the problem.
No, I mean, it's the economic war that we're going to have to do now. Did you hear me in the room earlier, just talking about
You can rehash it for me. I'd love to.
So he's kind of shackled, you know, with 80 years ago, our country kind of determining the rules of warfare and what would effectively shut them down, really shut them down, so that they hit rock bottom and the people erupt enough to change that regime. We can't take out those kinds of facilities within that nation that we would have done and have done before in warfare. And, you know, he inherited this new way that we approach warfare that's you know, allegedly it's more civilized. So we don't take out their training depots and their infrastructures and, you know, their communications and their electronic grids. And I mean, we're not going after them like we could or have done in order to win a war. And I don't think it's about how much we have in munitions or not. I don't think that's the issue. I just think he's shackled that way with our rules of engagement now. So it has to, by default, be an economic war. And you have to hope that they're at a point where they can't sell any of that oil. The other weird thing is, you know, not weird, but I mean, they attempted at these attacks on their neighbors, as they were saying were happening because of there's American bases. And I believe it's not about that. They were going after their competitors to stop the oil production coming out of these other nations. And, you know, it's just interesting geopolitics.
If we
also,
came out of the oil industry
because I also think
and then
that
started a venture capital firm,
that whole region is looking not just at them, but
if we came out of the
where their
manufacturing
weaponry came
and created
from, who's still, you know, behind them or helping them. There's got to be a resentment towards China to some extent from in that region. I mean, it's another factor. But for us, I just think we're going to have to go full court press on the economics, different than just, you know, the stranglehold, the sanctions. It's just, you know, that didn't do enough, obviously. But you just have to hope that they have no ability to fund that nation. And that may be where that uprising comes from. But the beginning of the war, it was all about regime change. And that was the loud message that was, you know, going out. And everybody was behind it and thinking we had great success with it. We were on the, you know, the heels of achieving it.
Just
And now
finished
you're really
touring
not hearing it.
here in Austin, Texas. I got to say, it is extraordinary, the innovation they're doing, the technology that they're developing to take people who are paralyzed, who have ALS, who are not able to
I feel
move,
like
and give them the ability
this
to
could
move.
last quite a while. Like, what does victory look like? I guess it's a peace deal or some sort of agreement with them. And according to what he said today, was you know, it's a non-starter. They're not even offering to resolve it.
They're never going to surrender. I mean, this is not Imperial Japan. They're not surrendering. I mean, that's not the jihadi way.
Yeah, well, I was just getting back to Joe, but that, you know, But I was wondering, are they willing to do the jihadi thing, go out as quote unquote martyrs in a sense? You know what I mean? Is that where we're at? I mean, I don't know. Like,
If I can help you do that, I will. You are a faith-based or kingdom-building entrepreneur.
The great Satan.
Where you want to make an impact in the world.
Serious. I think that's like what it is.
It is what it is what's going on. I mean, I have a video I'll put in the chat of all these mothers that it came
What
out.
happens when you hire me as your social media manager?
It's all
Step
these
number one,
mothers
onboarding.
over
You're gonna
there
fill out this onboarding
are,
document.
celebrating the death of their kids because they're martyrs. I mean, it's like a sick culture that feels that way. But yeah, this is not a culture that will surrender. They'd rather, starve their population and, I just don't see a surrender. And the only way you're going to win is by the only way you end this is by winning. An agreement's not going to end it. It's never going to get an agreement.
I just got the neural exclusive because of Kate. Cute, but you know you're gonna put this towards your first property in Dubai? Yeah, of course. Come, let me show you. This is Greens, the first for the community by the youth, where prices start at just 3.5 million dirhams. First, you pay 10% down, and then.
It seems like I don't even know how many times we've been to the negotiation table with these guys. I mean, what are we on? 15, 20?
Uncover the truth. Hire Phoenix Investigations. We have a team of over 300 investigators nationwide that have the experience.
Take care of it if you don't.
Can you seize their oil? I mean, if you force them to cap it, can we seize it? Because that's the lifeblood.
But even then, like we're saying, they'll just die. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like I'm trying to say, like, it could be a war of attrition, like Joe's saying. Like, if they're willing to go 5 years, I'm just throwing out a number, and have their population just literally die off or something. I don't know.
From all the inventions we previously had in our planet, a tool
now,
for doing something. So we invented fire.
We're still there. Yeah, that goes.
See something cool? I'll shoot it over here. We have 125 people watching me on YouTube. How many
I
people read
agree,
the newspaper
but
every
it's
day?
also interesting. I was looking at a quote from George
yes,
W.
no,
that
no.
said
Gucci would be
he's
far
talking
better
about
off going to every
September
watch
11th,
blog
that the
and
war
buying ads
could be
there.
75 years.
Are the prices, I mean, ROI,
It may take a long time to prosecute this war.
whatever the value they get on the
Even
back end is so
before
much
you get to
higher. And
the
here's
point
another
of
one. They
ground
can
troops,
track
it's
it.
just,
You don't have to guess
we
the
have been
steps.
at war with
I
them
don't see companies going away from
since,
online marketing. And when they started raising
47
social
years
media
ago.
marketing,
We've been at war
it's
with
really
them
going to explode.
in
And this is
a
not a
different
decade
fashion,
now,
but this may continue longer on.
So, if it does, and it looks like it probably will, my fear is, though, this is such an easy election talking point. Say, look, elect me. I will end the war. Well, we saw Obama do that, and he didn't end the wars. So we know very well people will just run to get elected on this. However, this is an easy win to bring over all the dove voters that don't want war.
Right. And by the way, it's a good point. How does Marco Rubio and Vance juggle this if it's still going, Joe? I mean, there's no way that this can still be going as we approach 2028. There's no way the Republicans will win if we're still in this mess. I mean, in the mess, when I say mess, I meant mess at that point. You know what I mean? We're out of mess now. We'll get out of this, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, right now you have an enthusiasm deficit. Like, voters aren't. The only thing going for voting Republican is that the Democrats are crazy and have lost their minds. I mean, if all they do is sit quiet and not try that hard, they'll get back into power.
Totally. By the way, that strategy would have worked in 2016, 17, 18, and then of course, all these other years. They should have sat on their hands and they would have won. But go ahead, Joe.
No, that's exactly what it is. Largely because the Republican Senate does not deliver wins to the American people. How can you ask?
Did you know that you have U.S. streaming
that have joined the Republican Party over the last 10 years during the era of Trump will not vote for their senator, their Republican senator, or their Republican congressman in the Republican legislature next week? They wins first. See, that's why I'm not negative that I'm frustrated. Hell, I'm frustrated. I have been for many years. It's clearly on a record direction of the party still being ran by the Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell wing. And this has been the thorn in the Republican Party's side for a year.
But Joe, that voter, that independent voter or that moderate R that is turned off, the problem is that their alternative is the socialist Dem. It's not the moderate Dem anymore. I mean, that's the problem. And the Dems are being dumb because maybe they could scoop this up if they presented themselves, in the middle or something with the independents. But they're being taken over. Look at the different primaries around the country. Look at the Michigan primary. So the Dem primary, Haley Stevens is like a moderate Dem. Not an offensive Dem, and she's running against a whack job that may win.
You get like a Clinton, Abby, or like someone that's somewhat, like
the way that I can be
moderate,
unique is by just being creative and reveling in being young and being a little crazy. So, for example,
I'm just saying, they could scoop it up, but unfortunately they're being taken over by this extreme
you've been poked.
progressive side. The Michigan primary to me is such an example of it.
Poking each other for
If this
some
Abdul
reason
or
that
whatever the fuck his name is ends up with that, I mean, hopefully Rogers will beat him and the R's will keep that seat, but so you're a voter in Michigan. What's your alternative? You're pissed off at the Republicans. You're going to vote for Abdul, whatever. I mean, what's his name? I can't even remember.
guy with the rug on his head.
I'm sorry to bring up Michigan, but it's like a good example of it.
That's the guy with the rat on his head.
People ask all the time.
That guy.
Is it possible for Jeff Bezos?
He's extreme.
What is your claim to fame?
Chicago.
No, I think he's a doctor. There is a reverend somewhere, right?
For a brother or something, it's a reverend or a brother.
I don't know who it is, but I want to respond to you, Abby. Look, I definitely agree with you that the alternative vote, and that's the only thing the Republicans got going for me, is that the Democrats are
as an investor, I look for assets that
Last month, after more than 21 years working as a sexuality educator at the Gaynor School, I was fired.
Gen
You may hear that I was fired for a retweet. Well,
back into the system to expect that we're going to have that type of turnout. I clearly would not. And I think the Republican Party largely writes it off. I've lived to see the Republican Party become low propensity voter. When about 25 years ago, the opposite where Republican voters would come out regardless for the primary or the general, but now it's the other way around, where you have such a fervent Democrat base that I just feel like you'll have people that say, well, voting doesn't change anything. Y'all have heard this, right? You hear the black pillars on here all the time, right? I vote and nothing ever changes. Or what is my vote worth? Or,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and look, I don't agree with any of those talking points, but what I'm saying is that spreads, and you get more people when Republicans don't deliver domestic wins. All they need to do is get us some wins. The SAVE Act, which clearly the establishment Republican Party is not going to bring up. There are certain things that need to be taken care of. And then when there has been popular legislation, we fumbled the communication side of it. The Epstein law, the most popular law to pass in the last 10 or 15 years. You had all these legislators sign on it, and Trump's White House completely fumbled the rollout of the communication side of the Epstein files. So, man, it's been a rocky, optics-wise, it's been rocky for the low information voter. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Do you think
I am ready to get my second cell treatment.
What we use is an insulin or a transplant. You're not working out. You have bandages on that for quite a while.
There's no recovery time. I can go right to work. You're not like any scarring or time off work. It's just some micro needles in your scalp and you're on your way within a few minutes.
Really not any pain at all. Just feel a slight pinch. Every person that comes in with the steps,
We snuck into a conference where each ticket is worth $70,000. This is the Milken Conference in Beverly Hills, where people like Elon Musk, George Bush, and some of the biggest investors in the world show up every year. We got invited to private free events nearby, so we knew we had to go. We drove up from UCLA, told them we somehow made it. Then we started talking to different founders and investors and told them about AutoInvent, a platform that helps people file patents in minutes. The response was crazy. Some of them wanted to use it, others wanted to invest, and one guy liked it so much that he invited us to another private event that's happening tomorrow here in Congress. So we're gonna go and follow this out.
We're relying on, we have social media anons like us here talking, trying to, when election season comes up, to pluck one or two to our side. But it's clearly not the establishment
Okay, so we talked about Levine, which is a great option for you. That'll help you out. Now, why did you work with me? Well, my name is Alex Weiner. I'm one of the first persons in this city in September 1996. I know the city like the back of my hand. And I know all about the archaeological sites, the tourist sites, and the history of this place. I moved here with my family and my siblings years ago, and I watched my father how he struggled to get what was promised to him as Mulech Hadash. Now, also, you come from an English-speaking country. Here, when you make a deal, a contract, it's Israelis. It's a different ballgame, Israelis, and sometimes they don't easy to understand for Ireland. And I'm there, I've had endless years of experience dealing.
The Republican Party itself is still the country club Republican Party of the old generation, of the boomer generation. Look what Trump delivered. Trump delivered Trump RX. And look, don't get me wrong. I think it needed to happen. However, how does that significantly influence the millennial and the Zoomer generation? We had it captured that we could have ran with the younger vote, with crossover voters. However, what has rolled out over the last year and a half, and I don't just blame Trump, I blame the Republican Party, the Mitch McConnell, the Lindsey Graham wing. I mean, I can go down a list. I'll tell you, when John Thune was put back in, because we had the opportunity then to change the course of the direction of the Republican Party. I knew it would be Washington as usual when John Thune was placed as the Senate leader, that nothing was going to change. This was our opportunity. So don't be surprised when we have to go through another round of beating off these damn communists because we dropped the ball this time.
I like Johnson. I really like Mike Johnson. And Thune I'm not overwhelmed with, in terms of like a dynamic leader. But Johnson I think is dynamic.
Yeah, well,
he's from your world. I mean, you can disagree with me. I've always got a good vibe from.
Yeah, no, he's good as a neutral. He's not a firebrand, clearly.
No.
But this reminds me of the John Boehner house. No different. John Boehner's house would deliver votes and deliver wins and send them over to the Senate, and they would die in Mitch McConnell's Senate. You remember how many times that happened? The same thing. Yeah, I mean, the Republicans in the House are voting on bills and delivering them to the Senate, but the Senate's not taking up anything. The Senate's not moving on anything. This is, and they want to chalk it up and say, well, we don't have 60 senators and stuff like that. Well, maybe if we weren't so focused on things outside of Washington, maybe, and these are where voters start to tend to say, well, why why isn't Trump's administration doing more to get or to divide and conquer senators? Do we have no way to peel off Democrat senators? Is that how bad it is right now? That we're so gridlocked that we can't get anything through? I mean, I guess clearly, right?
I mean, it's interesting. I guess you could go state by state and see whether we can knock a few of them out. I mean, I think what's going to be interesting is what happens in Maine and whether Susan Collins can hold on. You know, I was saying this in a room, were you in the room yesterday, that all of New England, there's one Republican in all the states in New England, and that's Susan Collins. Everyone else is a Democrat. Every House member, every senator.
Arguable if she's a Republican.
I mean, but that's all you got in all of New England. Every one of those states.
Yeah. And a lot of this has to do with the Republican Party. You know?
I mean, I think, who's the one guy that was sort of an enigma? Sununu. Right? That they had a Republican governor.
Yeah, Sununu. I think we have a deep bench that has presidential aspirations, but we have the grand old party in the Senate, and nothing changes. And I don't know how we ever get over that hump.
I think it depends on, so if I had to speak about what's going on in my community, I would say that for all of the people who left or don't really believe in the Republican Party anymore, there's a lot of black people that's coming to the Republican Party, and they're coming for different reasons. And based upon optically what Trump has done already, he's done enough, even regardless of the war, because many black people see that as a necessary evil, in which a lot of us, I ain't gonna say don't really understand, but we don't have the like I didn't have the context, and I'm no measurement, but a lot of us only really know what's going on in our community. And when it comes to the whole Iran thing, we get it, but that's not really something we really pay attention to, you know? So the loyalty, especially the ones who have been so loyal to the Democratic Party because of the whole black power, you know, black people are gonna treat us right. You know, when you get over to that side of social media, now they like, man, fuck the Democratic Party and everything they stand for. Let me try out Republicans. And then when you actually get somebody who does what they say they're gonna do, even if he got into a war, even if he says something, you know, or he may misquote something every now and then, he's done enough so far where we can say, okay, well, if he said he was going to do it, at least he went and did it. And he's winning over a lot of black people, and slowly but surely, a lot of black people are tripping on over to the Republican side. So,
Mark, what about black Republicans? Like, do you think Byron Donaldson has a shot with the black community in Florida to get elected as governor?
I think so. And I don't think it's because, I think, so you have, it's two elements. Number one, he's a black person, and number two, he's a Republican. And when you combine those two elements together, that is what makes him attractive. For example, the guy out in Texas, he don't talk like us, but he's a black guy. He's aligned with Republican core values, and he's not afraid to really say that, or, you know, conservative core values or stuff that's coming out of his mouth sounds exactly like what black people traditionally care about. Even the ones that are batshit crazy, they just hate Trump so bad because they brainwashed. But yeah,
I mean, are you familiar with why he gets so much hate from black
Byron Donalds?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
I mean, he does get a lot. That's why I was curious. I mean,
Why can we tell from just this one scene that Steppenwolf never stood a chance against Superman? The Superman is about to finish him for good. A boom tube suddenly opens behind them. Wonder Woman and Aquaman immediately shift into combat stance. And stepping through the portal is Darkseid fully grown. Darkseid is the ruler of Apocalypse, and in theory, his power far surpasses Superman. But on Earth, he has suffered defeat before. At this moment, the hornless Steppenwolf staggers back to his feet, burning with rage as he glares at the Justice League. Completely unaware of the danger behind him, Aquaman strikes without hesitation. His trident pierces straight through Steppenwolf's chest. Superman follows up with another punch. Wonder Woman leaps into the air, gripping the Godkiller sword, leaving no time for anyone to react. And with a single strike, she decapitates Steppenwolf. The severed head rolls across the ground and comes to a stop, right at Darkseid's feet. Until the moment of his death, Steppenwolf never understood why his master didn't lift a finger to save him. The truth is, 300 years ago, Darkseid personally invaded Earth. As molten lava carved glowing patterns across the surface, then he revealed 3 mother boxes, preparing to conquer the planet completely. War erupted. Atlanteans, Amazons, humans, and the old gods joined forces to surround Darkseid. A Green Lantern fell first, killed instantly, sent flying by a single kick. As Darkseid moved to claim the ring, Amazon arrows struck him, and the gods combined their power to deal him a devastating blow. Ares nearly split Darkseid in half with his axe, then finished by kicking him away. If his forces hadn't arrived in time, Darkseid would have died right there. 300 years later,
he likes his fiscal
to reclaim the mother boxes,
policies,
but what
likes how he
Steppenwolf never realized was that he
protects
had already
the
become
corporate interests that
nothing
they
more.
might have. I mean, it could solely be ethnic, business considerations. And if not Davis Goldstein, you're going to say that, or people will say it. And it's such bullshit. He's in Florida. My question was if the black community will rally around. I picked him. You could pick, a different black conservative in another state, but he just happens to have a state where there's a very high population.
So, and I want to bring up crazy.
He's awful.
Richter, I don't really care what he has to say, but he's very, I'm gonna say he's a fucking piece of Jews. He's a weird guy. But, he's been somewhat of a online. He's had a lot of support online with a lot of very vocal people, and a lot of the, I feel like this guy in real life looking at this only one I literally know nothing about the guy. I'm very so I won't comment.
Byron Donalds comes from Southwest Florida. Lee County's demographics is 62% white, 24.5% Hispanic, 17% black. That was Byron Donalds. I don't know the rise on the black voter for support when he already hails from a predominantly white district.
Isn't that like Naples and Sanibel and Fort Myers, that whole area? Yeah.
The whole and as y'all know, I've been following Byron Donalds for a long time. He's was big in the finance and guys.
Yes, he's fantastic. I've heard him speak a lot and met him a few times. I like him a lot. And again, Pepe, it's funny because I like him for domestic reasons. Like I haven't even thought about how he votes with respect to foreign policy. Like he's just. It's like, I mean, we could look at Tim Scott also. Like, I happen to pick Byron Donalds and I asked the question to Sword, but who's not on here right now.
I think that this troll that has been he's very anti-Israel. They're just basically it's you know we know how it is with these bot farms and all of the from whatever fucking Middle Eastern countries they're all going against and you know they're paying for a lot of social media influencers. A lot of these guys are paid whores. They're going to slander him. If somebody, you know, and I don't know that he could be, you know, somebody who's pro-Israel. Doesn't matter, but he's going to get slandered no matter what because people like him are running against him, and that's just a sad reality. And it's just something I've observed, and I don't know how. The kind of the disconnect for me is I don't know how perceptive the black community is to these kinds of smear campaigns against him and how that would affect him.
I don't know. Where's he in the polling? Do you know?
I personally.
Yeah, Don.
He's leading. He's the leading in the primary. I think he's got it. I think it's cinematic. I think it's. You might as well already put his picture up in the governor's house.
Who's the Dem running against him?
That's a good question. I'll pull up the names. There is a guy that has made some news. Let me. Yeah, so Jay Collins, Paul Renner, and then the Jim Fishback guy, which y'all were talking about earlier. Yeah, he's kind of a weasel. And then the Democrat candidates are David Jolly and Jerry Demings.
What is Jerry Demings? Not familiar. Was he the mayor? Or no, I'm thinking of someone else.
Hey, is the room quiet? I just got back in here.
No, we've been talking.
Okay, hey, how's it going, Joe? I hope all is well.
It's all well, buddy. We were just talking about the Florida governor race.
Ah, okay. Interesting. What do you guys think is going to happen with DeSantis afterwards?
With him, I don't know. He's I mean, the fact that he went against Trump kind of, I feel like, hurts him. I don't know. I don't. He's not my governor, so I don't really pay attention to him. But I don't know with him. I'm just gonna be fair and say, like, I would have to. Why are Floridians voting for him? I don't know. They obviously like him. I don't see what it is that they like.
I like DeSantis. I think he's done well. I mean, I don't know if you remember the debate between him and Gavin Newsom. Did you see that or no? Or anybody?
I remember seeing highlights of it.
I mean, he did pretty good. I mean, that's against Gavin Newsom. So I mean, I don't know. I actually think that DeSantis would be a little bit more harsher than Trump, if you want to put it that way. Because the guy actually knows what he's doing. He's actually like.
But it gives you a period of I don't know how to put it. Like my impression of him is that he's
You sat on the floor.
He's too much of a politician.
City Hall.
Which in a way, I just
wow.
don't. He rubbed me the wrong way.
Such an impressive resume.
Hey, baby, I wanted to comment on you got a hot mic. Good, you alright, brother? You in the studio? Yeah, baby, I wanted to comment on what you said. My phone had died.
deeper into
Well, it's highly dependent on. It's not the traditional American Uncle Tom stuff. It has more to do when you have this guy who's like a conspiracy theorist. He's just like hates Jews in Israel, and he ended up coming up with a lot of these nicknames for him, and then of course I think this guy is he doesn't hate Israel, so he has money. But he basically online he gets a lot of hate from at least that I would see from the black community, the quote unquote America First community, like whatever group of fucking people, and they call him all kinds of names because he's getting APAC bucks basically, and and I do think it's unfair. You have this grifting piece of shit, Fishburne, who I really he says that he's America First, and he's I'm gonna go to Israel. America would be perfect. Like he's just fucking retarded. It's just total fucking grifter. But I think
Pepe, one more thing, just again to clarify, so it's very clear. AIPAC is a bundler. They do not write checks. Checks are written by American, Jewish, and Christian citizens that support a particular policy. However, in someone like Byron Donalds, he's running for a state office that has AIPAC, by the way, when they bundle, it's only for federal congressional, not any state elected office and not the executive branch. So money that he's getting right now to run for governor are coming from constituents, or it's coming from people that happen to be Jewish by religion. So all of a sudden, should he not take checks from Italians or not from Jews? It's just such bullshit. They're his constituents. We are constituents. Should I not give my governor money in his election? My governor happens to be Italian, by the way. I'm going to support him.
No,
what
well,
the
if
fuck
you were
does
running
this have to
against
do with the state of Israel? It's retarded.
Yeah, but
it's a
Fishburne,
state election.
Yes, but Fishburne would accuse you of being a Zionist.
But I am one. But what's that have to do with me supporting my governor being against crime in my state?
I know. This is why I'm saying it's super disingenuous.
It makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no,
and only stupid people would follow that. But even if you want to make the argument that someone's running for Congress, that it is a bundler. It doesn't write checks. It takes people that are interested in a particular issue and bundles their money. That's it. And each person writes your own check, and only up to $5,700, because that's all you're allowed legally to write.
Yeah, but this is the reality, though, is that this is okay. Hating Jews become like a cool. It's what the cool kids have been doing for the last couple of years. I think it's dying out. Honestly, everybody's sick of it. It's boring to listen to. But if okay, you have a grifter that rides this little wave like Fishburne. He's like, oh my God, you took the Zio bucks. Oh my God, you fucking traitor. You're not America First. You Jew loving, Israel loving piece of shit that just wants money and don't care about everyday Americans. That's his whole spiel. Now, I don't think that the average person is going to buy into his bullshit. But, I mean, that is the attempt that they're going to go with. And in a way, it does have real-world consequences when they do these attacks. But if we look at the Florida, who's voting in Florida? It's going to be a lot of fucking old people, depending on which part of Florida. But Of course, older people have a much higher turnout. This Michigan guy, he's not yeah, it was bullshit. He had to deal with this. It's a slanderous attack. Every politician take money from every fucking people. This is where I find it really disingenuous. So you can be like, I'm
The moment the girl stole the Iron Man arm from the lab, it instantly attached itself to her arm. Then she stepped onto one of the Iron Man boots, and the other automatically locked on and tracked itself onto her foot. By the time the security guards at the door realized what was happening, they were stunned to see the girl already wearing the entire suit. This was a university lab's attempt to recreate an Iron Man-style armored suit. Unexpectedly, it fit the girl perfectly the moment she put it on. At her command, the boots blasted out intense flames. Before the guards could move in to stop her, she shot hundreds of yards into the air, disappearing so fast that even the exhaust trail was gone in an instant. The girl was thrilled by her first experience flying. She activated the built-in voice assistant, only to discover the system was far from complete. It was just a beginner-level trained AI. Amy told it to navigate her to Chicago, but the little thing started introducing Chicago's famous landmarks instead. It was clearly a very primitive artificial intelligence. After smacking itself on the head twice, it finally managed to set a flight route to Chicago. Then the suit drifted across the water, successfully turning itself around and heading toward Amy's hometown. A trip that normally took 5 hours only took the girl 30 minutes. As the suit carved a stylish arc through the sky, the people in the small town were left speechless. Amy, meanwhile, calmly skimmed over the water, clearly had gotten used to the suit already. She was only 2 more intersections away from home when the AI assistant suddenly announced that the armor had not been charged before takeoff and was about to lose power. Amy immediately panicked. She had learned how to take off, but no one had taught her how to land. As the air pressure inside the suit became unstable, the helmet flew off. Amy quickly ordered the assistant to switch to manual mode, but the power was already critically low. Before the switch could happen, her left arm piece detached on the spot, causing her to completely lose balance and crash onto the road. A genius with an exceptionally high IQ, Amy had developed this suit using scholarship money and school grants, but it was obviously still in the early stages and far from fully advanced. She could only carry the pile of broken scrap metal home and figure out how to repair and improve it later. What Amy didn't know was that the moment she walked through her front door, a mysterious person had already set their sights on her. Coming from a poor family, Amy tried to ask the owner of a parts shop to let her buy some components on credit, but he flatly refused within seconds. Even her elite MIT credentials didn't change his mind. Just then, the mysterious person from the day before appeared and pulled out cash to pay for Amy's purchase. The moment the girl stole the Iron Man arm,
I'm 100% on board with that, and I do think that that's where there's this with a lot of these people on the far right. I would say like 90% of the people that are quote unquote on the far right are they're just grifters. They're pieces of shit. Like you really they never get along with other people on the far right. They're like one of the things that made me not be on the far right was being around the far right. Like I just thought they were just like such despicable pieces of shit. Like some of the worst people I've ever fucking met, really. Like
So what do you consider yourself now?
I mean, I would consider myself like I'm actually, I would say rather moderate. You know, I'm somebody who's not very conformist. So like, I'll hear a narrative where we're told we have to believe a certain thing. That maybe one of the most controversial things would be that like all groups of people are the same and they have the same potential, and it's just like no, we don't. So you can tell me that, like, for example, we import people from Nigeria and India, which genetically, for example, they're it might be cultural too, but we're importing people where we selected for them to be the most intelligent. That somehow we, for example, people of European stock in the United States are going to be able to compete with them. No, we're not. Ashkenazi Jews tend to do better than us, East Asians, whatever. African Americans tend to fare a lot worse. I don't. This whole like equality narrative that like evidence of.
But how does that form your vote, Pepe? Like in your state, okay, in your statewide elections, in your congressional elections, what are your issues? You have water issues. big
We
time
have
water
yeah,
issues. What do you care about that fiscally is going to happen in your state? Is going to happen? Do you care if your tax dollar pays for a new stadium or not? I mean, like, what do you care about?
I look well past that, and like, my brain has been stuck on the whole thing about the inequity equals inequality, and there was a study that came out the other day, for example, that showed that African Americans, for example, fare a lot worse on average than white Americans. But if you control for IQ, they do as well as us. What a fucking shocker. And this whole equality, what's really bothered me is that when you try to like deconstruct everything, there's not much of a difference between different groups of people that have they've evolved from each other for tens of thousands of fucking years. There's no difference between men and women. All of this bullshit. But it's just like, but there obviously fucking is. You want me to just nod my head in silence and pretend like there's no difference in groups as a whole. That yes, there are women that can beat the shit out of the average male. There are black people that are much smarter than three of my brains combined. That's fine. But there's this thing where people always want to place people as the fucking oppressor. And one of the problems I have with the far right, for example, if I was going to look at like the National Socialist, somehow, once you get rid of the fucking Jew, everything is fine. Everything is dandy. We will be these strong, tall Aryan kings who will conquer the fucking world. But no, that's never been the fucking case. Like, you guys have always, we can look at the British, you had a bunch of fucking Normans that came in and conquered them and dominated them and treated the English as second-class citizens. There's never been this fucking Aryan unity or groups of people that were ever fucking equal. It's never fucking happened. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Somebody.
Well, see, I'll jump in there. One thing that I was going to comment on earlier about, black people calling him Uncle Tom and stuff like that. So, you're typically going to have two types of people that are going to look at him in that type of light. One of them is a Democrat for life, and that type of black person, they can't even explain to you why they're a Democrat. But the answer to that question is that because they were programmed that way. And they're programmed that way so much so to where, and when I say program, I'm talking about by their parents, the grandparents, the culture, things of that nature. And that program to the fashion that if you vote Democrat, you black, and if you vote Republican, you white. And it's the most idiotic way of thinking. And thousands of black people, probably hundreds of thousands of black people are waking up to this. And you got to look at some of the things that black people care about. And so, for example, Trump brought on Kennedy. Kennedy is uncovering a lot of shit in the medical field. A lot of black people have kids with attention deficit disorder, attention deficit hyper disorder, and all of them goddamn disorders. And these are the things that are being uncovered that black people didn't even know they cared about because they didn't know. It kind of became so much a part of their life that they didn't even realize it was a problem. And now that these things are getting unearthed and they're getting answers to that question, other than what Democrats usually say, which is what you just mentioned, Pepe, racism. Like racism is the answer for everything. And it's like, it can't be the answer for every single thing because now it puts me in a position where I'm defeated and I can't do nothing to change my own situation. So there's a major shift where people who would look at a ballot and they wouldn't even see Byron, now they're like, well, wait a second, let me just look at everybody. Okay, Trump, he's a attached to the Democratic. I mean, he's attached to the Republican Party. From the optics perspective, this is what it looks like. How Republicans behave. Okay, I can agree with that. Let's look at their values. Okay, they believe that something as simple as you're either born a man or a woman. Okay, I agree with that. And it starts to build up a mental momentum where the colors are gone now. And now I'm looking at just the words, Republican or Democrat. Then when you step outside of the national perspective and you look at it from a state perspective, you start to see how people like Mamdani is behaving. So that starts to paint a picture of what the Democrats look like. You see how Virginia just got all these damn tax laws. You see how Minnesota looks. And this is what the more educated black, we'll call it black buyer, if you will, where they're buying into who they're going to vote for. This is what they have to look forward to when it comes to voting Democrat. So it's kind of a combination of, I don't want to deal with that shit, meaning Democrats, but also, well, it's another thing is, damn, I can't believe my parents had me thinking this way. So it becomes more of like a disgust type of thing, like, how the fuck could I be so blind and not view these people just because they were Republican? Okay, well, let's start at the top. Trump is the head Republican. Shit, he laid the tariffs out. Yeah, he might have lost the court case. I may not even understand it, but goddamn, the shit worked. And he said that prices were not going to increase because of the tariffs. Damn, that shit worked. He's actually doing what he said he was going to do. You know, before the Iran war, he stopped all of these wars. Okay, we actually got somebody in here who's doing what they said they're going to do. Then you spin the plate. Oh, Kennedy. Kennedy is over here finding out vaccines are hurting people. Oh, shit, my kid got ADHD. Maybe that's the reason. Like, it's coming home into black people's living rooms as to one possible reason why they might be in the situation that they're in. So now when you start going around and you start hearing people like Jasmine Crockett who say things like, nobody want to go out here and be a farmer. You don't want to be a slave. So you're associating farmers to slaves when there's a huge shift in the black community where thousands of people are now becoming farmers. So now Jasmine Crockett is literally offending her own base. It's just some of the most idiotic ways of communicating that they're pushing black people away. And the Republicans are like, well, this is what we believe in, you know, in a unified approach. So it's a combination of both as to why I say black people are transitioning from the Democratic Party and they're taking not only just their vote, but they're taking their loyalty to Republicans. And 9 times out of 10, they're not going to get it back for at least another 5, 6, or 7 generations. Because the same approach that our parents took with us, we're going to take the same approach with our kids. We're going to say, don't vote for them. You see how crazy they is? Look at how they kids, they kids believe that self-expression is walking around with different colors. They believe that you can be born as a him, her, ze, zer, they could be cats, they could be like all of that shit is going to be associated with being a Democrat. And it's just never going to work out. So I don't see them bouncing back for a long time. But, the story's
and I will agree with you where it's kind of like the hard part about that is that if you look at the approach that Democrats have been taking for the last, 10 years or so, and you do see it on the far right for sure. It's where they do scapegoat an enemy, and we are going to get this parasitic group of people, these horrible people. And we can look at like white people, they'll use a lot of euphemisms like the colonizers, whatever they use. And they basically, it's just like, once we get into power, it'll be amazing. And we know where the far right will do it to other groups, but it is a very cheap way of in fact, it's a way of not actually trying to solve a problem. It's just you're literally doing the easiest thing. You're just like blaming somebody else for the problem, and you're just going to trash them. And that is one of the things where I do think that you get black conservatives, which I disagree with a lot. But Edward on this app, I think he's a very decent, moral man. Very conservative man, much more conservative than I am. But I mean, he does, for the most part, have like kind of like a roadmap for like how you're going to run your own life. I think you would want to individual to listen to. But yeah, I don't know. I have like lost a lot of hope for America. I'm just going to be honest. Like I'm a rather nihilistic person. I don't see things the way I used to. I mean, when I would engage with black people, for example, I was known as like this huge mega racist. It's just like, oh, okay, these people are going to call me names. I'm just going to go ahead and throw insults back at them and, be very disrespectful and just kind of like how I get treated. But at the end of the day, I realized it's just like, it's petty bullshit, but I found, comedic value in doing it. But I don't know that like some of the biggest problems I see in the United States is that like we can look at a lot of the division we see in this country. It's going to come from people, large donors in countries that do not have our best interests in mind. It could be because they just have their best interest in mind, whether it's Israel, but countries that want to fucking take us over with their religion, like Qatar. How do you stop the paid whores in our country from being influenced by these people? Like this Dan Bilzerian faggot, who's I don't know what the fuck I don't know what he does. But he travels to Qatar with the former leader of CARE. And this guy he's of Armenian descent. And he's somehow like a symbol of the West, of preserving the West. Like no, he's a fucking piece of shit. I don't know. We have a problem. I don't know how to solve this. Like it seems like such a human problem where people are just greedy, they're corrupt, they'll sell their own people out, even their fucking families out in order to make it.
We one issue at a time. So the question from Abby that kind of got us going down this path was, what is your top issue? So if Abby was to ask me that question, my number one issue has been for a very long time immigration, illegal immigration, also too much legal immigration, and I know I'm further extreme on that than many people on stage, but I want to see a moratorium on immigration. My second biggest issue is the economy, and my third biggest issue is abortion. Abortion's murder. So I can rattle off what my top political issues are of the day. What are your issues, Pepe? Like, what's your number one political issue that you would like to see changed in our?
First, not to be divided, and for us to continue our course. I understand we're at a very special place in time where after World War II, we were not competing with Japan and Germany to the same extent that we are now. A lot of countries have industrialized that we've had to compete with. But for us, like, you can say it's a lofty goal, and I would say somewhat not realistic, but my whole thing is for people to live the American dream. If I had to sum it up, that is literally for Americans to live the American dream. That is it. That is literally, if people could do that, any of the shit regarding race, any of the stuff, like it doesn't matter. Can we continue on in this country with our children having, I don't have children, which is, I'm kind of ironic I said that, but could the people that that inherit this country have a better life than us? That is literally what motivates me. You know, simply as I can put it.
Do you think that's kind of why we're fighting?
Oh, go ahead.
The idea of, the American dream that means something different to everyone, right? It's subjective. Right, Patrice?
To an extent.
Yeah.
All those platitudes. So, but I think I don't want to gloss over your very first point you said, though, which I thought was great. You said unity. I'm paraphrasing it. You said you don't want us to be divided. You're saying, as a country, domestically, that was your very first point you said.
Yeah. I do think we're a very divided country. We seek to, whether it's politically, by race, by whatever, we do seek to fight in a very tribal way, where I don't see this as being a good thing. And people like me, I see somewhat reactionary, are going to fight for my camp, my people, and that is where I know I'm not the only one. But how, like, I personally don't know if this can be solved, and that is one of the things that I've cared most about. Literally, this is what I've cared the most about for years. Aside from personal stuff, at least.
See, my position. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
My position on that is I do not want unity with the left. I often have seen over years that the Republicans and the right wing will go to the left wing agenda, that will compromise our values and our interests to get along with the Democrats and the people on the left. And that's partly where we're at today. I think these people want to kill us. I don't even think they want a country with us. Seeing what the Democrats in Virginia are doing, where they're going to lower the age, or they're floating the idea of lowering the age to get rid of the Supreme Court justices, the Virginia State Supreme Court justices, just because they ruled against them. These people are awful. And I don't think there is unity. Yeah, I don't think we can have unity. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not willing to capitulate whatsoever with these individuals on the left. The people on the left I see as wanting to, like, destroy us.
Give me my
arms. I don't just mean like us, like like our fucking country. And I don't really. That is where the big issue comes in. How do we deal with these people? I mean, we're so divided.
Gold, I can see.
I don't know if there is like an actual.
I think Trump's began some of it. The defunding of some of the universities. These ideas really spread when parents send their children off to college.
Yes, sir. Yes. Nubis, come forth.
Many people grow up with family but very loving. But all these crazy ideas about 72 different genders and shit like that. It's out the internet. So I mean, there are other forums where you can.
People who will never be released from prison. Number one,
the mind is still. And I think that's really what we're kind of adjusting to is I'm an older millennial, and I think many, others that fall into that category, we grew up in a centralized culture where we largely had, may there be differences regionally, or also racially, things like that. We largely watch a lot of the same things. We've all watched.
Nobody.
We all watched
Look to the right. Who's there?
Nobody.
Get up to the
see the radio.
and you get the fucking world. You get everybody.
Movies.
You know what I'm saying, like, what the fuck is you doing?
Affected us certainly.
Yeah, it's $13.
However, today, our culture is decentralized. The internet has a lot to do with that, and I don't think it'll ever go back to, I think that's kind of 20th century relic, centralized culture. So, I think we're kind of adjusting to that, and we're flopping around like a fish out of water, trying to figure out the path forward on how do we get a direction with our culture.
Or there are advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you gotta stop, man, or,
my
I
top
can't get
three
the ads because of
would
some
be
tweet.
immigration, abortion, and education. And I kind of tie immigration and education together because
I'm reminded of
I have a lot of friends in the recruiting staff in the recruiting business. And one of the things that I learned was that anytime the U.S. talks about a skill gap, all of these other countries will create a curriculum throughout kindergarten through 12th grade, and they will literally produce the talent that the U.S. needs. And it's like, well, if other countries are doing that, why the fuck can't the U.S. do it? If we got
I'm not saying that you can't, but in one sense, to the benefit of the American empire. The fact that we are such a rapid changing the curriculum for kids from private college to city our economy, that doesn't show as dignity. I don't know what does.
you got India, you got, pretty much everywhere shipping jobs. Those places, I know these places are or whatever their equivalent, I guess they call it primary, secondary, they're literally having these kids do various IT, cybersecurity, everything that the U.S. says that we have a skill gap. They're like, okay, hey, so let's engineer this curriculum and start producing this talent so that way they can go to America.
And you know what, Sword? A number of the professors that are at, like, at our top business schools are Eastern European. They're not U.S. born and educated. If you take a look at the professional staff at our best business schools that are producing our ultimately our business leaders in the country, and our corporate giants coming out of those schools, they're not taught by Americans.
So we essentially outsource our education as well, not only our jobs, but our education. And the thing is, we could produce those people here with people with country. The problem is that if we try to use the same teaching methods that they use overseas, or go back to the methods that we used to use, that might be too harsh, and the left would claim it wasn't inclusive, or that it was racially motivated, or that it was somehow based in racism. And
Alan, there's
Part of that
professors.
responsibility is born to the right for exiting itself from academia in the 80s and early 90s.
Well, Marshall, they can't survive in a university right now.
I didn't say
right-wing
that.
teacher.
I'm saying
You get
professors who are conservative have chosen to leave. That's not my point. Instead of having William Buckley 2.0, you have nothing.
Let me respond, please. What the right did or did not do has nothing to do with what is being taught in urban areas, and specifically go back to something called New English and New Math. I'm if you don't bother to show up at your school meeting and protest your curriculum, that's absolutely a fucking parenting problem. They didn't teach grammar in elementary school. They didn't teach grammar. They didn't teach parts of the sentence. That's not my point. If parents were more active in making excuses for their kids and telling teachers that their children didn't need to learn, it would be a lot different.
Okay.
Marshall.
Stay in our lane.
Yeah, Marshall. The 2 points you've made, I agree with. Yes, the right ran away from education, and yes, parents need to do more. Absolutely. You and I are in agreement about that, but that is tangential to the argument. The argument is, my point was that if you try and impose standards that actually make a difference, you get so much complaints from the left that you can never make those a reality. And we're going back, and look, I'll give you an example, because actually that's a good point you brought up. And it's not just friends, it's teachers. I have a friend who's a teacher. They used to teach in the Rio Grande Valley. She wanted her students to write 4-page essays, and the school district told her she could only make her students write a half-page essay. Part of that's a problem. Part of that's a participation problem. Yes, but what the students are participating in is crap. That's the
Emotional learning.
Now, I don't disagree. I'm saying it's partially crap because the parents aren't paying attention. My point, God damn it! Tennessee was 49th in the station, in the country. They threw out all of the bullshit from all of the latest teaching methods and inclusion and everything else, and they went back to, remember, hooked on phonics. They went back to that, and they're now in the top 25. From 49
Can I get some ketchup?
to top 25. If you're
You might be thinking they left one place off the list.
But on this very spot. No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying the key decision makers aren't paying attention.
I want to interject after
Yeah, thank you. I know, but I'm making a point. A specific point.
Where the jet.
In left field. Okay, then please connect it. What am I missing?
Hold on. I wanted to interject. And we got Joe B on stage. She knows more about education than I ever will. However, look, Marshall, blaming the parents is overlooking that largely about 15 to 20 years ago, there was an agenda in many school districts to change over the administrators into these gay, liberal, lesbian, butch dyke principles, and they ushered in an entire agenda that we've watched play out. This stuff about the different sexualities and genders started in schools. It wasn't like parents had an option to vote on it. They forced it on the kids, bro. This is an agenda we're dealing.
It's also school boards. School boards get elected. Wait, hold on, Marshall. School boards get elected. Boards of Regents get elected. Marshall, school boards get elected. Boards of Regents get elected. School superintendents get appointed. Governors appoint heads of education departments in states. It becomes political. And then you try to survive as a Republican teaching in these jurisdictions and in these places that politically have a school board. That, I mean, look at some of the videos coming out of North Jersey where they passed these policies, and take a look at who's on those school boards. Okay, so I mean, but
before I was born.
However, they're political. They're political, and if you're a Republican trying to teach, you then also get outed by students that don't like your political opinion on something, and next thing you know, you're in the middle of a scandalous situation because your politics are different. you know, or are conservative. I mean, there's just story after story of this.
I'm not denying that happens. I'm simply saying the check on that is parents at school board meetings and people throwing out the bombs in elections. And if they don't throw out the bombs, then why do they get bad curriculum? You then also have to look at the state. You also then have to look at the state and the county.
Boards of regents are elected in states. They're statewide elections. The boards of regents, correct? So
Yes,
you
ma'am.
can get
We're
saddled.
currently having one where I live.
Okay, you can get saddled with some pretty bad regents that then make these decisions. I mean, like, even if you have impassioned parents, I mean, you also have school boards. It becomes super political. I mean, just look at the bigger cities in our country. Look at New York City, what they're going through in their schools. Look at California with the ethics studies that they call.
Marshall, I am very
That's
proud. Marshall,
not the point I was making. I had a friend who was a teacher for 15 years. And I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I wanted to comment on what you said, Marshall. So, you know, I will be honest with you. So, like, they do the school board meetings now are via Zoom because they don't like let the parents go in the schools anymore, even to like volunteer for like our kids' events. Any, you know, like Halloween parties or this or that. Like the parents are not allowed in the school. Okay, talent shows we're not allowed in the school. So Zoom, and I'll be honest. Via Zoom, there's like only like 5 of us that are in these like once a month Zoom meetings for the school boards. But I can tell you that this like curriculum that every year they roll out the same bullshit curriculum and they just word it different, but it's the same thing. And I mean, I'm heavily involved, and there's like I feel like the parents don't. Maybe there's just not enough.
You've definitely seen this gymnast
in my area.
On your For You page. This is Sydney Smith, and she proves you don't need a powerhouse logo to go viral. While athletes at big-name schools had national TV deals and full media teams behind them, Sydney was at Southern Connecticut State University, a Division II program, grinding with nothing but her phone, raw talent, and unreal flexibility. No hype and no spotlight, just consistency. Then everything changed. She posted one clip, the W pose. She drops down, folds her legs into a perfect W shape, and holds it like it's effortless. It didn't look human, it looked impossible. And just like that, the video exploded. Millions of views, shares everywhere. People couldn't believe what they were seeing. Overnight, she was being called the most flexible gymnast in the NCAA. You've definitely seen this gymnast on your...
a lot to say about that.
Where the gym is
cool. Try and afford our lifestyles.
With the piano,
there's a little bit of responsibility. People take taxpayer money. That they need to be accountable, and I realize the parents have to do it. However, we can easily blame the school districts and the administrators for doing this. We haven't put enough emphasis on getting kids increasing their actual test scores in reading and things like that. I mean, it's only gotten worse the more money we throw at this shit.
Which is why my criticism was never on it's criticism of participation. If people, for whatever reason, decide not to participate, then they get the government they deserve, not the government they want. And yes, people just please just let me finish.
No, but what if
please just
let me finish? Maybe the problem is government in education.
Oh,
that's not my place to decide, and that wasn't the point I was trying to make.
Hold on, Nathan.
Come on, I got interrupted. I was trying to make my point. Can I make it?
No, we're having dialogue. It is our place. You just said, hold on, if you're going to hold the parents accountable for their participation, how can you then say, well, it's not my place to have any say it?
You're speaking out of both sides of your
Hey,
mouth.
May I finish? Because you would get the end of my statement, and maybe we would agree if I was allowed to finish the thought. The thought is, instead of having 5 parents,
the only begotten child
to assign and raise standards, that the school board shoots them down because the parents complain that their kids are getting held high standard, then how do you produce children that are able to survive? Because I'll tell you, going through the system, it doesn't work when people don't participate. And the answer can't be that our choice is somehow left to people that don't have any time. If it's 5 people in a room, like Ann, who, by the way, Ann, I haven't said this in a while, but I always admire that about you. You always put your money where your mouth is. If Ann's the only one showing up for her kid, and the teacher wants to do something so
I need your comments. I need your shares. And since no one on this app actually organizes anything,
how do you make that change?
I got the answer, and I'll pass it to Ann right after this. She wants to say something. You said Ann always puts her money where her mouth is, except when it comes to education, where the government gets to dictate where her child goes in the requirements, where she goes. What they should do is, rather than the money being attached to the school, wherever that head count is, it should be given to Ann, where she can send her child to where she wants to send her child to be educated.
Something
voucher. Yeah, so I'll pass it over to Ann, but she's not able to because of how government in many states, now I know some states have fixed
I'm
this.
so glad you have vouchers and not kids.
But many states,
You have
it's still
way more
not
flexibility.
There's
a party tonight, let's go.
I'm
willing to give you an hour, man.
I know Ann is an involved parent. She goes out of her way to make sure that's done. She doesn't make excuses, right? More parents like that mean school system.
Hello, I'm Brian Trent. I'm president of Tyson. Tyson is a real estate fund located here in Texas. We operate in Texas exclusively. We're a small company. We're a family-owned company. My son, after graduating in Division I college football, works to be our vice president of marketing. You may have already talked to Micah. If you haven't, he's always available to take your calls. Another important member of our team is Jonah Hansen. Jonah is a wonderful young man. He's very sharp.
Things that are,
Out of line, ahistorical, perverted.
Is this
I
legal?
think my biggest issue is they do this emotional learning, and it's very cringe. But yeah, and so there's people that are not aligned and it goes against values. They don't want to. Basically, all the teachers, majority of them, they are okay with teaching this kind of stuff, and the ones that aren't left.
Yeah, and my friend left. When she was not allowed to assign a 5-page essay double space for a student, she quit. Because you can't,
Where the gym is.
in my state, where I live is the poorest region, we have most people in public assistance, but it's also the most underprepared for college. And it's because our standards are low. As George W. Bush said, it was right, the bigotry of low expectations tanks students.
Here's the thing. All of that is true. But if you look at Eric Weinstein, and what happened at Evergreen College, it was a great college. The students loved it. Everybody was getting along. And they got a new dean, and it poisoned the college. All of a sudden, you had all of these protests. And they ended up getting kicked out. They were one of the him and his wife were one of the highest rated teachers at the college.
Yeah, what happened was
what we're talking about. It doesn't matter if you're an involved parent. It doesn't matter if you're
at the university level, no. At the school district level, yes.
2 hours a week doing homework or 50 hours a week. They're teaching garbage in, garbage out.
Yep.
And that's back to my original point. All of those public education systems overseas, they see what they need to compete, and they make sure their kids do it.
How do we fix that in our country?
Say that again?
If parents can't be involved, it's not a parenting issue. How do you fix the fact that universities are doing that? What do you do?
It's not just the universities, it's K through 12. What do you do?
Yeah, I got that point. I'm asking, what's the practical answer to the problem?
Practical answer is you need to get those people out of the education system. And if that means homeschooling, as tragic as that is, then it's homeschooling. But that appears to be the only option.
Wait, the one-parent households can afford a homeschool?
Or Republicans need to do what they did. Now that they've got an administration that isn't going to go after them the way the Biden administration did, they need to go after the school boards and create the same mess they did at city council meetings back in the early 2000s.
The federal government needs to do the job of the public.
What do you mean federal government? No, I mean the Department of Education, I think, needs to be shut down.
No, I wasn't asking about the Department of Education. I'm asking about your solution. Your solution sounded like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like your answer was the federal government needs to come down on the school districts and make them teach the right thing.
Well, no, that kind of would help, but that isn't what I was saying. I'm saying, number one, going back to local control certainly would help, but I think the main thing is to get the left ideologues out of the education system. Period.
I don't disagree with that. Education is far too liberally paid. But how do we do that? I'm sorry, I know I'm not being a stick in the mud. I just want to know how we solve the problem.
No. It's a valid question. And my answer to that is, remember, Republicans in the early 2000s started raising hell at city council meetings. And by doing that, they ended up getting people on their local governments elected, and then that county governments and state governments.
So I'm simply suggesting the wrong level of political power with which to deal with this. It's not at the school district level, it's at the city level.
I feel like it's the Federal Reserves.
The Federal Reserve doesn't have anything to do with education.
I feel like all the money
doesn't have anything to do with it.
Hi, I got a question for you, Marshall. Why are you such an oppositionist to just regular conservatives and regular maybe libertarian values? Is it a personality thing? Is it a borderline personality thing? What is it that makes you actually not want to fight the Democrats and you just sit here and complain about Republicans complaining about the Democrats? I'm just really confused.
This guy called me crazy. Come on. I'm trying to have a genuine conversation here.
All the people on this stage, there are 3 people that actually contribute massively, maybe 4 or 5 out of everybody in this room. Marshall's one that actually goes and knocks on doors. The rest of us either bitch about it on Clubhouse or go to RNC meetings and fund, I guess you would say, priorities in order to achieve those elections. But out of everybody on this stage, Marshall's the only one.
Marshall's the only one.
Yes. That don't mean that you're,
why do you think if you ever door knock?
I had door knocked for Dave McCormick this last election. I flew to Pennsylvania.
Have you ever door knocked? Have you ever tried to resist the liberal elite intellectual Democrats? Hello?
but Abby, if you ever
it's hard. Door knocking is not an easy thing to do, by the way. I look up to Marshall for, I mean, he's good at it.
And while I give Marshall all the credit for his efforts, and you too, Abby, door knocking is not the only metric by which we judge whether or not a person can have an opinion about this, nor does every person reveal everything they have done in this.
That was good.
So we can eliminate that as the reason why we should or should not listen.
But I know, like, Joe and
That's not why we centered this on me. We centered this on me because fucking what's his face decided to center me.
Mars,
Like I was not the conversation
you know, Mars,
until
that I
fucking.
give you the utmost respect. No, I give you the utmost respect for your background.
I know. I just like I don't like being the center.
I just want to know how.
And the only reason I was the center of conversation.
Marshall,
Yeah, wait.
how many other people turned a blue district red? You did that. Everybody else on stage managed to do that? Because I failed. So how many others did?
Why
would you want to turn the red?
We definitely moved a significant percentage of our vote.
Yours or my contributions, but Marshall literally turned his district down in there that was blue for like 100 fucking years. He turned it red. He actually did that. Why did he turn it red for Viking? You're just being very vague to me. I feel like these things.
Why would he turn it? Because exactly what we've been talking about on stage. What are your priorities? If you could figure out what your political priorities are, you might figure out what your party is and why you may need to take a blue district and make it red.
I think a lot of people misled about where things are going, and I don't know where you guys are at with Trump and him being taken over by Israel.
Sweetheart, lovely man, whoever the hell you are, you're like way off on what our conversation is.
No, I was asking questions. I said I don't know where you guys are.
Well, you don't know, so that's not actually what we were talking about. We were talking about priorities.
No, Young, you're doing the fucking Glenn Beck thing where he
And
said.
keep your anti-Semitism like in check, so we can continue to talk about Republican priorities.
I didn't say nothing yet.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
You absolutely did. Yeah, but you can keep your Jew hating like to yourself. Can we go back?
Actually, a Jew is actually probably.
Really? Okay, so Marshall, how long did it take to turn? Can we go back to what we were talking about? It is really exemplary to take a district.
Took about 10 years.
10 years to and what? And do you think it's solidly turned now?
No, it's at the presidential level and the senatorial level, it's red. At the local level, it's very blue.
Let me ask you, Marshall, did you not for Donald Trump?
No, not for the Republican cause, but not for the president. If I ever got asked for the president, about the president, my answers were honest. I didn't give my personal opinion. Right, that's not my job.
Yeah.
Right, my job was to prepare.
When you
Just let me answer very. My job was to prepare people to vote. And so they asked about the president. I always told them that I would vote for the guy.
Did you hand out anything a brochure about him, or just the local? Like what physical paperwork did you get?
A local congresswoman and a state rep and a state judge.
See, when we handed out for McCormick, we also handed out for Trump. Like when we knocked, we had documents. We had like a flyer, you know. And we had a flyer for McCormick, but we also had a flyer for Trump.
We don't mix the here the way we do it.
How does Brad attribute you turning a county or a region blue from red, and it occurred during a presidential cycle? I'm just curious, connect the dot for me. How are you responsible for doing that?
Oh, Congressional District 15 turned red. District 15 had typically been held by a Democrat. The Congresswoman Monica Cruz managed to turn it red for the first time in the district's history, and
had a vote for this for the first time since Richard Nixon.
You wrote on what, in which wave? What cycle was that? Which year?
Oh Lord, I think it was 2018. She wrote in on popularity. She got reelected in 24 on the wave of Trump. So like she votes with Trump, but like her at least local appeal is that she's managed to pass 4 bills, a couple for veterans, one for like water and drainage farmers, and one for like medication. And it's been the first time somebody in the Rio Grande Valley has passed a bill for the public in 40 years. So by turning the congressional level red, it also helped us promote the president. Now, while I never directly promoted Donald Trump, the ability to get people to vote red on a congressional level meant they had to go past the presidential level. And if they were going to vote red for Monica, stats show, at least Texas stats like UT Marist and the Dallas polling and Dallas Morning News polling, stuff like that, that you have a greater chance of getting them to vote red at the top of the ticket. If they're going to go down the ticket and vote for Monica, they have to pass Trump, and more than likely, if they're going to vote for Monica, they're going to vote for Trump. So that's how my work connects. Brad, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
From my understanding, though, typically voting is down, not up, right? I haven't heard too much.
No, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying by getting somebody to go down ballot and think Republican, stats and political behaviors show in voters that they're more likely to vote at the top of the ticket for that party if they're going down the ticket to vote for the same party. You're more likely to vote for Trump if you're going to vote for Monica, basically.
How many votes did she deliver? Like, what was general? What was her? 20,000. You got 20,000 votes in her.
So her first win was by like 5 points. Her second win was by 8 points, and her third win was by like 12.5 points, something like that.
And she's still in office. She's been doing well.
Yes, sir. Like I said, she passed bills. She's the only rep in the Rio Grande Valley to pass legislation for the valley in 40 years. Since our former Congressman Ruben Hinojosa, who was tied in real well with the establishment in Congress, both Republican and Democrat, was able to get stuff from the Rio Grande Valley.
Marshall, if Donald Trump were to give you a call and offer you a job to work in his administration, maybe shaping policy, would you join the Trump administration and work for Donald Trump?
Hey, Abby, what's your question?
So I'm trying to find on my phone. Went to people's homes. We had an app that really kind of told us everything about each house and their voting patterons, and
so
like, you weren't going blindly. Like we had a lot of
there are several apps. There's one we have called Avid Impact. There's one we had called Campaign Sidekick. There's one I use called i360.
So wait, what you're saying is you wouldn't work for Donald Trump because you don't actually like Donald Trump. Got it.
Yeah, so i360, I worked for that when I helped manage a state senate campaign. We had a lot of trouble within our state senate campaign, so I'm like not as big a fan of it as I was, say, 5 or 6 years ago. I find Numenor and the Avid Impact app in Texas to be a little bit more accurate than, say, i360. But i360 is still really good software. So, yeah.
Do you use it to knock on the doors?
For those unaware, what this means is like when I go to the door, I click on the house, and it says, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Gonzalez live there. Mrs. Gonzalez is 56, and she tends to vote Republican. Mr. Gonzalez is 66, and he tends to vote Democrat. And your target list is Mrs. Gonzalez. So I knock on the door, and I talk to them, and I ask for Mrs. Gonzalez. We have a conversation, and at some point, she even says, well, Marshall, I'm happy to vote for Monica, or, thanks so much for your time, I'll talk to you later. Like, one of those two things. But that's kind of how the app works.
And that's like 1 out of every 3 doors, because you knock on 3,000 doors just to get 1,000 conversations, right, Marshall?
sort of, I mean, we had a lot more info than just that. And pretty much targeted those homes that we, that was a high percentage. We were going to have success with it.
That's our software too.
Yeah.
Like I'm in the persuasion model, so I'm getting independents and moderates. But once we transition to a GOTV model, all I'll be getting is the base.
That's interesting.
The worst part that I did about I-360 was the fact that you would like go one or two, and then the next house it wouldn't match the data that was in there. It would just be like.
I found that too. I found that the data in I-360 in Texas often did not match the people.
It's interesting, Brad. Were you going door to door for Donald Trump? I didn't know you were actually going door to door using software. How many conversations at the door fronts did you have, Brad? Did you beat Marshall? Did you beat Marshall?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's interesting. The other thing that we talk about this in rooms, no matter what state you're in, my state has ballot harvesting. So we did.
Mine does too. We call them politiqueras where I live.
And that really made a difference. I mean, we were able, and this last cycle, the Republicans really took advantage of the harvesting. And I think that helped really bring in a lot of votes. So, and then how many?
Wait, Abby, before you go to that next question, can we just jump back to education real quick? I didn't get to say what I wanted to say about education. Because through property taxes, we collect $1.2 trillion a year, and Department of Education has a budget of over $200 billion a year. And so when we're trying to figure out what's wrong with education, it could be all that property tax money that the liberal elite Democrats collect on the backs of every American every single year to fund their communist teacher unions. Sorry, I didn't want to jump past that little point there.
Right.
No, just.
We can't avoid it though, right?
Of course we can avoid it. We can make state law, and we can do what I was doing and just ignore it.
Get rid of property taxes?
In my state, no. The government in my state is funded three ways: through oil and natural gas sales, through property tax, executive order, and through property taxes, which seem to increase ever more, but which the state legislature seems to be on a path to eliminate, which means the Texas government loses lots of funding.
Easy break.
That means the communist teachers lose all the funding. That'd be great news.
I'm not saying we shouldn't have cheap property taxes. What I am saying is the Texas government can't do what it's currently doing without the property taxes. We have to eliminate the amendment on the Constitution that allows no income tax and have it.
How about this? I got an idea. How about banning public sector unions? We used to have a ban on this years ago. Breaking up the teachers union, I think that's a great idea that was raised. These are public employees. Good public employees be able to unionize. We used to 100 years not allow this. So we should probably go back to that model because these unions have captured our government.
Absolutely. I used to work at the IRS, and I was in the National Treasury Employees Union. And guess what? Push came to shove after paying union dues for 5 years and getting sexually harassed and physically threatened at the workplace. Well, guess what? They decided not to represent me in the EEOC case. So I had to do all the work myself. And that's fine, because these unions are nothing but integrated into the organizations themselves. They protect and conceal to keep the scam going. We need to shut down 80% of the government. It's completely broke and serving no purpose. Why file a tax return? They can just send you a fucking bill. The whole thing is a scam. The taxation industry, the education industry, these fake Republicans like Marshall and Brad here who go around and act like Republicans, but they're really just Democrat shills. I meet these guys all the time here in Illinois. They don't fight the Democrats. They're fake Republicans. They're nothing but liberals themselves. Marshall proves it day after day here. Brad the Viking Warrior here on Clubhouse is the same thing. And that's all they do. They're just grifters. They're not really conservatives. They don't care about fiscal conservatism. They don't care about eliminating the liberal elite intellectuals who are ruining. All right, I am complete. I've landed my plane.
Lindsey Graham. It's going to be interesting. We had an interesting election in South Carolina. People trying to depose Lindsey Graham. There was the Project 2025 guy, Paul Bands. It ran into a lot of people in this state suddenly deciding they don't like Israel, which is interesting. Probably not reported on much, but it's a lot of people specifically trying to get Lindsey Graham out for that reason. But the usual normal reason people don't like Lindsey Graham is that he's kind of a rhino on other topics. So, Alex,
doesn't he yield a decent amount of power in the Senate? I mean, as a constituent, we had let me just say this: we had Harry Reid for years, who was just awful, and you had to hold your nose. I mean, he ran against a very fringe Republican, and a lot of Republicans did not want to support that candidate, so they kept Reid in office. But he also, and just like Graham, I mean, he ended up as a majority leader. So this small state that we are, population, had this incredible power in Washington. So we kept him in. I mean, I would think in South Carolina, Graham is pretty senior in the Senate, and there's definitely an appeal to that. Correct?
There are videos where people will go to his hometown and just boo for 7 minutes straight, because the accusation is that he spends only 1 month of each 6-year term actually interested in South Carolina. I mean, I'm not saying I believe the accusation, but the accusation is
pretty true.
The accusation is that he will lecture the people of South Carolina when there's a hurricane about how people have it worse in Israel. And actually, the election got pretty ugly. It's just a very small state.
He's pretty focused on Iran, though. I mean, it seems to me his foreign focus was a lot more on Iran.
The truth is, no one likes Lindsey Graham. Nobody in his voting district, nobody in the country. Everybody hates Lindsey Graham.
The guy that was speaking, Lindsey Graham is more focused on geopolitics and foreign policy than he is states. You have a right to complain about him, and as such, the people do have a right in Carolina. However, he has pushed various Republican agendas across the finish line on a national as well as geopolitical level.
The guy takes orders for F-45s over the telephone calls when prank calls call him and they say they're from Turkey and want to buy jets. The guy is a Raytheon salesman. Hello?
And I wouldn't listen to people on Clubhouse that tried to campaign on Clubhouse to wait on a fucking seat in an office that they think. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
I will.
That's the great thing about ad hominem projection. That's a you problem, Brad.
That's not ad hominem. Don't dodge it now.
Anyway, I asked him what the state dog was, because I had just seen something on TV about that particular dog. He knew right away. And then he just started telling me stuff about South Carolina. He's not so far into his state. I mean, I guess I agree with you. His focus, he was on foreign affairs for so long. But has he produced for the state of South Carolina? I mean, just...
Yes, he has. He's extremely parochial.
So ironic.
Extremely parochial? The guy's indebted the country $40 trillion. He's ruined the nation. He's a traitor. He's a schmuck. He's an F word. He's a P word. An F word and a P word. You can figure it out, right? F word, P word. That's what he is. F word, P word.
As a consequence of being such a senior member of the Senate, it means his state gets a lot of things. In the same way, that John Cornyn being a senior member of the Senate means that John Cornyn is able to bring the meat home for Texas. Right? Senators, to a really big degree, should be parochial. Right? They should.
Parochial? House of Cards with Kevin Spacey. That's who we're talking about. F word, P word. A P word. He's a P word and an F word.
Chosen by the state legislature usually was to represent the trading interests of the state. Right? So senators really do have a place in representing the large business interests. And
yeah, He works for Raytheon. He takes orders over the phone direct for new fighter jets, personally.
Are you not getting me ignoring you? Like, I'm ignoring you because what you're saying doesn't matter in your life. Like, at least have the decency as a former candidate to wait till somebody's done speaking. So, all I was saying was it's extremely important for the people of South Carolina to consider the seniority of Lindsey Graham and what he brings home to the state. I'm not saying he's a perfect guy. I'm not saying he's a guy that cares about domestic issues super well. But I am saying the senators should be parochial. They should care about their state. And if you have a senior one, they can bring a lot of meat home for the public. I'm not that should be considered when people think about getting rid of them. If you get a junior member, they're a backbencher for years.
Wouldn't you say, Marshall, that people in Senate that are involved in foreign affairs, like, you can make the same argument about Tom Cotton too, that most of their public persona is about their position on foreign affairs, and would people argue he's not good for his state? You know,
if I were to ask you what are the top earmarks and pork products that came out of the Congress people, you won't even tell me who it is and how much and where. I already know these numbers. Number one pork product was in Jersey for $150 million by a congressman. If that's the type of meat you're talking about bringing home while the national deficit skyrockets past $40 trillion and monthly annual interest payments exceed $100 billion. $100 billion. That's $3.3 billion a day.
Currently, you also have his whole disaster relief. Granted, I think it still wasn't accurately done, but he did bring that money going home. And his water infrastructure project that he brought that massive, I forget how much money. He put that at the top of the list and made sure that was going on. So Carolina does owe him some because he doesn't really necessarily forget him. His primary focus is always when he takes a soundbite, it's always on foreign affairs. And I agree, he should.
Yeah, he hangs out with Reza Pahlavi and goes to his little soirees. Oh, you don't like the truth about Reza Pahlavi and Lindsey Graham's relationship?
And just screaming it.
That's okay. P words and F words. You all know he's a P word, right? Lindsey Graham's an F word too. F word and a P word.
Should really just.
who's running for governor in South Carolina? Is it Nancy Mace in that race?
Yes, she is.
That's right. My sister in the long gray line, Nancy. Nancy.
Quite eccentric, but I think she's a positive figure. But they're currently I think tomorrow they're going to redistrict when it goes. So the maps of who runs what part of the state might completely change. So I don't even know how they're gonna.
But here's the crazy thing, Joe. And others. Wait. Here's the other thing, Joe. With it, get rid of Lindsey Graham. Who replaces him? Who's the power dynamic that has as much pull as he does?
Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about. Lindsey Graham has significant challengers. Lynch is a businessman from South Carolina that is significantly challenging him. He's got two others, Paul Daines and Patrick Herman.
Paul Daines exited.
Yeah, he's good.
He supported Mark Lynch, right? Mark Lynch is now moving up. Right now, it appears like at least Lindsey Graham will have a significant challenger. What makes this different? Hold on. In previous years, Lindsey Graham has never really faced
I agree with all that in the campaign world. But without Lindsey Graham, think about this. Would Trump have been able to push his agenda through? Lindsey Graham has been one of the...
Lindsey Graham has been a heel in Trump's presidency.
A lot of things that... Lindsey Graham has been able to stave off he helped in staving off 2 fucking impeachments. He's also been one of the chorus boys. To be honest, you put a junior senator in there, Lindsey Graham, you take him out, okay, right now, you're looking at power. Who hasn't?
Okay, Lindsey Graham tanked the midterms in 2018. He put up a bill that had no chance to pass of getting rid of abortion. Do you remember this? And there was such outrage that the Democrats used that to campaign off of, to push the 2018 election into where the Democrats got support from it. Lindsey Graham's responsible for doing that.
See, I push back on that one. I think Trump won out on that one because he gave abortion back to the states, and like we just have to own it. Like I'm pro-life.
No, that's after the fact. Hold on. The ruling of the overturning of Roe versus Wade occurs after that.
Correct. But Trump was never on board with that. Like that wasn't part of his agenda. He never really was.
So why did Lindsey Graham put it up?
Because
it was to tank the Republican support.
No, it wasn't, because that's actually what he believes in. Like that's
hold Trump down.
No, that was literally what the Republican Party had like wanted. Like a significant number of that at that time. Remember, there was a lot of support for that on the Republican.
The timing of it, he knew exactly what he was doing. It was just.
I think that's a bigger. I think that's a conspiracy theory. I think he really thought he could get it through. I'm fully aware. We all lived it.
In the Senate.
I mean, come on. I mean, he advocated for that for the longest time. And so did a shit ton of Republicans advocated since Reagan's era.
I don't disagree. They hold the position. I don't think they actually support it. But
well, I mean, that's a whole different thing. They do cheer it on all the time. Lindsey Graham went up there and thought, you know what, we're going to put this on the ballot and actually create the divide. His problem was he didn't read the tea leaves. Like. At that time, I think he was looking back at towards like, you know, there was going to be more people that were anti-abortion. The abortion bill, the Democrats got their one and done, and actually it benefited Trump. Like in reality, they blew their entire wad in that midterms, and then they had to push Joe Biden across the finish line, which you got 4 years of Democrats, which now gave us 12 years of Republican rule possible. So now you have 12 years of Republicanism versus, you know, having a fucking, I don't know, who would have been up on that? Gavin Newsom after Trump's second term. Like, now you have a chance for 12 years. So, yeah, maybe he mistimed it. Maybe he was going with, like, hey, we have power, we can push this through, and he really wanted to do it. And a lot of Republicans were backing that. A lot of evangelicals were backing that. A lot of coalitions were backing it. But at the same time, it benefited Trump.
Joe, he's the chairman of the budget. Did you know he was the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee? I didn't realize that.
I remember specifically that the timing of it was done to tank Trump. This was what was talked about. It wasn't like there was major support for it. It's not even there isn't even major support for banning of abortion when you poll Americans. So I'm in the minority for that.
I honestly think he thought it could be a last-ditch grab.
Okay, but then move on. You got the big, beautiful bill. I'm trying to say he's the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, so he got the beautiful bill passed. So I would say he redeemed himself. You know, with respect to other legislation, he also went after the JCPOA. He fought that like tooth and nail. I mean, but staying domestically, he got Trump's legislation through. And that's the question. What I was asking: how do you vote out of office your senator that runs the budget committee? I mean, that's powerful.
Trump bent the knee to the establishment Senate Republicans this term compared to him bucking them in the first term. The Senate Republicans showed them that they run the show in Washington. And to get anything done, Trump had to come tuck his tail in between his legs and side with them and continue going with some of what they wanted to do. Here we are with the Iran war and stuff like that. So, look, I just see it differently in the sense that
but Trump wanted to go after Iran. Like that was from his first term.
It was clearly also Lindsey Graham has wanted to go to war.
But Lindsey Graham never advocated for like a Newland or a Bolton policy. He's advocated for like more of like stronger like fucking sanctions. That's what he's pretty much.
Lindsey Graham, it's famous for saying bomb Iran. He goes on Fox News all the time talking about how we should just bomb Iran. He's been doing that for over a decade.
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta look at his actions.
Fuck Iran when he's not on television. But
Yeah, you gotta look beyond like Fox News. You gotta watch him on C-SPAN.
His public position on Iran has been to go to war with Iran. When no one else was for the, publicly it, Lindsey Graham was. This is literally Graham's war he's been wanting to do for a decade.
I think back in the day he used to be friends with McCain. Is that right? He used to be friends with McCain, and he and McCain shared that view. McCain used to come around South Carolina. There's a video of him in Myrtle's Inlet, which is near Myrtle Beach, and he campaigned in 2007 when he was against Obama. He was saying he was caught singing "Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran," and the Democrats didn't like this. Obama, I think, made a point, but in hindsight, he was quite wise. But I think Lindsey Graham I would say Lindsey Graham seemed to have bridged the McCain world with the Trump world.
But Democrats wanted to bomb Iran. The Democrat policy was always to be tougher on Iran. In fact, that was their campaign slogan: is we're much more tougher on Iran than the Republicans. That was literally their for 25 fucking years. That's literally been their entire slogan. Hillary Clinton said, "I'll blow them up." Obama, even on the campaign trail in 2008, said, "I will deal with Iran. I'll solve it, and they won't be able to do any of that stuff." He was like, "I'll draw a red line in the sand." That didn't go over well. And so we're sitting here going, yeah, the Democrats were kind of soft. No, they had a different approach. Hillary wanted to blow the fucking Iran off of the planet. Then you had the Newland approach, Bolton approach, and Trump backed down on he used Bolton as a proxy, like a pawn. Hey, if you guys don't fucking act right, I'm going to bring Bolton in. I'm going to execute his plan. And they were like, oh, no, we don't want this. So now, all of a sudden, Trump is dealing with Iran, but he always said that he was going to deal with it. Lindsey Graham saying, yeah, we should go to war with Iran or whatever. Yeah, the Fox News bites, that doesn't mean shit. You got to actually watch the Senate floor, and you got to actually watch what they say when it comes to War Powers Acts and what they give their speeches on. You have to sit there and pull that in.
What did he really say then, Brad? If you're saying it, because he's had the public position to go to war with Iran for 15 years.
He can't go to war. First off, it's Lindsey Graham. He can't unilaterally go to war. That's absurd.
I don't even know what you're arguing.
But he's never advocated. In fact, he put measurements and he was like, we need to find a way to deal with Iran. He had bipartisan support. He was cheering on bipartisan support. I mean, it's just absurd not to recognize that. He had Democrats and him and fucking Cruz and everybody else cheering on about we need to deal with Iran. All of these guys used to sit there and have the same fucking stream of thought.
It's what I said. It's the establishment Republican wing of the party. Trump had to play ball with them rather than buck them in the first term. Because let's remember, when Trump badmouthed McCain, Lindsey Graham became a thorn in Trump's ass. So look, this all goes that I pushed back on the position that Lindsey Graham has been great with Trump. No, I think it's the opposite. I think Trump had to play ball with Lindsey Graham and the establishment Republicans, the Thunes, the McConnells. And, I mean, that's how I see it.
Of course he had to play ball with them. I mean, that's part of our system. The president is not a king. So he can't fucking just do it.
I realized the mummy was still alive. The 1,000-year-old mummy.
No, it's not. He brought them to heel. Literally, you're watching it right now. Indiana just flipped completely. Everybody that was, quote, established Republican or incumbent, everybody that Trump endorsed, 9 out of 10, fucking came up and won. Overwhelmingly. So, all of the tea is written on the walls right now. It's all, the signs are glowing. Hey, Trump has actually officially took over the Republican Party. It is what it is. Whether you like it or not, whether
you hate him. It doesn't really fucking matter. But his policies and his agenda are there, and Lindsey Graham has helped push the majority of his fucking policies across the finish line. I don't like the twat waffle, but I can tell you what, I appreciate the fact that, hey, I don't have Lindsey Graham really fucking around like Mitch McConnell played the fucking footsie games with, but I can sit there and go, you know what, Lindsey Graham, at least you're fucking whipping up votes, making sure people are following his fucking agenda, and Trump seems to have you on lock rather than the other way around.
What votes are they whipping? What has the Republican Senate done?
Did they not put constraints on, they didn't put any constraints on the fucking president for the Iran thing, right?
He played within the 60 days. So once they...
But I mean, they had that vote 4 fucking times, and they didn't fucking put constraints on. Who do you think solidified that? Do you think it was just, you know, oh, they unanimously? No, these fucking twat waffles all fucking talk together. They all fucking whip each other up.
So I mean, other than the big beautiful bill that was pushed through, what has the Republican Senate delivered?
Literally judges,
White
the
House,
Supreme Court,
White House security, the immigration enforcement.
Really? Like, seriously?
No, they did money. Hold on. For immigration enforcement, they did money, right? So
well, you need to pay those people. You need the money to actually go overwhelmingly. Go ahead.
So other than the big beautiful bill, what is some policy?
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing a 20%.
You're kidding, right?
I'm literally not.
Like, where the gym is cold, but the piano's hot. It's just a noisy hall while there's a nightly brawl.
The House is voting on bills and it's dying in the Senate.
But I mean, like,
Okay, so the tax policy.
I mean, you got all your appointments.
Security.
That was big beautiful bill. I did
Border security. Government funding.
We did the big beautiful bill in the first 100 days of Trump's presidency. What have they done since? Look, I'm a Republican. I'm just calling into question that the Republican establishment, the Senate, hasn't let a lot of stuff go through. They're not focused on any new domestic policy outside of the big beautiful bill. I get it. The big beautiful bill was very comprehensive, did a lot, funded ICE for 4 years. All that stuff was very clever. But they really haven't done anything else.
Where the gym is cold.
Significance, you know.
I mean, they supported the tariffs, the DEI restrictions. They helped the energy and regulation rollbacks. They did election. No, he can't do that unilaterally. Like, you understand that the Senate and Congress can actually like fucking pull that back, right? Like, that power doesn't solely rest with him. So he does need senatorial support. The same thing with his energy and regulatory rollbacks and the reconstruction of those. He also did the Senate also did the workforce changes. I mean,
The housing affordability.
yeah. I mean, you guys, the Lincoln Riley Act. You had. You know, a number of things out, and also the appointments. They're appointing fucking judges left, right, and center. But you know, those go under the radar.
But this, I know.
Water infrastructure, the nuclear modernization. You know, bringing all the nuclear plants back online again.
So deregulate.
Bible and silver, sell stocks and cryptocurrency.
But I mean, you know what it takes to deregulate. Like, you have to sit there and you have to get those passed through discussions. You got to go through a committee. That's not like an easy thing to just roll back like tens of fucking thousands of regulations and say, oh, hey, they ain't doing nothing. Like, the calendar's pretty fucking full.
Then the question is, do you think this has been a successful Republican Senate term?
Yes. So far, yes. Like, they have given the latitude
for Trump to actually execute his administration because he couldn't get it passed through Congress thanks to the Dems because it's a narrow margin. Hell, it's even narrow in the Senate, really, if you want to be honest. So, like, what they have done is just shielded Trump to allow him to effectively go ahead and do it, while they've basically targeted areas that they actually could. I mean, I don't know what you want them to do with a narrow margin. Like, you need the Marshalls of the world to put fucking more Republicans out there, but you know, you're arguing against a Marshall, and then you're saying, well, I want to get rid of one of the biggest powerhouses in the fucking Republican Senate, but I want this other guy who will have no pull, no power, no fucking connections, and no ability to sway votes. You want to replace Lindsey Graham? Like, I'm with you. Fine, get rid of Lindsey Graham. But tell me who's going to take Lindsey Graham's place. And it's not going to be the newly elected senator that's going to be able to have that power. Who is it? Thune? Like, Thune's got power, but you can't chip away all the leadership and say, hey, you know what? I want to get rid of all these guys because when they're all junior, guess what? They don't have the power. They just don't.
I also want to say something else that they did. I mean, if you watch the hearings and you see also in the beginning of this administration, a lot of the exposure of people that were in different agencies that were brought in front of them. I mean, maybe that was part of the Doge thing, but that coupled with kind of getting rid of or making sure that the progressives within the Senate did not get their policies through. I mean, a lot of what they did was also on the defensive, not just what they passed, but making sure what didn't get through, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I get where it's coming from. I'm just going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of voters that have the same.
No, I get it.
I
But
do.
see, my response is,
Republican senators
if you were to play back what you just
they
said,
haven't delivered enough wins. I'll give you an example. We have right now a bill that's supported by 80% of the public, and they're not moving forward with the Save America Act. It's been pushed heavily by Mike Lee. It's not been moving forward. It's heavily supported by the American people. John Thune says it.
He sees the intensity of the violet flame through
It's been voted on many times by the House. It's not going to go anywhere. So there's definitely a disconnect.
But there is one thing,
Country club,
tis the hour of the harvest.
Republican Party and the voters.
Who are mixed and daughters of Alpha and Omega upon the situation.
They don't have the 60 votes. What do you like? They're right. It's a non-starter. They don't have the votes. And then on top of that, you're going to have the filibuster. You're going to take their time. You're going to take their calendar away for other agendas. They just do not have the votes. The problem is that you don't have the votes this term. Unfortunately, that's just the way the map and the math work. Like the Republicans are going to retain the Senate. Like there's really like a less than 1% chance that they're going to actually fucking lose it. Like even fucking Edmund could fucking run this fucking campaign for the Senate and actually succeed, and that's saying a lot. So like the idea that they're going to lose this, no. I mean, even the Democrats don't have a real big playbook. That's why they're not dumping as much money. Look at where they're spending that. They're trying to win House seats.
They're
and now,
dividing control.
Yeah.
The chamber of the Senate will remain Republican, or at least more like as your dad tells us unlikely. The House is going to go Democrat.
Well, I don't know about that because the maps are going to change. I still say 50-50, flip a coin, and that's how you can tell. And it's going to be 4, +4 or -4, one way or the other.
Okay, so there was one time in Texas history, 2001, we had a 1-seat majority in the House. The next election, we retained a vast majority of representatives. We currently have a 1-seat majority in the House. So you could be right. Maybe there's a scenario in which like that 1-seat margin grows.
Correct. And so I'm sitting here going, yeah, like the Senate, just unfortunately, yeah, I wish the Save America Act would pass. I mean, there's issues I have with the bill itself. I think it could be a lot more. Trump is really good at running on vagueness and allowing interpretation to be like fought out in the courts. But at the end of the day, I still think that this would be a good thing for America. But when we look look at it, he just doesn't have the votes. Like, where is he going to get them? What contrition do you want them to do with the Democrats to get them to switch sides and vote for it? Like, you have to play that math.
Okay. Listen, they have the votes to get rid of the filibuster.
And if you get rid of it, why would you do that?
The Democrats aren't going to do it when they take.
No, they won't. No, they won't. They will absolutely.
They've
Harry
argued
Reid didn't do it.
They've argued for 20 plus years they want to get rid of the filibuster. They've never done it. Here's the problem. Here's the reason the Republicans don't do this. If we do it, we get the SAVE Act and maybe 2 or 3 other bills. But then, when the Democrats are in control of the chamber, they will be able to force everything and their mother down our throat without our consent. And it won't matter. And it won't matter because we got rid of the very rule that would stop them from doing it in the first place. And if we think it's inevitable, then we should look at the last 15 to 20 years of them promising they would do it. They've never done it. And they don't, currently the way the map is arranged, they don't have enough members who agree to get rid of it to actually vote for it.
No, listen, it was down to 2 senators from them overturning it last time. It was Sinema and Manchin, and they're no longer in the Senate.
No, and the guy from Philadelphia.
Let me finish my thought, okay? So we're not dealing with the Democrat Party from 20 years ago. This isn't Harry Reid anymore. You see the newly elected Democrats in Virginia and what they're floating the idea now of changing, enforcing
When are
retirements.
Republican voters decide on the 4-year term Republican leadership position? Why is this so highly manipulated and controlled by fake Republicans?
I get it.
Why every ballot there are no Republican candidates for judges? Why do Republicans have no power and are controlled by weak rhino Democrat control freaks who can't slate or stop Democrats from dominating Chicago and Cook County, etc.? Hello?
Now that they're going to get the votes, it will happen inevitably.
If they get rid, so think about it. They have to be in power to get rid of the filibuster. So they have to actually go ahead and do it. The Republicans are not going to give up a weapon that they will be able to use and force the Democrats to actually give up and force them to take time off the clock to end the fucking filibuster. The weird thing would be to sit there and go, hey, you know what? Let's take what little time on the calendar there is, remove the filibuster, have these arguments. Let's go on for a fucking, what it would be, Marshall, at least 3 months. Arguing about it. Yeah. And so take all that time and say, hey, you know what? We're going to dedicate it to the filibuster. And then say, hey, we're going to get rid of it. No, let the Democrats burn through that. Why would we even conceive of doing that? Because
I
don't want them to
Republican voters decide on the 4-year term
I think it would be 3 or 4. Marshall thinks 8.
Why is this so highly manipulated?
Why would I want to do that during
why
our
every
term?
ballot
We
there are
can
no
actually
Republican
pass
candidates
things
for
like
judges?
doing we
What
got rid of
Republicans
the
have no
DEI
power
cuts.
controlled by
Okay,
weak
some
rhino
people don't
Democrat
like
control
them. I
freaks who
happen to
can't
think
slate or stop
they're
Democrats
on
from
point on some of those
dominating
things.
Chicago and Cook County, etc.
Some of the funding
Hello?
mechanisms, the DREDs, those were kind of fucking important to us to help stabilize energy production, things those lines. You're thinking just ending the filibuster, but again, I'm telling you, they would be stupid of us to waste our fucking time doing that. Let the Democrats waste their time doing that.
It's really hard to get the 60 votes, by the way. It's impossible.
Yeah, because the Democrat Party doesn't want a country with us. Many of their supporters want to kill us. Even some of the politicians have advocated for killing Republicans.
I was talking to, we have an issue in our state, obviously, and it actually is in your state too, because you have the same thing legalized there. In the big beautiful bill, they screwed over the losses versus wins for people that are in casinos and gamble. And there are casinos all over the country. It's not just Nevada, it's New Jersey, it's Louisiana, it's many states. One of the senators from Nevada, who's a Democrat, brought it up and could not get the 60 votes, even though this is an issue bipartisan that affects many states and many industries and constituents in those states. I think she got like 57 or 58 votes and could not get over the 60 threshold. I mean, it's just really hard, and that was a bipartisan issue. And it's also hard, as what they say, to get something onto the floor of the Senate in general.
It's hard to get something on the agenda. But the other point about the filibuster is it is the protection of minority rights in the Senate. As convenient as it would be to get rid of it, the founders really genuinely intended for there to be.
The founders didn't create it. The founders never created this.
No, the founders did not create it. It was created. It was created in the early 1800s as Senate rule. And the reason it was created was because there was no way to end debate in the Senate chamber. The getting rid of the filibuster doesn't just change it to a 50+1 calculus. It makes it so debate is absolutely endless. So the filibuster
I like the Freddy
put the stuff endlessly hold the floor.
Fucking
It does
white
is
sauce?
get rid of the rule called cloture.
You put white sauce?
Isn't vote with 60 votes. No. My point is that the chamber, if you get rid of the filibuster,
You put white sauce
runs
on
by
white
endless
bread?
debate.
You put white sauce on white bread?
Despite the son of a bitch and corrupt motherfucker that guy was the first dude since 1865 to get the chamber to run in a functional manner. And part of that problem was continuous debate without end. No cloture stopped the Senate from functioning as well. And maybe that's the time it is if the Senate decides to go to a place where cloture is done. And it's endless debates all the time, no matter what.
I'm John
But
Kitover with the John Kitover News Network breaking news alert. Fighting
would get very frustrated
Israel and Iran
very quickly if the Senate of the United States was not able to end debate on a matter that they disagreed with because they got rid of the filibuster.
This is Alan.
Like, her fucking funding.
Exactly. So you'd be able to have a filibuster on a mandatory funding bill, right? So you want to fund the military? Well, guess what? They can endlessly filibuster that bill. And as long as I can talk, that bill gets held up. There's no ability for closure. There's no ability to end debate. There's no ability to stop the passage.
Okay, you made your point. You don't have to keep repeating it. Listen, what we deal with today is one senator
being the people to get rid of it, the narrative after that would be good for us. If we then insist later on, guys, having your shit come down our throat, the answer will be, don't look at us. You fucking did this shit, not me. I'm just operating by your rules. Right? If we maintain that the filibuster should be there and minority rights should exist, then we maintain.
That just does the same thing every day. It's so
Democrats
stupid.
be the people that want to be authority. Us.
Well, look, I mean, we've hashed this out largely. My animosity is still with the Senate Republicans, and it has been for decades. It's been one of my biggest gripes is the Mitch McConnell wing of the party. Sure, a blind hog stumbles upon an acorn every once in a while. They get some victories here and there that I support. They don't necessarily represent the interests of the grassroots right-wing populists, and they haven't. And I think Trump wasted an opportunity. However, he learned his lesson the first go around in Washington that if you want to get anything done, and if you want to have him support, you better play ball with the major players like the Lindsey Grahams. And I agree, he is a major player. But we'll see. We'll see what happens if the Democrats, as they prepare for life with the Republican Party after Trump, will they stab Trump in the back? I don't know. Look, I don't know, and I'll buy you a beer. I don't know. These Republican senators are snakes, bro. They go with the wind at any time they have an opportunity, and they only look out for their own ass.
A couple of things, Joe. Like, I have my contentions with Mitch McConnell. There are things that, like, I can go throughout history and say, yeah, I don't agree with Mitch McConnell. We could all beat up on Mitch McConnell, but to sit there and say the motherfucker didn't hand us the courts across the nation and the Supreme Court, that feat alone has to give me, like, all right, dude, I get it. I didn't like some of your antics. I didn't like some of your bullshit. I didn't like some of your positions, but you gave us a fucking monumental. And to be fair, Mitch McConnell gave the progressives a win. He gave them states' rights over abortion. The progressives are just too stupid to realize they won on that front. But the overall thing was that he actually got, like, you have to look at what the Supreme Court has overturned. Like, that, get rid of Roe v. Wade, but, like, the Chevron decision, like, you have all these different things that they went ahead and did, and you're sitting there going, all right, now it's back in Congress's hands where it belongs, and you basically have Mitch McConnell to thank for that. You literally have him. Well, you also owe Joe Biden a smidge of gratitude, because thanks to him and then the whole court, you owe the Democrats like a round of applause. So for all you Dems in the room, progressives, you should definitely thank the Dems for creating that shit show that you didn't like. So, Mitch McConnell gave us not just a victory, but he gave us a multi-administration victory. Now, think about this. If, like, Vance or Rubio loses next term and a Democrat's in office, it's a conservative court. It's a constitutionalist court. Now, they can't legislate through the Supreme Court to get their doctrine. Because they pretend that people don't exist and they just talk as if they know everything. Mitch McConnell put up a security net, and I gotta hand it to the man. He's a fucking genius.
It's somebody who won't sit down and let guys like Marshall filibuster and to focus on stupid shit, not priorities, not paying all the debt, cutting spending, being pragmatic.
Yep, and you got it all the way. And we won that side. Like, it took us literally decades to get there. And we fought tooth and nail, and Mitch McConnell never gave up. He never stopped. He kept charging forward. He kept playing the politics game. And unfortunately, it is a circus. You have to recognize what it is. You have to figure out how to politically outmaneuver your opponent to get your agenda. You're thinking, like, a lot of people have a part of this step of thinking, like, Republicans can rule forever. There's only Democrats. And they're not all bad. Like, some of their policies are not 100% bad. But you have to recognize that when we are absolutely against the policy, we want the mechanism to be able to say, no, stop that. And we now have it. Mitch McConnell set that up. He gave it to us. Now, we can do that for at least, I don't know, maybe a decade more. And now, we're pretty good. You now have Trump, who shifted a lot of the Republicans over. Hats off to him. He's got, a little bit. But the time frames that you're asking about, you also have to remember there are moderates. And unfortunately, MAGA at that time wasn't going to win elections. You needed the moderates. You needed conservatives. You needed every other entity outside of MAGA. So if you, as MAGA, couldn't win on your own and you needed help, then you have to realize you have to give something to that side. Trump recognized it. Everybody else recognized it. And even Vance recognized it. And he's not even MAGA, to be honest with you. His policies are definitely, they cross over, but they're not necessarily in alignment with MAGA if you actually listen to where his stances are on things. But he's, Rubio, he's more of he shifts a little bit more to the center as well. You have to play with the center. You have to draw votes in from the center. If you can't do that, you lose. Hats off. My case in point, my evidence to this is Kamala Harris's campaign. If you cannot hold the moderates, you will fucking lose in abysmal failure.
Yeah, Trump created the largest coalition for the Republican Party since the early 1900s. He created the largest.
If you can't read your phone up close and watch TV from across the room with the same pair of glasses,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. How do you feel?
Was it makes the case in favor
Ladies and gentlemen, the Network News Hour with Sybil the Soothsayer.
The broad tent that gives us a broad enough coalition to win every time. Like he did a really good job in 24 at that.
Yeah, so the coalition's cracking. But look, I want to move this just a little bit. Wednesday, there's going to be a major announcement about the 2020 election. Kash Patel's been on the record talking about this, that they're going to be releasing information about that the 2020 election was stolen and that Trump actually did win it. Now, how would it make people feel if it comes to find out that it wasn't only Democrats but also Republicans that had their hand in it?
Then I'd have to eat a whole lot of crow, as I've said for at least 5 years.
But you've been going hard. You've been going hard on it wasn't stolen. You got a lot of crow to eat. Something goes up.
It's going to be released by Kash Patel. I think it's Wednesday, but maybe let me look at that. I'll look again at it. Do you remember? Did you hear about this, Matt?
I saw little bits of it. I just haven't had a chance to follow up on it. But so they have an official date now, kind of like on.
I think so. I think Kash was on one of the Sunday shows and said this this weekend. That let me pull it up. I'll get some more details for you.
Yeah, I was curious, like what. He obviously didn't give out too many details because I'd be curious to see how he will end up showing that part of things. You know what I mean? I wonder what it actually looks like. That I wonder if it's direct evidence or it's kind of like the whole like subtle evidence that something fishy was going on. Interesting.
What he has said is that he's promising arrests. That there will be arrests that this leads to.
Damn. I mean, I know a lot of people called this crazy when it came to this, but all we've asked is if this is true, this is like tragic. I mean, this complete undermining of our democracy. I don't know what you even do. I don't know how you even recover. They better not hope that they have like a ton of good evidence because I don't know what you do. Like if I was said, yeah,
we crushed them politically.
To our top story, not long debate ended with the
agenda.
Yeah, I mean, is that
either them or us? That's
yeah,
what
I was gonna say, will that activate that? I mean, I don't know if this comes out and it's like we're looking at another side that's literally looking for our demise. It might just trigger something like that, right? Like it's just like let's just all go ham and get the filibuster, I don't know.
Just
all of these Democrats use their spine. Trump. I'll tell you what, for a long
hit them
time.
with the dopamine.
Okay, AJR, thank you for that. And I just feel like we're at a boiling point with these people. I mean, they want to hold their boot on our throat, and I'm just, more concerned with the Democrats' authoritarianism. And look, maybe my solution's wrong. Maybe we should save face, turn the other cheek, like we've been doing for many years. I just feel like that if and when the Democrats ever get power again, they are going to seek retribution. They have promised this. And we saw what they did to Trump supporters.
You can't get the money from property and sales taxes. Just hit them with the dopamine.
The voters.
Take the cash. Why would a city take on the liability of the casino business?
The Tea Party, people that organized Tea Parties in America during Obama's term, where he punished them by using the IRS to go after them. We have seen that many of these Democrats are, they don't want to
the country with us. They advocate. They cheered on the murder of Charlie Kirk. And I don't have the solution on what to do outside of my natural instinct of saying we better do something before they do.
So you believe that Charlie Kirk is dead?
Yeah, we're not going to be that conversation clearly, but we're not going to talk about it. If that's what you want to talk about. What we are talking about, though, is the allegations that the 2020 election was stolen and that arrests are going to come out. Kash Patel talked about that.
Do you believe that Epstein is dead?
What happens to the electors that were arrested in Nevada? There's a bunch of them. They haven't released, like they haven't dropped the charges. It was appealed. You know which ones they called fake electors?
An alternate slope. I remember when that happened.
Yeah, it's an alternate. They still have charges against.
That's supposed to be legal to be able to put up alternate slates.
I know.
To do.
But it's it went all the way to the state Supreme Court here, and they upheld it.
Yeah, they did that to people in Michigan too. The Biden administration was going after them. I don't know. I think things are real bad with our country, and that I'm not sure we really we're clearly in a cold civil war with these people. Do people agree or disagree?
Oh, I feel like it is. It started on a lower level of just people arguing. Now it's really splitting families, and people are not hiring other people. It's gone up to the next level.
Is there anything more than undermining our democrat process of electing our a duly elected president by the people, to undermine him with Crossfire Hurricane? We already know they did that.
Exactly.
We already know that a coup was attempted. We already know that they spied on Trump's campaign. Now, if it comes out and arrests occur about the election in 2020 was actually stolen, I mean, where do we go forward from here? There are some of us that have been pretty convinced that this is how it's been, and now it's only getting worse. So if we allow these people to have power again, what are they going to do to us next time?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at, is I don't know what you do going forward, right, Joe? I mean, it's like,
right, I don't know.
Like, who wants to live with people that completely take away everything you believe? Like, I don't even know, like, I don't know what you do. I think, unfortunately, we go down the road we all don't want to go down. I mean, I don't know. If you don't want to live with people a certain way, I guess either you separate from them or you in a different way. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's why I'd say the 2020 election and the allegations and everything that was leveled against the other side really needed to be resolved in a lot of ways. It can't just be simmering around like this. And it looks like, I don't know, we'll see what Kash Patel has, but I mean, I guess the only good news, if it seems like it's not like totally direct evidence, like we have literally, if we have people saying that what they're doing certain things, that would be really bad, you know? But if we have like, you know, there was a suggestion of this and that, and, you know, maybe we can avoid a lot of a huge mess of things, but man, they come out and they're just like, we have this particular individual who is working with this individual, and they literally were changing things, and I don't even know, like, just wow. And then you have Trump. You have Trump. Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say we have Trump, who's been completely maligned and completely removed from having a voice on this matter, and who knows what he'll do. I mean, I don't even know what he will do. I think this is real personal to him, this whole 2020 stuff. I don't think he's ever going to let that go. But go ahead, Joe.
Should be personal. It should be personal to voters as well. I mean, this completely undermines our system. We don't have a country if we don't, or we don't have a republic if we don't have this system. Look, do you remember? It wasn't. It was about 3 or 4 or 5 months ago that I guess it was at the end of last year, so maybe about 6 months ago, that the feds went in and confiscated the ballots from Georgia. Recently, Georgia tried to get the ballots back, and they're not releasing them, and the court has come out and said that the feds don't have to release them back to Georgia.
I was wondering where that was right now. So I have a feeling it's all part of it. This might be okay, we have something.
And since no one on this app...
And here it is, here's the evidence. You know what I mean? So it's it's probably all tied together, right? That's kind of what you're thinking.
Well, look, if they can't name who or what organization is behind when they stopped the counting across the board, or it was like 6 or 7 states, all at the same time they stopped the counting in the middle of the night. Never seen that in my life. Staying up all night watching the elections from the beginning to the very end in the morning all my life. They stopped the counting. Someone made the call. Who organized that? Who was behind that? Those are traitors. That's the actual term of traitors right there.
That's true. And by the way, you mentioned Republicans. If it turns out, I think that really kind of woke up some of the guys that we know as Republicans in this room. Because it was Kemp, right, who was the man behind the curtain, so to speak, right, in Georgia, right? You got it all right, right?
Georgia, yeah. Kemp, I don't know if he was behind anything. However, he failed to act on stuff.
Exactly. But
you remember
he could have looked the other way. That's considered action.
Well, this is what led to some of the boil up after the 2020 election is Trump called Raffensperger, which was the Georgia Secretary of State. And Raffensperger was the one that came out and said the phone call that he was intimidated by Trump, that Trump said something along the lines of, well, can't you find the votes? And he felt like Trump was trying to buy him off or whatever. And that news story took off. And it made it look, and that was the beginning of the framing. This was prior to January 6th. But this was the beginning of the framing that Trump was trying to, he wasn't going to leave the White House. He was going to undermine our system by, he's an authoritarian dictator. That was the beginning narrative, all from that Raffensperger phone. Some of us don't forget this shit.
And since I agree, I'll never forget it. That's mostly why I support Trump. What went down. I'm sorry, but it just is. I mean,
and since no one on this app actually organizes that,
it doesn't really matter. I'm still like, what the fuck happened here, you guys? There's really some pretty good evidence. I'm not like somebody that just goes along with everything. That some funny business went on. There's no way you can't look at this and go, what the hell? Like, especially with it was Philadelphia again. All this is coming back now. Where they boarded up the windows, that whole deal. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. Where they blocked people from watching them count and stuff.
And then COVID itself, there's no way there wasn't cheating with the whole country doing mail-in ballots. I mean, what the fuck?
Well, they completely changed the system. What they did was usually the ballots get counted in the voting district that you're in, and then it all gets reported from that. What they did was they took these major city centers and they said, well, we're going to, rather than have these individual polling places where they do the vote counts, we're going to bring everybody into this one big arena, and then we're going to vote for this entire region right here. Well, this is what they did in Atlanta, in Detroit, in Maricopa County, just to name a few.
So George Santos was from Clubhouse. He just got pardoned by Trump. I haven't engaged.
And I think that oftentimes gets overlooked. If the theft
Oh, no.
We would have never had a January.
That's correct. Correct. And of course, I've heard people say, I won't mention names, is like, why are we still talking about this? I mean, I can't think of a more problematic issue that's never been resolved. You know what I mean, Joe? Like, we're not doing this, what is it? What are we, 6 years after the fact?
Maybe, maybe so.
This is this for shits and giggles. Go ahead, yeah.
Well, no, maybe some people think we should just let this go. We'll let the Democrats have a pass on this. We'll let this go. We don't need to worry about it. They'll never do it again. Let's have, I sure as hell don't believe that. I think if we don't punish the people behind this, and I don't know if it's a Democrat or a Republican or both, but if we don't punish it, then they will do it again to us, and they'll do it even more. And our system will never, it'll always just be a bunch of bullshit.
Well, it will always be doubt. You can't have doubt in a democracy. You know what I mean? You can't have this suspicion that that's the only thing that keeps this shit going is trust. I mean, like literally looking in and saying, okay, that was fair. We got what we wanted. The other side played a fair fight.
Hello?
And like, there's winners and losers. But when you're completely rigging the actual winner, there's like no faith like in the system at that point. Like I don't even know how you.
And since no one on this app actually organizes anything, and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get into George Sands out,
I don't want to even bother voting anymore if it turns out that someone just completely fudged everything. Like literally, it is like at the voting machine level, like somehow. And I saw something about that. I don't know if you read that. Again, that's popping back up. There was, like conspiracy theories around it. It kind of looks like
got to stop at some point.
Internet.
I mean, America, we're going into the summertime period.
A lot of funny shit
Manufacture senseless
I don't know.
Robert, and so we're walking by the
I
Washington.
don't know how you like actually go
like
the next time. I don't even know what that looks like.
I do fear that people just check out of the system. And if they check out, that
signature things are always pretty weird. They have their own camera crews.
we don't have a strong enough base
It's like a way to keep houses.
to win
I'm sharing with my brothers. I can show it to you in person.
If I want to
getting
learn, I
local
just open
density
them.
voters involved. And that's just the reality of it. We could easily
I just don't get,
become
like,
a
it's
party
gotta
that
be,
rules the House.
I mean, I know where she's at ideologically.
Someone who's pretty close to
struggles
like
to get our
the
voters
whole
to win
run with there in Washington.
election.
It was pretty far.
Military as well, was military as well. So,
We're
but
constantly have ownership of the
Military
House,
is
but not the presidency. That's
Archer Avenue. By Midway, the south side.
tonight I'm ordering an immediate freeze on.
They're going to set it up. Here's the Republican Party's finally gaming the system in their favor by putting together voting districts that are going to give the Republicans a hell of a good shot at holding majorities in the House.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the.
After the next census, they're puppet to the House. And if we can just get there, a Democrat president comes in power in 2028. I think 2028 will be the nail in the coffin of this great Democrat Party. If we're able to hold on to the White House, if we're not.
Everyone learn with
I got married in 1975, and I was actually making more money than my husband practicing law. He was the Attorney General of Arkansas. I could not get a credit card in my own name.
If you went to the bank to get a loan, you had to supply a baby letter saying that you were never going to have a baby during the period of the loan. In many cases, you had to have your husband's permission to start a business, and he did not have to have his wife's permission.
When my husband died, all my cards had been Mrs. Lawrence Eldridge. Bella actually was able to pass legislation that allowed women to have their own credit.
Yeah, what are you doing in the audience, Ann? I make you a moderator.
I got married.
happy.
It's the sound of a woman. Speaks her mind when she's told she shouldn't. Says she can when they said she couldn't.
Do it.
My.
She keeps fighting because she needs to.
What is that a woman?
That's brutal.
I
You guys are brutal.
thought podcasts were only
Well,
for
what do you
famous
think?
people.
Are
Then
Brad and
Podpitch got me
Marshall
booked
still doing it
on
right now?
Four Pole
Or
Podcast.
Look,
Marshall, I
realistically,
know. I don't know about Brad, but yeah.
They're just not populist right-wing supporters. I mean, Marshall's very by the book, and he sees the world by the book. Like his arguments about the education earlier in the night is like, well, the parents just need to hold them accountable. And it's like, look, man, not everything can be done by the book. That's a lot easier said than done. And man, I don't know about Brad. I'll reserve.
Brad's a funny cat. I mean, you know me. I like Brad. Obviously, Brad is very knowledgeable. You know, I don't take that away from him. He knows a lot of stuff. I don't know. I think Brad can go probably either way when it comes to it.
If you were looking for short-term,
and Marshall, like you said, he's very much that kind of person.
And since no one on this app,
I guess it's our job to convince those folks, I suppose, right? Besides moderates, but yeah.
Matt, they pushed back on all my prognostication. We've been talking for like 5 to 6 years with these people, right?
Yeah.
And I largely get tons of pushback from Brad and Marshall, but I just want to say for the record, I've come through with a lot of predictions in the future about how politics were going to play out. And look, I wouldn't count. I don't believe in this. You know, we have the chance for 12 years of support. I didn't believe it when Trump won the presidency a year and a half ago, or almost, a little bit longer than that. But I don't know, man. I think we have some Republicans that just support the status quo, and they don't want to take risk. They don't want to push outside of what we're familiar with. And it's natural for right-wing people to stick their head in the sand. And I've seen it for years. The Republican Party, one of the biggest complaints that we should have about them is that they do nothing. They just go along to get along. And, but they don't, they don't really have significant policy that affects the culture. And I've used this in debate often, and it's like you can't really pin any of the racial discrimination or any of that stuff on Republicans because they don't ever pass any laws that has anything to do with that. They don't really pass laws.
That's a good point.
Now financial stuff, lowering taxes, they play it very safe. And when the Democrats understand that to force generational change, you have to max it out and push that Overton window with sometimes extremism. However, over a period of time, your extremism becomes common thought or commonplace. It's kind of like 30 years ago, gay marriage would have been unheard of. Now it's just common thought. It's common, it's commonplace throughout civilized society, right? So if we ever really want to make significant change, we need to push hard on the issues. And since we should not play safe, we should want to be advocating to get rid of the personal income tax. Trump's idea about if we can raise $800 billion in tariffs, 90% of the tax-paying population would not have to pay taxes. Like, these are the ideas that if we pushed through, we would get generational change. Rather than we suffered, I'll land right here. In the 20th century, we suffered under massive progressive changes between what Woodrow Wilson did, the New Deal, the Great Society. We don't have anything like that in our The last opportunity we had was Reconstruction, and they killed our president before we got to really enforce it. They had it for 30 years, but they weren't. The world, America would be a much different place if they didn't kill Lincoln than they did, and we haven't really advanced that type of cultural change, and we're living largely in what the Democrats of the 20th century have built.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And you can't know what works if you don't try it, right? That's one thing, like you're saying, you gotta push the boundaries a little bit because we tend to play the safe game and just kind of feel comfortable and not get uncomfortable. I think Trump has tried to do. There are some things that he's tried to do to really push that, like make us feel uncomfortable, let us get out there in the front. And if we fail, we failed. But if we grab a win, then we know it works for everybody, right? That's the idea. Is you rack up wins, and like you say, you can get one that's generational and keeps you in power. I mean, all it takes is one. And you gotta try it though. You can't just be playing it safe, doing the same old, typical Republican, not willing to do something because somebody will call him racist or whatever. You gotta get out there. You gotta work it. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, you have to look at it as a battlefield of ideas. That you advance your ideas, and even if they fail, the next generation can pick it up. Okay, so if Trump's tariff plan and getting rid of the income tax on the lower 90% population fails, which it will fail. I mean, there's not enough support for that. We'd get pushed back by the Brads and Marshalls on that idea, So we just wouldn't have enough support for it. However, if you plant seeds now and fail at it with the Trump presidency, we could have a president in 10 or 15 or 20 years from now that would be able to advance that idea. You have to look at it through the Overton window. The idea should be thrown out and advanced as far as we can get it, even if we fail, and take that risk now and let the next generation lift it up and advance it. Because look at what the Democrats do. You can see how the Democrats advance their ideas through the generations. Each one pushes it one step further. Now, there's a reason why they do that. That's how they stand out of their monolithic crowd. And that's a whole nother story we can talk about one day. But Republicans don't do that. Republicans tend to want to play safe, hope we win the election by the skin of our teeth, and we need to advance cultural change.
But by the way, I would rather lose doing the right thing. I think that's like one thing that, as much as people think that Trump is all about him and politics, I don't think that's always completely true with Trump. I know this is a huge stretch, but I do think Trump does things, like I just said, where he wants to do right, even if it does cost him anything. Like, I think he would throw the midterms just to do the right thing. I had that discussion in this room. I don't know when that was, 2 weeks ago or whatever. I think we were trying to figure out, like, what's the balance on that? Doing the right thing and supporting your party. I don't know if you remember that conversation, Joe. I don't know if you were here, but maybe I'm completely, maybe there's two things going on. Maybe Trump is self-interest, has self-interest in other things. Like, I don't know, like we said, maybe in the money game. But when it comes to politics, I think maybe he doesn't really care for politics and rather just do the right thing. I don't know if anybody else has that impression. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being weird about it. Maybe I'm in a cult. Maybe I'm in a cult, Ann. Maybe I'm in a cult, Ann. Go ahead, Ann.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say he definitely wants to go down in history as the best. So I know that. Well, but with that being said, like he has to have the support from the American people. So I think he's in it for himself, but I also think that he's in it for us too. So I mean, it's a win-win. Like he is gonna, yeah, he wants to go down as the best president ever. So I think with that being said, I'd like to have high hopes. Like he's not going to screw us. That would be like a bad look on him. If he definitely survived it.
By the way, is that a bad thing when we always get told that he wants to go down as a really good president? And I've always been told, like, that's a bad thing. Like, why is he working toward that? I don't know. On this app, you get that impression. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't a president want to work on doing things that he feels will make him the best president? I mean, I don't know why that's so, like, strong.
Coming into town.
I think what you're raising is this great question that should a politician govern by the polls, or should the politician govern by the gun? I think every politician is faced with that, and I don't know. Look, I've seen it extreme both ways. They were ruthless by governing by the poll. Whatever the poll said, and you would think, our politicians work for us. They should go with what the people want, things like that. And I don't know. There's this fine line between that. And I do think Trump uses his vote over the polls.
You would govern differently the way that you want to be governed.
Yeah, like I think that's clearly like oftentimes, if you really think about it, if you've ever been in positions of power, it's like how you want to be governed versus how you would actually govern.
And since no one on this app actually organizes anything, and nobody's ever accomplished anything from this app, and if I get
he was on the rise up starting back in 2012. And over the years, right? And he's actually in power, and also learning from his mistakes over the years of being in power, right? Changes how he approaches things. But clearly, I do think there's this difference in, especially every person wants to be governed largely different than how they would actually govern. Thought about that, Matt? Have you ever thought about if you had power, how would you actually govern? Like you advocate for these positions of how I want to be governed, but how would you actually execute it? Or would you just fall into, being a tyrannical leader?
I might turn into a tyrannical leader the way things are going. I don't know, Joe.
You have to try to read books, gentlemen. There are books on governance. I mean, you could read Machiavelli, you could read Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. The truth is, less is more, and Trump overturned and regime changed the government with just a feather. So there's something mystical, magical, powerful, and Trump has always branded himself, and everyone is essentially Trump branded, meaning that when you think of Trump, it's that gold hair, red tie, blue suit. Like, the guy has conditioned us to a very high degree. But as America, the big thing really is the culture issue and the debt and the military industrial complex, but also the medical industrial complex. $4 trillion? That's $400 billion a year in fraud. Everybody in here knows there's fraud in the system, and it's rampant. And doctors and health insurance corporations and medical groups and big pharma, they raped the country for trillions. The COVID-19 response is like a $10 trillion fucking response. It's bullshit. They've looted the treasury tenfold over. So, they have essentially wasted generations of labor. Generations. That's pretty unholy. It's pretty fucking disastrous. Hello?
Real big number.
Yeah, you're spot on, Pittman. It's the boomer generation where they've really passed the buck on to the next generation. And I love boomers, but man, I tell you what, they went went through the greatest moment of prosperity ever for the peasant class in the history of mankind. And I don't know if we'll live to see that. And was it worth it, all this money that they have spent? They've spent us into oblivion. And I think, like, it's been and I've said this earlier, and I'm kind of torn on it, but I feel like we've passed the Rubicon. Like, there's no way to return. Like, if we don't have the most powerful military in the world, it all falls apart.
Well, not necessarily, because you got to look at the other two major GDPs in the world, which is India and China. We are that; those are the top three. So, all rising tides raise all ships. We just have to make sure we don't go to war with fucking China, and we got to make sure if we do, India is on our side to fully invade and take out the communists. But I mean, hopefully we won't have World War III. But World War II is a good indicator that we will have a World War III, or we are already in a World War III. And the fact that Zelensky is a goddamn fascist who's not elected, holds no open elections, but sells U.S. manufactured drones on behalf of Silicon Valley and Palmer Luckey, it's like we're living in an alternative fucking reality here that most people don't know that you're actually living in, which is that the CIA has $100 billion a year budget. And they've been doing it for fucking 50 years, 100 years basically. So, when does that shit end? When do we as taxpayers keep funding top secret paramilitary operations globally on behalf of pretty much private business interests? But, it's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is, like, is this the society you want? Because if you listen to the Democrats, they want to put MAGATs in re-education camps. They want to arrest Pete Hegseth. They want to arrest Marco Rubio. They're the bigger fascists. If Trump was a fascist, he would do what they want to do to him and everybody else in America.
All right, so I get you, Alistair. Francis, welcome to the stage. I didn't know if you wanted to speak on what's being talked about. We're open to any opinions. You can just do whatever you want. I don't know if you're there. Are you there, Francis?
Yes, I'm honored to be on stage. Just give it a little bit more time before I open my mouth.
No worries, no problem. Goop-poo. I don't know how to say your name. You've been on stage before. Welcome to. If you wanted to say something, go for it. Otherwise, carry on. Actually, AB. I don't know if that guy was snoring. What was he doing? Joe, do you know?
Yeah, making noises or something. I went into a room last week and I got invited up and I just hit the yes and I didn't know the microphone was still on and I had background noise. Damn, they kicked me out of that room in a freaking heartbeat. I was like, I see how this is. It's like, well, I'm just going to rule with an iron fist, man. When these people start fucking around, bro, now I don't remove them. I just kick them down to the audience because I know, but damn, bro. Like, let me tell you how bad it is, Matt, when you don't run rooms. Like, this happened, bro. It's awful.
No, it's really, I told him that.
It is bad.
It's really bad, man.
And like, there's no place to even have a little bit of content. And I get it. Look, I understand some of the characters. I've been around here as long as you have. So I understand the political dynamics with some of it. But, man, I tell you what, like, just to have a place where we can just share what happened this week or what's going to happen in the week with the news is all we're looking for, because, like,
I try to do both. Like, because you can't just have hours. What are we on? I don't even know. I'm way past 24 hours this room.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just have like serious conversations for 24 hours. Like nobody is up for that. You know what I mean? You gotta have a little bit of both, Joe. And sometimes you catch it when the room's pretty out of control. So you're like, where's the serious discussion the other night?
You have no idea. Like every day me and Joe are like, okay, why the hell or for that? Where's Beaver? What are they doing? Why are they? Don't do that, guys.
No, I try. And Joe saved it last night. Joe, remember, we literally got in the moment. Remember, you're like, I'm coming up. I'm modding the room. And ever since we got back on track, that was pretty funny for the most part.
the constant when your rooms aren't going, the constant is crash out. Like every room, everywhere you go, it's the what do they call it? The Oppression Olympics and racial struggle sessions, and like it's just it's so awful. And so like that's always the constant. And I get it. Like we got to have some comedic breaks. That's why look, Alistair. I think he's low key hilarious the way he was trolling. And look, I didn't say nothing when Adams was tearing into Brad last night.
Oh God, that was incredible. Holy shit!
Oh my god!
You guys must have just on you. You guys must have been really having a good time, you two. Holy shit!
Here's me not getting in the way of that fire.
I don't mean
Right.
to like
Wow. Like the last week, Brad's finally stopped, getting on my ass. He used to scream at the top of his lungs at me every time I was in a room.
Literally every time, yeah.
So I'm trying my best to like.
I don't know. I thought tonight you'd do it because you guys were not getting along.
I thought it would spill over to Joe at some point, but somehow Adam sucked that all up. You know what I mean?
I know. I gotta thank Adams once in a while.
I
You went to the States for your fucking
Okay, thank you.
God, these people. I wonder if I. Yes, Peter. Yes, Peter.
Oh my god, Peter, no one can understand you.
By the way, Joe, that's mostly me. I'll confess. What I do is, you know me. The number one rule is everybody gets to speak. Like this guy. Oh, this guy's back. I didn't
fucking idiot.
Why did your shirt on?
Put his shirt on. Wherever is this guy going again? I can't look. Oh yeah, he is going. Okay. Joe, what I was saying was I pretty much get everybody a chance, like a one chance, like that guy. No, I don't really look at profiles. I just throw them up here, and then like if they're not gonna participate, then I just toss them down. So that probably is kind of annoying for you. I just want to.
Yeah, no, you do like a little bit of like me and Matt let up Jules a sting every time, and everyone gets all pissed off.
That's cool, man. I've ran rooms. I know what it's like. And you don't want to get to the point where you're cutting people out of the rooms because all of a sudden you're going to look around and there'll just be a dozen of y'all in the room and nobody else.
Right. If you look at the opposition rooms, they're pretty low on actual people because they've been scarred up and like it's just mods, you know what I mean, left.
Yeah.
So if yeah, exactly. My secret sauce, I'm just gonna give it out. Not that it's like too much of a secret, but if you let everybody speak, you're gonna have a room. It just is. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Even if you don't like them,
get on your ass that way, like Matt, and I know that they get on you. That's how it used to be with me. If I let then it was always like, why did you let them say this to me? And it's like, dude. Like, y'all are adults, and I used to take it really personal, and I used to, like, try and, like, accommodate everyone. What a waste of time.
Well, that's what the Democrats say. They say it's too dangerous to have the debates. So they are really the biggest echo chambers, the biggest hypocrites, the biggest fascists, the biggest supremacists, the biggest fake intellectuals. And, that's why we have to essentially defeat them through the law and start making arrests. And until we have sheriffs and federal prosecutors and state prosecutors willing to actually put criminal politicians who are not fiscally conservative in jail, because it's all a grift. The NGOs in every major Democrat city are pulling the same scam that the USAID and all those NGOs pulled, it just on a micro level, but it's still in the fucking hundreds of billions nationally. So it's a huge fucking grift. And we need 100 Cash Patels. Can he clone himself in India and bring a clone, Cash Patel clone army here to make mass arrests? Because it's not just the illegal alien invaders we have to arrest. We have to actually crush essentially the criminals in the political system who, have taken advantage. The biggest thing from the COVID-19 was the Triple P loan. That was $1 trillion government program. And look how many people they're arresting left and right. Every day some new fucking person gets arrested.
That's very much true. Yeah, Edward, hey, you're up at this late? Edward, what are you doing?
Yeah, telling people like me $300.
Yeah, I'm up late because I have a project tomorrow. I'm going to be at a nursing home for 12 hours. So I had to prep all the food and stuff. And my wife decided to go to sleep, so.
You're sneaking on Ed. Ed's all sneaking on the clubhouse this late.
yeah, well, she's sleeping, so it's all good. But, Alistair, you forgot what group. Because, you talked about all of the leftists and everybody else. You forgot the race hustlers on the Democratic Party, because that's all they talk about. It's pretty sad. They're the dividers, but they call everybody racist, but they're the ones who always want to highlight everybody's color. Got interesting.
I know that's what Ban does. He goes, "You don't support gay black men? You don't support black women? Hello?"
I think Edmund is the most misunderstood character on Clubhouse, because if you listen carefully, he's not wrong in what he says. He just has the whole vision to get it out there and say it. He takes the risk of saying it. Because look, Lincoln, he locked up a bunch of Democrats. He locked his opposition up. And that may be what we have to do with this cold civil war we're dealing with the Democrat Party. I don't know how we continue to exist with them in the future if it comes out that they are responsible for the stolen election in 2020. Mr. Edward, that's what, right before you came in, there's supposed to be a big reveal by Kash Patel, probably on Wednesday, about the stolen election.
We know what happened, whether they ever tell us or not, but there's nowhere in the world anybody's going to tell me a lady that did not get 2 points. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, hold on, I'll put in the audience.
Yeah, there you go. So a lady that did not get 2% for her run for president, and a guy that was half dead got 81 million votes. Yeah, okay. I know you can send me a lot of stuff, but that right there will never happen.
You guys hear me or no?
We can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know if you could hear me or not. I thought I was talking to myself.
That was you. That was annoying.
No, I thought my phone was glitching. I thought nobody could hear me. That's why I was like, "Hello, can you guys hear me?"
Yeah. So,
but Joe, have you ever seen?
Don't put on his phone. I'll either.
Joe, have you ever speed ran through Super Mario Bros?
You can't hear me though, right?
He's doing this purposely.
That's what we did, dude. We speed ran through 200
hard to
rings.
remove him because he has a stupid gay thing. Okay, good. He's gone. He has the stupid thing where if you click on it, it freezes. He doesn't do it.
I'm immune to it because I'm Android.
It does.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. I love you.
Yeah, you got it.
Mercy, Peter.
Oh God, how's he back?
You're welcome to
Peter, I said mercy.
Peter.
Peter, he's trolling.
Wow. So, Joe, I think that we all know, the country knows, the Democratic Party knows, they can't win based on policy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I made a mistake.
So they know they can't win based on policy. I always ask Democrats, could you give me your #1 pro-America policy? Tell me what your pro-America policy is. You make people depend on government. You tell people to kill their babies. You tell them not to be responsible for their
What the fuck?
You ever notice how Peter forgets English when he's in trouble?
So yeah, it was stolen.
What's the problem? Sorry, I saw you.
You gotta have. See, Matt, that's why I'm not on at night. This is crazy.
Edward, they'll tell you that their plan is restorative justice. We have an attorney general here in Chicago who issued innocence certificates to 100 people. multiple people in that group she knew were mass murderers, and she still released them and gave them over $300,000 in settlement money, and some up to $2 million. So this concept of DEI, social justice, equity, attorneys and ankle monitors, there's no cash bail, so they can go out and do recidivist murders. It's utter chaos, and why we don't have sheriffs and attorney generals, especially at the federal level, who can do special interventions and make arrests and correct the legal system when there's problems with corrupt lawyers and judges who are 100% Democrat, because on our ballot, there are no Republican judge options, only Democrat options. How is that possible? How do Republicans not have equal representation at the ballot? So we live in this huge Democrat-controlled industrial complex where crony Democrats are at the Cook County Board presidency for 30 fucking years. You can't beat them. They got the whole system rigged and fixed. They control the whole fucking thing at the election commission, everywhere. So until there's arrests and until the federal government does interventions, we will never, ever be free. And we need a Bukele type of intervention from Trump. And we need it as soon as possible. If he's going to intervene in Iran, he needs to intervene here in America in every major Democrat city and make mass arrests and really send these people to a pleasant re-education camp, maybe in Guantanamo.
I think California is kind of an example, Edward, when you agree of how the Democrats would like to just kind of like overlord, completely own every mechanism of our government, because California is just completely run by Democrats. So there was something else I was going to go there. Oh, Edward, did you see? Oh, go ahead, Joe. You're going to comment on that? Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, no, that's definitely what it is. It's the Democrats' agenda is to create a one-party rule system where they get to advance through the hierarchy of their party who the next leaders are of our country, and that's their ultimate goal is, and that you see that in communist countries. It's the same thing that the Democrats want.
Can you give the example of those democratic countries who let Republicans to be their leaders?
China's the best example of a one-party rule system.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay, let me explain my side. What about the limitations that they impose to their citizens? Are they in the same level of mindset with the American Republicans, or they are different? They have different ways.
They're inside the one party of China. They do have different sides within it. However, it's still just one party rule.
What about the methodology?
Their
methodology, the finding of a side to govern the country. That's the dispute.
Yeah, the methodology is the same methodology that the Democrat Party in America would like to ultimately execute on America. That is their ultimate agenda.
That's the goal.
But when you see Uyghur groups of China, would Republicans do the same like China do to Uyghur people, to some group of people in the United States?
No, not the Republicans, Peter.
Exactly, they are completely different.
Yes, Peter, your understanding is, when you hang out in these rooms, your understanding is different.
The Republican Party has a different concept. The Republican Party believes in a republic where what we have is a system based on federalism. And what that means is a decentralized governing throughout different levels of government, from state government up to the feds. However, in a one-party rule system, even within a republic, if it was ruled by one party, all the actual deal-making would be done in the party back room. And everything else would just be for show. It would be just going through the motions, because they'll have already agreed upon what the outcome is in the background.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Necro, welcome again. You're always good opposition. I don't know if everybody's ready for some opposition, but you're saying in the chat about the No Kings do you believe we are under some kind of kingdom, or king rather, Necro?
I mean, not right. The Constitution doesn't allow it. So right now, yeah, there's no sort of king. But
so why do you guys say it then? Why do you guys say no kings? Why not just do like? I mean, actually, like no tyrant maybe might be better because like obviously we have no kings, but maybe someday America can have a tyrant. I don't know. But anyways, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you have to make your voice known if you have a person who is in office who is lead the country and aspires to make it into a monarchy. I mean, like you have to make it well known specifically your opposition to it.
That's not why they do it.
Wait, do you think Trump wants to make the country into a monarchy?
They don't say no fascism. They're careful with their linguistics. They choose a ridiculous term like no kings, which obviously is redundant. It means nothing.
I'm waiting for this, guys.
Honestly, I think that, so when I thought it said no kings, my mind went right to like Christ King. And so, like, they're saying no kings, that's the way.
That's an interesting approach, Ann. So they say get rid of Christ, essentially.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Necro would be behind that.
Let me reframe Marshall's question towards Necro. Necro, can you link for us the policy that Trump is advancing to turn the United States of America into a monarchy?
So one in which essentially where he has power, like, make sure we have the right terms of what we mean by monarchy, if that's fair.
Monarchy means ruled by a king with hereditary primogeniture. So Donald Trump would be the king, his son would be the next king, his son after that would be the king, his son after that would be the king.
Yeah, the easy way to answer that, Marshall, we'll take the common definition of what a monarchy is. Go ahead.
Yeah, so specifically though, I mean that's a pretty
This is what Necro does. I just want to point this out. When I actually ask Necro to define it, he philanders and filibusters and walls around like this.
So
the common definition of a monarchy, we're going to accept that. Can you link the policy? I'll say it again. Can you link the policy that Trump is advancing to create a monarchy in America?
Okay, so we're not going to be unified in definitions.
Is it functional? We just agreed to a definition, which is the king passes his rule from himself to his son. That's the definition.
Okay. So specifically, we're going to I could give a policy specifically about, what I mean by, and what most people I think.
Oh, I need voice inflection, Necro. Come on.
I'm sorry, and I'm working on it. But anyways, if you want specific examples and ways Trump tries to, aspire to be authoritarian, not necessarily like, I wouldn't say he's Hitler or anything like that.
That's not what Joe asked. He asked about a kingdom, like an actual monarch.
Okay, well, if you think that specifically that anybody thinks that, that people think that he wants to become like King Henry or anything like that, in that the same sense, like the exact same literal sense, then I don't know what you're talking about.
What am I supposed to call the No Kings protest other than a bunch of people who think Trump's a king and a hereditary monarch?
It's really about the propaganda that they distribute and who's funding it. Surprisingly, Warren Buffett is a primary funder. And they put down slogans like, healthcare is a human right. Healthcare is a human right. No ice. Basta! Basta! No ice. Basta!
Marshall, I'm not going to play the game. I'm not going to talk like it. Somebody else is going to be talking. So
yeah, I'm saying
see, Marshall's good at filibustering.
Or
because he wants to maintain the filibuster because Marshall is a clubhouse fake Republican Democrat filibusterer. Hello?
Necro, what is this thing about the monarch?
Oh, by the way, real quick.
Well, I'm willing to give you
The Necro, can you hear me?
Sure.
Oh, no, real quick. Yeah, I'll get to your question, Marshall. Because I'm assuming a king would be able to automatically, like, quote unquote, knight the next person, the next king, right? And
Yeah, that's why I said hereditary primogeniture.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, keep going. Necro, can you answer that? Like his question?
Yeah, so the answer specifically is that, ways that Trump aspires to be an authoritarian, I would say that there's specific policies on, like, for example, the fact that he wanted to punish people who burn the American flag.
Okay, George W. Bush wanted to punish people who burn the American flag. Check, next.
Okay, well, I mean, it's still authoritarian, right?
No, presidents have done that. It's not that big a deal, so please check, go to the next thing.
Necro's been on me all year about the burning of the flag thing. We've been going back and forth for years. Go ahead, Necro.
So, you said that it's not authoritarian, so it's not designed to punish speech. That is.
No, what I said is other presidents have done that. So let's not pretend that Donald Trump is somehow unique.
Marshall, hold on. Let me reframe here. That doesn't actually, putting through that law, if he is able to push that through, doesn't give him a monarchy. What I'm asking specifically is not policy that you find authoritarian. What I'm asking is what policy is he advancing that will give him ultimate unilateral power in our country? Because from my understanding, we still, at my chagrin, have a Senate controlled by an establishment Republican that I complained about for 2 hours.
Sure.
And we still have the House of Representatives. And we still have a Supreme Court, to my chagrin, doesn't rule on everything that I wish would go my way, even though it does rule on some. So we still have state governments. We still have state constitutions. And tell me the policy that Trump is advancing that wipes all that away.
Yeah, I mean, this conversation is essentially going to go nowhere if we're just going to be saying that, it's not here yet, therefore, you have no right to disable.
That's not what he's asking.
No,
he's asking
a
specific question about kings and the No Kings protest and people with the No Kings protest thinking Donald Trump's a monarch.
No,
and you apparently wanted to defend the fact that people thought he was a monarch. So he's asking you specifically, how is he a hereditary monarch?
I had no idea that Marshall does a loud mic like Adams. That's impressive, Marshall.
Let's let Necro answer. So Necro, what policy is Trump advancing that will slip us into tyranny?
Well, I just gave you an example of one of them, and of course, there's also plenty of other ones that I can name. For example, the fact that he tried to invoke the gag rule to forbid scientists from using certain words in climate science because it makes them look bad.
Wait, he did the thing he's allowed to do as an executive, and that's somehow an authoritarian asterisk?
It was struck down. The executive order was struck down. But it, still is.
Struck down. If it was struck down, that would mean that he's not a king.
Oh my God! So you're suggesting basically that you're essentially going to say it doesn't matter because it's not a law. It's still authoritarian whether or not it is actually a law, right?
No. How was that authoritarian? Obama wrote plenty of executive orders that got struck down by the court. How's that authoritarian?
No, but executive orders, regardless of whether they hold up, are still authoritarian in functionality.
That's not my point. If he had unilateral power to install that would be one thing. But the court struck him down and said he couldn't.
Marshall, can you answer this question? So if Hitler's policies that were authoritarian? Were they authoritarian regardless of not
He
what
was a military
it was?
commander, different from President Trump.
No, that's not the question. Were the policies which he planned, were they authoritarian before they became laws?
Was there two other bodies of government that were able to challenge Hitler's
That wasn't the
orders
question.
once? Yeah, that's the part you're leaving out.
That wasn't.
Because
No, it's completely avoids the question
there's
that
a
I
big
asked.
difference between what Hitler did and what Trump is doing, as much as you would like to conflate the two. This government is set up, the Constitution is set up with three branches of government. They are constantly challenging each other. But to say because Trump exercises his authority as given by the Constitution, and that when that exercise is challenged by another branch of government, instantly makes him a dictator, is where your argument falls apart. Because every president does it. Some are challenged, some are not. But to characterize what he's doing as a dictator is bullshit framing by the left, because they're trying to dig into their grab bag and find anything that will create an emotional response from the public so they can get votes. It's the same as when you're at your senior prom and you're trying everything you can do to get your hand on your date's titties. And you will say or do anything to cop that feel and hopefully stick your dick in her. It's the same situation.
Yeah, so I mean, the question I
And
asked
since
was,
no one on this app actually
or sure you can answer it since you're on stage if you want, but overall, I mean, like, to me, like, essentially it is that it's not authoritarian as long as it actually never becomes law. I mean, so essentially, I mean, to me, this is like confusing the map for the place pretty much, is that, you know, it wasn't ever something that was implemented, therefore it never was the case.
I mean, if it gets struck down by the court system, it means the system did its job.
But it's still authoritarian.
No, what it means is that the president decided something that the other branch didn't agree with. That's an authoritarian, that's a president overreaching. The two are different in definition and in kind.
So, Marshall, if I asked you this, if I was to try to come up with a policy which excluded all Republicans from talking, is that authoritarian even if it doesn't become law?
I would say it's shitty, unequal, and unjust, but I wouldn't call it
authoritarian, though.
If you were listening, I said it's shitty, equal, and unjust, but not authoritarian. If it were authoritarian, you would be able to say it and do it unilaterally without anything to stop you. The fact that the president gets stopped by the court and gets stopped by the Congress means what he's doing is not authoritarian by definition.
Okay, so me censoring Republicans as long as it never becomes law.
You can't send it. That's not my point. My point is when you do it and you get sued about it, and the court says, "Hey, by the way, you can't do that." That's not a definition of authoritarianism. That's a definition of a president overreaching, which presidents in the United States have overreached for 250 fucking years.
An interesting case you bring up, because that very thing happened, but not by a president necessarily, but by the bureaucracy of the government. Conveniently, I was just watching a now 2-day-old interview of Matt Taibbi discussing how the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security, and I forget who else, issued thousands of emails to private organizations telling them to squash certain stories. And conversely, when the left freaked out about it, there was one letter from, I forget who it was from, the FBI, to Death Row Records, cop killer. They sent one letter saying, "Gee whiz, could you not release that because it might cause more cops to be shot?" And the left lost their shit over that.
Obama did the same thing 1,000 times, almost nothing.
Yeah, so that was a very good example you brought forth, Necro, because that was not the three branches of government. That was the bureaucracy carrying out the wishes of one of the branches of government.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially, fascism as an idea was not authoritarian, as far as I understand. From what you're saying, it's just essentially is that because of the fact that it became an actual implementation of law, that's really what made it authoritarian. That ideas in and of themselves cannot be authoritarian until they are actually implemented, is essentially the argument that's being made.
Well, I think the argument that you're making, and let me try and think of a way I can get it equally wrong as you've gotten my arguments equally wrong. I think the argument you're making is that you keep, excusing the actions of the left because you support trans rights, and because you support trans rights, you're just hoping that they get back in power because you just want to see more trannies when you look through the newspapers or go online to find a tranny hooker. That's the way I understood your.
How it's evolving into insults right now.
No, I didn't say anything about an insult. I was genuinely trying to understand the argument you made, and the fact that you would accuse me of insulting you. Well, that really hurts. And now
let's refrain from all ad hominem, gentlemen.
This is violence against my person.
I got a question for Marshall. He was talking about Reconstruction and how America didn't make the investment in the South. And I'm just wondering, is that why there's such a class difference between the North and the South, and why the South is full of white trash? Hello?
So, what Alan saying. Just go ahead. Well, I mean, he made the suggestion that, the reason I support the left is because I support, I have secret fantasy with trans people specifically, and I want them to be able to do this. And so it was all into personal attacks, but no sort of anything substantive. So.
Which echoed what you said, Necro.
Let me reset the room. So I asked Necro a very specific question, which he's failed to answer, and how to link Trump into what policy he was advancing to establish a monarchy in the United States of America. So he's failed on that one. What he countered with largely is that ideas that are proposed, even if they don't come into effect, and even if they are not enforced, can be ruled as authoritarian, hence making Trump a monarch or a king, right? That essentially paraphrases what we've had to listen to for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've made my position very clear, and I mean, I have not seen any refutation of what I've actually put forward specifically.
I think you failed to make your point.
And what was my point? Can you repeat it back to me?
No, I think I gave you a very clear example of why you were wrong, and you chose to ignore it. I think that's what happened. And I don't know, could we take a poll of the room to see if that, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the fact that presidents and the branches of government, are in conflict with each other, and if you knew anything about the Constitution, you'd understand that that's why the founders made it that way. So a president proposing laws and other branches of government saying, no, you can't do that, and having a fight over it, and Trump is doing that too, yet somehow you've decided Trump is a authoritarian or dictator or king or whatever other disparaging mark you want to make is absolutely false. And yet you want want to keep ignoring that. Now, I think that's a direct response to your question. Now, would you like to counter that, or are you going to try and gloss over it?
Yeah, I mean, specifically, what I've seen is like particularly complete. I brought up points, for example, of Trump's policies that I agreed were that I point out were authoritarian, and you know, I haven't seen a refutation of those.
So I'll give you an example. I'll refute it. So an authoritarian dictator would enforce some sort of policy that would render the legislative branch completely powerless, where the president could then advance into law anything he wanted, or he would render the Supreme Court completely useless and cut out any of their power in the rulings, or even if they did rule, he would completely ignore them, which he has not ignored the rulings of the United States Supreme Court. So, look, that was what I was looking for, is like some sort of policy that he's advanced that would actually block another branch of government.
Right. So the violations of trying to take away free speech rights of people, that is not authoritarian, or freedom of the press, that's not authoritarian.
Okay, I said it really clearly. You're not addressing any of my points. What you're doing is you're bringing up. Hold on. You're bringing up red herrings to try and divert the points I just made. That you've failed to be able to link one policy where Trump actually hinders or neuters, for lack of better terms, another branch of government that would ultimately lead him to have unilateral power.
Yeah, so I mean, trying to revoke people's free speech rights and trying to take away
He would just say he's trying. He's tried, but he has not completed.
You're still failing to link something where he has hindered another branch of the government. So now what you have highlighted is where Trump has executed the power that he does have. Okay, so what you're saying now is that the executive branch, and we can have that conversation, that the executive branch may have too much power. Is that what you think? Because he hasn't worked outside of the parameters of the executive branch. Can we agree on that?
He has violated. I mean, I think there are plenty of grounds for impeachment.
He's tried.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked, has Trump done anything outside of the powers granted to him in the executive, being the head of the executive branch? He's the head of he's a single man that's the head of an entire branch of government. Has he done anything outside of the parameters that has already been afforded?
And I'm going to repeat my answer, which is that I think there are reasonable grounds that he has violated his.
Name one.
When he declared the missile strike on Iran.
Well, that's actually within his power as the president.
No, he doesn't have the right to declare war without the approval of Congress.
The War Powers Act gives him 60 days. What are you talking about? Hold on. The War Powers Act is very clear that the president does not have to go to Congress for 60 days.
Okay, so he can attack a country as an act of.
Every president. Yes, every president. Listen, let me teach you. Every president has the power, according to the War Powers Act, given to him by Congress. Congress gave the executive branch that power, that they have up to 60 days of any conflict before they have to seek out getting congressional approval for war.
So president can launch.
They may not even have to do that.
So
They may not even have to do it after the 60 days.
Yes. Your
so
answer is
the
yes.
president can launch.
He can launch an attack.
Okay. Is this guy done? Okay. Just so the president can launch any missile at any country as long as he notifies Congress.
Not any country. To the
No, he doesn't have to
genociders.
do that. He doesn't have to do that. Moving on. You know, you seem to have issues, so I'm going to help you out, Necro. How has Trump tried to take away free speech rights? Suppression
I just gave
of
an example.
protest and dissent. Detention of pro-Palestine student protesters. Ideological test.
I just gave an example earlier, which is
asylum seeker.
so
Law firms and lawyers.
Alan. So I gave an example.
Yeah.
I gave an example earlier of punishing people who desecrate the flag.
Yeah.
So that's violation of free speech, right?
How did he?
Violation
I'm
of
not
free
seeing
speech
it
is the
in
best
this
counsel
list
in the
here.
face of
So let me look it up. Has Trump punished people?
That's actually
No,
a
that
crime.
is-
They're not allowed to do that. That's actually a crime.
What about the violation of free speech in Iran?
You're not allowed to deface the American flag or anything. That's a crime.
What did Francis say? Go ahead, Francis.
Defacing anything like that, like the American flag, is actually a crime.
It's not true. Not true. It's protected by the First Amendment.
It's actually not.
United States v. Eichmann. Read the case.
Yeah, you know, Necro, I gotta say I'm okay with that because we saw the previous administration attacking people who desecrated the trans flag, the LGBTQ flag, and so yeah, you know what? I'm okay with.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Yeah, it was in the news. Let's see. In the meantime, for desecrating
LGBT desecrate. Are you talking about Mayor Pete Buttigieg? Mayor Pete? How did Mayor Pete become a military officer without going to ROTC or even doing basic boot camp? How is it that senators or congresspeople can just create officers in the armed forces? Hello?
Yes, individuals have been both attacked and prosecuted for desecrating LGBTQ flags or crossings, often facing hate crime charges and significant jail time. Notable cases include a 15-year sentence in Iowa, 2019, for burning a church's pride flag, and multiple arrests in 2025 for vandalizing flag near Atlanta's Rainbow Crosswalk. That's good for the good.
And was it their property or was it somebody?
Never attack a symbol of a gay, black, elite, intellectual Democrat. How dare you? How dare you?
You know, the crosswalks were public property. Yeah, you can't do it to public property.
Yeah. Like Alan, I feel like there's something that you're not. It's more to a story than just simply somebody had a flag.
There is. They imposed. Yeah, if I want to fly my American flag, that's fine. But why do I need to see it on on a public place, on a crosswalk? And don't I get the right to express my opinion on that crosswalk?
You have the right to express your opinion with your property. You have the right to vote
Yes.
flag, but
Yes.
you don't have the right to burn other.
I think it's called public property.
But you can't destroy it. Yeah, you can't destroy public
How
property.
is burning a tire track on a crosswalk? Was that destroying it? It's still there.
So guys, didn't I say that was
Yeah, okay, I can see. That's the excuse you're gonna hide behind.
What excuse?
so can I say something, gentlemen? The reason I say it's a crime was because I was arrested for that.
It's a gate crosswalk, I don't want it, if I drive over it and skid over it.
We have a true story here. Hold on. Go ahead, Francis. What happened to you?
So during the Iraq War, I took an American flag. I went down to DC. I organized my university. We went down there. I took an American flag. I wrapped it. I had both my money. I wrapped it around and I burned it. I went to jail for 5 days for that. And they told me it was a crime and that my citizenship could be revoked if I ever did that again. That's why I say it's a crime.
Hello?
Good, Beaver.
Francis, do you have any proof that you were threatened with your citizenship being taken away from you?
I can't. So I went to jail for 5 days.
I know, but going to jail for 5 days isn't necessarily proof that an attorney general or something told you you're going to be stripped of your citizenship. It's quite a claim. What made you want to burn the U.S. flag and reap the repercussions of doing that by the White House?
I learned my lesson. That's literally what I just said.
Oh, so you fucked around and you found out.
And it was wrong.
You know this is not okay. It's not okay to burn.
I was told it was a crime. I was in the law to do that, and I was very ignorant about that. I thought I had a freedom of speech right to do whatever I wanted.
Did you think about maybe just like doing it in your backyard and then putting up a YouTube video? Like, did you have to go to Washington D.C. to go to the White House?
I didn't take the flag and took a lighter fluid and light it. It wasn't by myself. It was a group of us, and I took responsibility for it because I organized.
Yeah, you took it. So what is it about America? What was it that you were protesting? What about America that? What are you complaining?
Iraqi women and children when they burned down an entire school and they killed like 150 children.
In Iraq?
That's what I was against. I know I was wrong. I went to jail for 5 days.
Beaver
said that.
There was people who massacred 500,000 people, leaked wrong information, and they put the launchers of missiles inside the school. They locked the doors of the school to students who don't avoid exiting the school during the attacks, to make some kind of leftist
I was a college student. I was
because they are terrorists and they live with terrorizing others. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used 1.5 million bullets in 2 days to kill 500,000.
So, I mean, I think specifically though, I feel like there's a lot to essentially the cases that you're mentioning, Alan. Now, if you could find a specific case where you had a person who simply had a flag of their own that was an LGBTQ flag and they decided to burn it, which I've seen a lot of online, but I've never heard of anybody who was simply, was prosecuted because they had a LGBTQ flag of theirs that they decided to burn. That's clearly, and if it was the case that there was a Democrat who did that, I would be equally as opposed to it as the person who's punished for burning the American flag.
Even if it violated burning laws at the time?
And,
So, cities have burning laws, right? When they can burn and when you can't burn fires?
Yeah, you can't, burn something if it's a threat to public safety.
Yeah, so what's the difference between burning a building and burning a flag? If it's treated as
there's one.
What it specifically is that certain regions have no burning laws where you're not allowed to have fires because those areas are dry or prone to fires. so you're only allowed to have a fire at certain times. Do you think they should still be able to burn their flag during those periods when no burning laws are in effect?
I mean, sorry, what's the question?
Do you struggle understanding my questions?
No, sorry.
Why do you clam up every time I ask you direct questions?
No, yes, question again.
He is no IQ, I think. He is not material for this discussion.
No, so do you still support the burning of the American flag even when no burning laws are in effect in that region?
Do I support the person's right to burn a flag even when there's no burning laws within that region? I mean, absolutely.
In effect, at that time, absolutely, you say. So they should risk starting a fire in a dry area. Okay, like areas like Colorado have no burning laws in certain cities, right? Certain areas because they're prone to fires. Certain areas of California have no burning laws in effect, right? Do you think that your speech trumps this?
Do I think that free speech trumps people's whatever is considered a hazard? Like, I mean, I obviously, like I said, if there is a hazard, then I don't support it. And if it's the law, then, like, no, you
didn't say that till now. Not like you've been saying. You didn't say that till now.
Yeah. I mean,
it's simple. No, you don't. You don't support the burning of the American flag for the right of someone's speech if it's at risk of starting a fire in a fire-prone area, right?
And I mean, yeah, because you can't endanger people through in the area.
We've established that people don't have the right to burn the American flag 100% of the time, right?
It depends, so no, it's just like you don't have the right to shout crowd fire, and
you do if there's a fire. You do have the right to shout there's a fire if there is a fire.
Yeah, but you can't do it just in a public theater, right?
And if there's a fire.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, essentially, you can you can come up with all these different things, but I mean, to me, I'd like to illustrate freedom of speech in the same way as with your hands. Like, you have the right to your hands. You are not. Hold on. I just want to finish the point. Okay. So yes, you're always going to have specifically certain boundaries that you have the right to move your hands, but you don't have the right to move your hands in people's faces.
What's the message that's being sent when you burn the flag?
It depends on the context. I mean, you can have people who oppose America's foreign policies in other countries, so many people, whether they be leftist, communist, or even libertarians, have done. But I mean, it's true specifically you expressing dissatisfaction with.
So if I go so that's kind of back to my other point. If I go to the Pacific Palisades and I light the whole place on fire because I hate the rich, is that freedom of speech? Like, if that's how I show off my disdain or something for the American flag, for disdain for the country, for what you just said that it did. And can I just go to the Pacific Palisades and light it on fire because I hate the rich? Where is there a line?
Is it your property?
Huh?
Is it your property?
Okay, so it's a property thing because you own the flag and you get a chance to do your expression, right?
Well, I mean, it's not the only thing. I mean, there's other things with property that's sensitive.
Well, if I own, let's say I just bought a little piece of land with all if I just I don't know, what if I rented a house or something? I reckon they just rent on it. What if I bought the little piece of land that had all the stuff on it, the sage, the burn? Is that good enough to meet that requirement that I own the property that led to the burning of Pacific Palisades? I don't know.
If you burn the property that led to the specific Palisades.
Mm-hmm. As an expression of frustration toward the rich.
I mean, if it's your property, it's one thing. But given that everything is like secure, there's no other endangerment. Then
Calling them fake rhino Republicans in Texas who hate Trump.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this like the papacy?
I would like to see Trump, if that's what you declare as authoritarian, I would like for him to be authoritarian and arrest someone for burning the American flag so it can be brought in front of the Supreme Court again so we can overturn that rule. It should be illegal to burn the United States American flag.
Okay. Well, and you're free to have that opinion, but it's still, I mean, constitutional amendment. But I understand why.
No, it's not a. Hold on. Let's be clear. It's not a constitutional amendment.
Yes, it is.
It's case. No, it's not. It's case precedence. It's case precedence. It's literally, you even cited it. It's from 1989, a Supreme Court ruling. It's case precedence, much different than a constitutional amendment.
So is McDonald v. Chicago something that's just the Supreme Court precedent?
Okay, so do you understand case law, case precedence, and what it means? That it can be that the Supreme Court can just like what happened with Roe versus Wade. It was case precedence that Roe versus Wade existed. It was not the supreme law of the land. It was just a ruling that established, which the Supreme Court can then later in years on rule opposite of it and set the precedent a different way. So I believe, in my opinion, the Supreme Court should change their ruling from what they found in 1989 and allow us to have laws against the burning of the American flag.
Okay. Well, I mean, you have the right to feel that way about, but the thing is, though, I mean, it doesn't surprise me that people who want to, because the people who oppose Donald Trump, essentially are people who are very likely
the American flag. Yeah, I get it. You want to burn the American flag. Gotcha.
No, I don't. But to me, it's like I understand why Trump wants to punish people who burn the American flag, because a lot of people who don't agree with his policies are the people who are most likely to express their opposition to it that way.
Isn't it largely only people on the left that burn the American flag when they're upset that
it's not only people on the left, but yeah, a lot of people on
largely,
the left.
I said largely.
I think the majority, I would say, yeah.
Can you name when? Can you name when?
Yeah, when Republicans or conservatives burn flags, I don't know which one. What event? Have you ever seen that show? I didn't realize that.
There are libertarians who have burned the American flag.
They're definitely not Republicans. So,
okay, but that wasn't. You said leftists. Libertarians are not leftists.
In a lot of ways, they are. Yes, libertarians are much more left leaning than they are right leaning, for sure, 100%. Where do you think the whole transgender ideology concept comes from? It's we're just going to let live and let everybody just do whatever the hell they want. Just prop up. It's individual freedom, right?
Yeah, I thought that was what conservatives said that they liked, though, was individual freedom.
Yeah, because now small government is what conservatives advocate for, and family.
So
they advocate for family rights. So true conservatism is about the nuclear family. It's not about the individual.
Okay. So I know libertarians believe that conservatives still support any state, pretty much.
What's that?
Well, libertarians, they argue that even though they're better than liberals on reducing, the government from being a nanny, they still think the government.
Recession is coming. Buy gold and silver. Sell stocks and.
But either way, to me, it's I would
if you think the libertarians that they're a bunch of leftists or like, I would recommend you.
Libertarians believe in illegal immigration. They're like, let them all come in. We shouldn't have borders. Libertarians believe in unfettered abortion. Let people have the freedom. The mother has the freedom to kill her child. I mean, yes, this is what libertarians, many of them, not all. I mean, Libertarian Party is largely just a party of disgruntled right-wing and left-wing people.
You brought up immigration. You brought up immigration and abortion. Do you not think there have been any leftist governments who have supported closed borders or have been against abortion? Because I know plenty of leftists.
Not in recent. I mean, I'm talking about today and the positions today. I'm not talking about positions 100 years ago. I mean, shit. 100 years ago, Democrats didn't even think black people should be afforded rights.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, parties did change. I would agree with that.
Not really. I mean, they still don't think, that all Americans should have equal rights.
Okay, well, I would agree that the Democrats have been a failure to Americans, but I still think the same thing about Republicans. So, I mean, I think both of them are essentially, if you removed a lot of the culture war issues, I think they're pretty difficult to distinguish, in my opinion.
Joe, I got a question for you. If I had an American flag that was old and dirty, and I had a permit to burn trash in my private property, and I lumped it in with all this other garbage I was burning, like, if you had your way, you would make that illegal?
Yeah, I think communities should, if it was my way, I think communities should have the right to set that as their law. Now, it should be up to the communities, though, to be able to do that, yes.
Yeah, and I believe that the Constitution should protect people from tyranny of the majority on human rights. So,
I think
There are people
like Beaver's scenario, probably just disagree a little bit with Joe. I think like in that case, like I think we know the intention of someone trying to get rid of an old flag, perhaps, you know what I mean, versus somebody, out in the street at a protest doing it. Maybe, I don't know. But I'm assuming you're going to say the standard should just be the standard, right, Joe? On that one or no?
I don't really understand the question. However, should we have the right to govern ourselves, set a law to not burn the American flag? Yes, we should. We should have that right to be able to set that law. Right now, due to case precedent, it says we can't have that law. What actual individual liberty we're not taking people's speech.
Joe, you have to. It is a speech issue. You have to look at it as art creation, because the moment you outlaw it, now you create a fixation opportunity for people that will intentionally do. It's the same thing with the Quran burning. There's this Christian guy who goes around burning Qurans, and then the police have to put out the fire, and then the Muslims are trying to put out the whole thing is just wasting everybody's time. And I like all the debates and conversations, but we have to, I know it's just this fucking social audio conference call, but I'm saying, like, how as a herd do we actually intelligently prioritize what our government is doing, what the taxpayers are expected of, and how do we essentially stop running a broken simulation on a redundant, fully automated setting? I mean, these conversations are awesome, but honestly, isn't that, like you said earlier, Abraham Lincoln arrested criminals? So is Trump actually going to liberate us, or is he just like, got the fuckets? Hello? Fuckets, buckets, 2 tears in a bucket, like, is anything ever going to change? I doubt it. I think the status quo is good as gold. But miracles and breakthroughs do happen. Trump is that miracle and breakthrough, but how do we get the all-seeing eye to focus on liberating America? Because how has technology not essentially created efficiency? The internet is supposed to modify everything, and the biggest thing that isn't modified is the goddamn teachers unions and our national education system, which is bupkis. And look at Clown House. Like, this could be the future of education. Dr. Peepee here could be teaching a class and maybe making a salary, you know? And we could eliminate the $1.3 trillion annual budget for education in this country. It's just a joke, but not really, because something's got to give, and something's got to give in Medicare, Medicaid.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. So we talked about this earlier. We discussed that Kash Patel supposedly has a big reveal coming up where he's talking about arresting people that are responsible for the theft of the 2020 election.
Well, there's also a lot coming out with Rand Paul and Dr. Fauci, and Tulsi Gabbard is also releasing information on biolabs, 40 of them in Ukraine. So, you know, the Pentagon and Fauci and all these bioweapon research programs, they're being exposed. And Dr. Bill Gates has been exposed. And, you know, there's still got these Epstein files. I mean, does anybody here look at Thomas Massey's, you know, Instagram and X account, or Rand Paul? I mean, these are leading conservative intellectuals, not the homosexual elite intellectuals of the Democrat gay trans party, you know, who want to tell you everything is racist and everything is because of structural right racism. We still got to think about indigenous rights. We got to think about the immigrant communities, and we have to think about the open border. Things got to go back to normal, is what they like to say. When things go back to normal. Well, Pandora's box is open, and nothing goes back to normal when things start getting weird. And things are going to get weird, in my opinion, or the status quo will just persist and the Democrats will actually return to power and wipe away these years of work. Yeah, so, hello?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I understand it, I understand that plenty of Americans have gotten away from actually said. I mean, we have plenty of things in the Constitution that are pretty explicit, like explicitly says, you know, forbids being subject to cruel and unusual punishment, but surprisingly, the majority of Americans find it acceptable. And so, I mean, it's one of the things I do find disgusting about Americans overall for my country, is that somehow it's something that we've been okay with.
Was it acceptable for how the Washington, D.C. Legal system treated the January 6th protesters?
If you're talking about specific cases, I mean, there are some that I do believe were given sentences that I felt were a little bit lengthy. Like, I feel like, you know, you had some of them, I think, guys like, I think it was Joe Biggs. I mean, I don't think he should have got off scot-free, but I do think that I don't think he should have been sentenced to, I think it was like 17 years or whatever it was. I think, to me, the thing that I found really distressing was the fact that these people, like, got any time, like, got all this time that they served. But meanwhile, the guy who would let it did not face any time. But that's something that, you know, I knew was pretty much never going to happen. But overall, I mean, as regards to, you know, I mean, I do really think you specific examples of people who I felt were a little bit lengthy. I mean, as far as people, though, who assaulted police officers that day, it's like, I don't see how Republicans who have claimed to be the party of law and order could be okay with those people being pardoned. Like, essentially, it's like, if I was a person, if I was a police officer in DC, I don't see why I would want to be defending Trump anymore, because of the fact that, you know, he can have any bunch of rioters come up and he'll pardon them if they assault me.
But no man alive has seen a living dragon.
Yeah, I guess thankful that we have the
refuse to believe
Secret Service children don't have to rely on
All we ask
The
is
DC
trust
police,
ourselves.
right?
I am not a liar.
Oh, I don't think you are. Because I've never met
Well,
you before.
I mean,
My opinion on the matter is a
But doesn't that mean
Where
like
I come
socially
from,
that
guests
do
are
you not
treated with
value law
respect,
enforcement
not
though?
insulted at the gates.
You got
Perhaps you should tell them.
Well, you literally just said that you think it's a good
What you
idea.
did, you
The DC
promised
police
you'll
force
see
was
me.
captured by
We have
the
pursued. Here we are.
Okay, but they still work to
You do not let
protect
us in.
everybody
All
who
of us
is, you
will
know,
die.
Which we
The
shall
police force
deeply regret.
protects everyone in DC. Have you seen the murder rates prior to Trump's involvement with enforcing the law there?
Please be careful.
13.
I mean,
when
it's
my dragons
DC
are
crime
grown,
rates have
we will
always been
take
high.
back what was
I mean,
stolen
of
from me
course.
and destroy those
Until
who
Trump
wronged me. We
with
will
the National
lay
Guard and the
waste
DC,
our armies and
the
burn
DC
cities
police
to
force
the
isn't
ground.
really something to
Tear
go
us
around
away.
and champion as like
And we will
this
burn
beacon
first.
True.
policing example, like this great policing example. Right? Would you agree on that?
My name is
That-
Remember what Avicii said?
I mean, as far as the failures of the DC Police Department, I don't know so much about everything about the police department, but I mean, you could be right, but to me is that what I see, like what happened on January 6th was that you had police officers who were who were assaulted by protesters that day. I mean, they were.
Didn't steal the election in 2020. Would January 6th have happened?
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is kind of a thing where it's like, I don't know if we're going to see eye to eye because, I mean, you believe it was stolen, but I mean, all the evidence that I've seen shows that it was secure.
Secure.
Yeah.
How secure? The most secure election ever.
I don't know if it was, but it seemed like pretty secure. I mean, Trump's.
That's what the Democrats told us. That's what Biden told us, that it was the most secure election ever.
Okay, well, I don't know specifically about whether it was the most, but I think essentially to me, it's like.
Do you think 100 million mail-in ballots is a secure way to run an election?
I know there's been talk about the concern about the mail-in votes, specifically that, you know, there were a bunch of people who sent in their mail before they, right after they start counting or something like along those lines. I don't know about the security of mail-in voting, but I mean, in general, it's like, I think that, you know, it's some people.
There are people.
So if you're asking me about what are the best methods for people to be able to vote, I haven't looked at all of them.
Do you think it's authoritarian that the United States Supreme Court has now ruled that mail-in ballot cannot be counted after Election Day?
I don't know what the basis for that is, but I mean, if
during the 2020 election, they were counting ballots up to a week after Election Day. The United States Supreme Court has now come out and ruled that they cannot do that. That Election Day is Election Day, and that if ballots arrive after Election Day, they should not be counted. Is that authoritarian?
I don't know what the basis for it was that they made that.
There are people.
Said it in the 2020 election, they were counting ballots up to a week after the election.
There are people.
That it was a secure election, you said. And I'm saying that the United States Supreme Court has ruled that they cannot do that any longer, that those ballots should not be counted. Is that authoritarian of the Supreme Court?
That's let's go and sit down.
Is there reasoning for that? So I would have to look at it.
Would you be for counting ballots? Like,
On the social comparison
like,
and
what's your limit?
candidacy to you shook.
I mean,
Everything is racist, including me. Black supremacists fraud.
done as fast as possible. And so, I mean, if if there's limits, on people, being required to do that, but I also believe that, there's plenty of other concerns, like just forcing the stop counting of voting, like what happened in Florida back in 2002, and so we're back 2000, but ultimately I don't know I know there's concern though about, them taking ballots in, so I can't say ultimately though whether it's right or wrong. It seems to me that, election laws, what is decided by laws is a state issue.
I'm assuming you're not for voter ID.
I do believe that there should be some form of verification.
Wow, I'm surprised. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not a person who, thinks that it's right to say that, that voter ID is racist. Although I do believe there are concerns about, I believe we've touched on this, me and Joe, where I brought up research by journalist Greg Pallas that he did in a documentary, and you said that you'd watched it. I was wanting to know specifically if, like you said, I believe you said you believe the movie was factually inaccurate or something like that.
So what I want to talk about is what you just referenced. Yeah, what you just referenced. So you talked about that you are okay with limits on counting ballots, right? So the Supreme Court now, we have already established, ruled that they can't count after the election day. So the Brooks Brothers protest is what you referenced, that you do think that people should not be able to protest the counting, because that was roughly 2 weeks after the election that Miami-Dade County wanted to continue to count votes and count ballots after the election was already done. So why are you okay with having limitations, but you're against the Brooks Brother protest that occurred in the 2000 election?
There are people
So
like
it's
Jessica
also
who have such a
specifically,
sunk
like I said,
cost.
it's like I don't know necessarily what was the ruling that the Supreme Court made. I'm not kind of a weasel, bro. Like you go one way or the other. Like I'm a person who is mostly, sees a lot of laws as simply not just purely black and white.
Sit on the floor.
Like the issues that are being decided, it's like.
Is the Constitution a living document?
I don't know what you mean by living document, does it?
If baby Hitler was alive and you had the chance to kill him before he became adult Hitler, would you do it?
Fuck yeah.
So you're
Throw that
asking
baby in a river.
whether I would kill a person when they're innocent.
He's being blown up before he can even walk.
Okay.
Damn, Pockets.
No shit. People are having abortions every day, B. What's the difference?
Oh, that's a good question. Joe, what do you think? Would that
If you should abort baby Hitler before he becomes adult Hitler?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Joe's not gonna mind here a little bit. Hold on, folks. We got him. Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't think you can declare a baby a king or a fascist, and I largely don't think these people that are on the No Kings protest can declare a president a fascist or a king, or it's largely just a attempt to try and rally support for the next election cycle. That's really all.
It's organizing. And look who funds it. George Soros and Warren Buffett. Did you see the list of the funders?
Oh my bad, I was late, my bad.
Well, Joe, I think it's interesting. I think this is a question I would like to know is that, there's always the saying of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, is like whether that's true. Would you become friends with Stalin if it was your only way to get rid of Hitler?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would.
Absolutely.
But I don't know if everybody in this room would do that.
I'm not sure any of us know what we would do at that point, but I don't think it has any relevance to any topic regarding
I agree.
President Trump.
Yeah, the baby Hitler thing was pointless too.
Yeah.
It was just a thought.
But I like it. Yeah, I was just saying I like it. I like thought experiments.
Yeah.
I'm for it. Thought experiments, Alan.
We're just picking Necro's brain
Yeah.
on what do you think, a young Gen Zer and what they think about the world around them.
I'm not, Necro, how old are you?
27.
I'm fucking 29. What does that mean? I'm
Yeah.
30.
Yeah, I know. He's
I'm basically a Gen Z. I'm 96.
29, so
I'm a Gen Z, right?
I don't know when the cutoff is for Gen Z.
I was before AOL.
Yeah. But were you after like Resident Evil?
2000 is Gen Z cutoff.
2000 Gen Z, so 4 years. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a millennial. Thank God.
Well, actually, millennial. I think it's either like 96 or like 95, something like that.
Thank God I made it.
But I know for sure I'm Gen Z because.
Yeah, 99.
Yeah.
Damn. Anyone born after 2000, I just don't think they exist. That is crazy.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad I'm a 90s kid, technically.
So, you guys love politics. I mean, Necro, do you think you'll ever try to run for, like, state representative? Pockets, do you ever think you'll try to run for state representative? Will you guys ever do anything other than coming on Clubhouse, like, for years and years more?
I'm going to keep delivering loads.
I'm glad you asked that, Alistair. Yeah, I've always considered it. I've thought about, one of the positions, policies I would want to push for, and at least in my state, is raising the age of consent to 18, abolishing mandatory minimums on simple drug possession, and I would also want to extend the punishments for people who rape children. I believe that those people should be sent to life imprisonment without parole.
I think they should be castrated. I'm with you. No, I would never run for any type of representative position. I'm not trying to sell my soul, but I will deliver your loads. Unintended.
Load delivered.
I also would fight to, this is another thing that puts me at odds with most Americans, is my opposition to capital punishment.
I think we should bring back the death penalty. So.
What about immigration, Necro?
I support closed borders. You can't have a functioning country without borders.
I love that.
Yeah. No, it's like, I think one of the things that Trump has done that, to me, it's like, it's his most effective policy that he's, actually has kept his promises when it comes to immigration. Now, I disagree with some of the methods that he's done it. But for most of all, it's like, I believe in, the purpose of what he's trying to do. I think, it's something even many of the Democrats have had to admit, as much as they try to pretend that they weren't in favor of a fence back in the early 2000s, and talked about how corrupt Mexico was, like Joe Biden did. The Democrats were the party that was, in many ways, just as, if not more harsh on the border for a while. And so, But yeah, even some Democrats have admitted to that. The border was more secure under Trump in his first administration than under Biden. So that's one thing. I think why I felt Trump had a good chance of winning in 2024 was because immigration was so bad.
H-1B visa holders, should we increase them or decrease them?
That's something I haven't really thought about too much. I do think, there are definitely jobs for people who are outside the country who I think are the only people who are qualified, that plain Americans aren't able to do it. But in the end, I also think that, there's plenty of lack of funding for Americans to begin with, which I think should be addressed.
Are Americans incapable of doing these jobs?
You ever ran for president and lose?
No, yeah, I believe I would.
Yeah, literally people would hate what you have to say, which sucks, but it's awesome.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of the thing, though. It's like, I do like the idea of putting, America first. And like my greatest issue with Trump is the fact that he's, not been putting America first. He's spending so much money on this war. It's been shown, $72 billion that has potentially been spent on this war. It could have given every American community college completely.
It's over $1 trillion. We're spending annually 1.3 trillion. So if we're engaged in war for 1 year, technically we spent $1 fucking trillion on war. It's crazy.
No.
Yeah.
Kitover, yeah, we don't agree on a lot.
Hello?
I agree with you on that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how much money we spend on war, but it actually makes us money, which is sad as well. We lose profit off it.
It doesn't make you money when you only make 5 million but spend 7 million. Are you guys all broke? Hello?
No, and that's not what we're. What?
Well, you gave me money pockets, so obviously, you're at a negative.
We'll never finish what we're doing. It'll keep going. Unfortunately.
You have to understand how to run a business. You got to turn a profit. The government's no different. You can't keep running an insolvent organization. It's lunacy. Hello?
People running it are making bank. Hello? People that are not running it like us are the ones paying the dues. Hello?
Yeah.
They're doing just fine.
Well,
they're doing exactly what they want to do.
The medical industrial complex is doing great because that's the biggest budget, 4.2 trillion a year. And you're a recipient of that pockets. You work in medicine. Without the government, you wouldn't make a salary. Hello?
I'm not in the government. That's why I just said I'm not running.
Yeah, but you work in the healthcare industry. Who do you think funds the whole healthcare industry? The government. 4.2 trillion a year. Medicare, Medicaid.
I quit that shit.
You quit it? No.
Absolutely. I've quit being there.
No.
Went in the claims department, quit that shit, because that shit's ridiculous. Fuck working on healthcare. It's a scam. There's nothing I can fucking do.
Well, you got to get on the board of directors because there's a lot of little health groups billing Medicaid $100 million, and the doctors are making 1.2 million.
Didn't you try to run and they fucking turned you down, bro? Who's running that's really changing shit right now? Nobody.
Rand Paul, he just got an indictment on Fauci. They're gonna arrest Fauci and Bill Gates. Hello.
Oh my God, and finally after the HIV, after the fucking COVID, finally.
I caught
You think they'll ever fucking get arrested? No, Bill Gates is not getting fucking arrested. We serious?
It's really sad.
Bill Gates is not going to jail. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, it's really sad because
Bill Gates is gonna pay without him.
Bill Gates is the bane of my existence now.
I hate that man. Steve Jobs as well. Fucking hate Fauci as well. Been called Fauci since HIV.
Yeah, I'm actually working on since there's been like a trend of making all these art pieces for the Epstein administration. I've thought, it's a shame that I don't have a DSLR because I thought about doing a Bob Ross parody video where like I was doing this painting of parody of Mount Rushmore where it's basically Epstein and his bestest friends.
Trump.
Yeah, Trump, Bill Clinton, and Bill Gates with Epstein. And I thought about having Elon Musk at the site, crying.
Can you get a white wig, Necro, and just pretend to be Andy Warhol? Can you do a gay voice?
I could try to do like a Carl Sagan, kind of high voice.
I believe in you.
Sorry, what?
I said I believe in you. Do it.
Yes.
No,
My
right now.
name is Carl Sagan.
I'm picturing my head. That looks beautiful.
Oh, that sounded so gay.
Yes.
My name is Carl Sagan. In the future, hundreds of people will gather on a conference call app to figure out unique ways to how to waste their time through multivariable expressions of political propaganda.
That's actually on point. I still hate you. That's a little point.
I did a video where I did how marijuana will ruin your life, and I talked about how you might have to become president of the United States if you smoke marijuana. The past 3 presidents, Obama was president at the time that I did it, and so I said the past 3 presidents have all admitted to smoking pot at least once, and they look like they've aged 20 years in just a few years that they've been in office.
Having politics did that to the man. Obama came in looking 20. That dude left looking 80. Like, that dude looks stressed.
Did they even drug test the presidents? I don't even know.
They should. They fucking.
Probably don't look at
They
that.
probably have a piece of their poop in a bag somewhere. Fucking just like saved.
Yeah, they don't. Drug test. Hey, Necro, what do you think about Trump lowering the classification of marijuana? Is that a big thing? Do you?
It's hilarious.
I heard about him and Elizabeth Warren putting forward a bill, and so to try to decriminalize or to repeal the old law that on the federal level where marijuana is criminalized, and so if that's passed, I would appreciate. I do appreciate.
No, there's not a law. It's a classification. So they lowered it to a class 3 now.
Yeah,
Schedule 3. Yeah.
Okay.
The executive branch can do this in their authoritarian power unilaterally.
Do you think that they're gonna backdate all the people that were arrested and free them, or do you think they're gonna keep them in jail? The people that were arrested.
That's a really good question. You might be able to submit for a reconsideration.
You think?
I don't know, but if I was in that position, I would.
Right. Okay.
There's plenty of things that I would say that I do agree with Trump on. One of them is him trying to go after big pharma for the cost of prescription drugs, because that's one thing. I do support. The other thing would be his position on. The political landscape. You mentioned marijuana. The other one would be abortion. One thing that was noted about 2024 was that 3 red states voted for Trump, also voted for abortion rights on their measures as well.
Interesting about the big pharma, because he does attack on the drug prices, and he has pushed most favored nation pricing deals to lower the prescription costs. His administration said it added deals for 17 major drug companies, but he's also making deals with pharma, not trying to destroy or take on, but they include benefits for companies like tariff exemptions. So I see, and he has to, obviously, because if he's going to give one for them, he has to give one for all. So I see how people because someone put in the chat, he's not doing anything against big pharma. Yeah, he is. He's just giving them tax exemptions like he is with any other corporations. But he is literally lowering the pricing, and Medicare is dealing with that as we speak. So come, I believe, 2027, drugs medications for diabetes and insulin, and even I think treatment for your diabetes is be lowered for people who are lower income, so that they can afford their treatment. So I do praise him for that, because that's very much needed.
Yeah. It should be just for the sake that it's already been admitted that it's not very expensive to do so.
Yeah.
What's not expensive?
To provide that medication.
Oh yes, it is very expensive. No, it is very expensive.
No, it's really not.
You talking about insulin?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not that, like,
It's not.
It's the manufacturing of it.
They've already admitted that so many times. It's like, we gotta be done with that.
Yeah.
It is really just to put money in many, many pockets.
Yeah. No, it's like,
Manufacturing a drug might be cheap, but how much
Yeah,
is the R&D for that drug? How long did it have to go through testing? How expensive was the testing?
Oh, well, Alan, are you talking about the COVID-19 vaccine? Because I don't think they did much testing on that. I think they had the patents for 15 years beforehand. Oh, it's not the same when it comes to COVID-19. I understand. Okay. Special rules, special circumstances, not a standard. I understand. Okay.
It's been in good standing for a long time, and that's what came forward in the conversations.
Well, first of all, it's not even a vaccine. It's just a gene modifier.
There's no good reason to charge so much for that medication.
yeah, I mean, there's also no reason to charge high prices for plenty of drugs. So yeah, I would agree. I mean, Ozempic, they said it costs like about $5 to make. In other countries like Germany and Canada, they pay less than $100. While we pay,
Well, I don't think a shawarma sandwich should cost $20, but I'm still prepared to pay the $20 for a good shawarma sandwich.
well, and that's the thing.
That's really funny, and then keep it up, but also.
I think
Novo Nordisk has stated it spent over $10 billion on
Yeah,
developing
tell us that you
Ozempic.
don't need that medication without telling us that you don't depend on that medication. You don't have to pay for it. Okay.
Whether you need it or not, they spent over $10 billion.
That's really
But
good.
Alan, Medicaid spent $60 billion on peptides, so it all balances out, doesn't it?
Well, I got to pay this and I got to pay that, so everybody else should pay something. That's not right.
The chemo industry is a $60 billion a year with an absolute 100% failure rate. Should we keep funding $60 billion worth of chemotherapy every year? Or how about $50 billion to Catholic churches? Maybe the Catholic Church medical industrial complex should come to an end. $50 billion a year to Catholic churches every year in this country? That's a lot of money. The Pope has his own medical industrial complex.
We hear you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Just take turns. It's okay. I want you to be able to speak because you're trying to speak right now.
so. So I just looked up on Yale School of Medicine the cost for one vial of insulin. It costs
$2.
Yeah, it's
$2 and it costs $35 a month. If you don't have coverage, it's about $200. Yeah, it's a fucking lot of money.
Yeah, and they
It's only because we have
they
PBMs.
Yeah, and they were charging like for a while. It was well over thousands. People were paying
For so long.
Yeah. And we can blame our PBM for that. We can blame our the benefit managers. We can blame the FTC for that. We can literally blame the fact that there's only like 3 companies that are the major competitors with insulin. I forgot the fucking company. So sorry, but I believe it's
The major competitors.
yeah.
Pfizer, Moderna, J&J.
Yeah, you're not listening. Quite Kitover, but it's crazy that when my mom didn't have health insurance coverage because she was doing everything under the book. She didn't do her taxes either. And one round of her chemo was $130-something thousand.
Oh my God.
Stage 4 cancer. One round. That's uninsured. Well, she passed away because there was nothing they could do with it. I still got the bill, and her bill was over almost $2 million for a week in the hospital. I believe 2 appointments at the oncology center, and I believe 3 rounds of chemo, which I did at my house, by the way, the last round. They sent her home with me, where she passed away, and I still got a bill. And I'm not paying it, obviously, because I don't have to, but it was $2 million fucking dollars.
See, if we had smart contracts, instead of paying the medical industrial complex $2 million, you could have taken a settlement check for $100,000. Would you have taken it? Would your mom have taken it?
I mean, she only lasted 3 weeks after diagnosis, so probably she would have rather had us have that.
A settlement check. J.G. Wentworth, it's your money. Spend it when you need it.
I probably would have just to take advantage of the system, sure, because I'm gonna die anyway, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was so fucked. And I was like, bro, like, it was just fucked. So I hate the healthcare system. I worked in Medicare for about 3 years. I worked in the claims department. I worked in finding seniors primary care right after COVID. And it was just the seniors right now, they paid 65 years into taxes and the Social Security is being wrecked. Completely taken. They're broke. They're literally, these seniors are fucking broke. Don't even get me started on our veterans. Veterans are homeless, broke, no coverage. The VA doesn't do shit. And the VA doesn't even let them know that they're entitled to a civilian doctor along with the VA doctor. They have no idea. Like, I'm only scheduling seniors.
No.
Have no idea still that they're entitled to a civilian provider.
Well, you can go. Anybody can go into that emergency room, but if you're a veteran, you can't just wander around and say, "I'm a veteran. I demand to be seen by a doctor."
We get that in funny. We get it.
You're so smart.
Well, you're making all or nothing claims, Pockets. They're not accurate.
It's okay. Don't entertain that one. It's okay.
I think what's worse, essentially, is like, to me, like, you know, the cost of gasoline is like, the oil companies made record-breaking profits during when the Russian pipeline was cut off. So it's not.
Is that a bad thing?
Well, essentially, though, the thing is that my point is oil companies are not desperate to make profits. It's not that they're desperate to make profits as to why the cost of gasoline is going up.
It's still not a good argument because whether a company is desperate or not has nothing to do with anything. Whether they're desperate to make it or whether they're not desperate to make it, fundamentally, companies get to make money.
I really like your vocabulary, but also you're not really contributing to this conversation.
An oil company is just trying to maintain their quarterly earnings revenue growth by 5%, 10%, 20%. Or maybe they're going to have a big gusher.
I think that the people that are trying to speak about real things.
Hold on. So basically, the thing is that to me, so people say they don't have an issue with business. Like, they have issues when the government decides what you get and how much you pay for it. But somehow, it's okay if corporations do the same thing.
Because the corporations have competitors. The government does not.
Yeah, undercut.
I'm sorry. It's such a benefactor on our.
If one oil company decides
and then you can sell them and undercut them, and then the market will adjust.
But also, why are you muting me?
Because I was talking to you. I have to teach you.
See, Beaver, I'm glad you're there because I just want to say this. It seems to me that the left has an emotional crisis. That what we're experiencing, that's the main problem. And the problem is they've decided they hate Trump. And they can't accept that other people don't hate Trump. So they just keep looking for intellectual reasons why we should all hate Trump. And it's not working. And it's not going to work. We will never convince people that Trump is a bad person. They've decided that, and it's an emotional response. Everything we're hearing, and I don't know if Necro is on the left or the right, he'll probably deny being on the left, though he's certainly parroting a lot of those talking points. But before I was called away, I went through those lists of how he's limiting free speech. And first of all, he's not limiting free speech. The government can and will decide where it gives its money. And we've seen this. Certain presidents will direct the government funds towards one set of corporations. And then another
Lobby.
different places. And we see that time and time again. Yet when Trump does it, somehow he's inhibiting free speech.
They're all so
And you
mad.
can see it. He cut
Stop
funding
muting me.
to NPR. He cut funding to
Stop muting.
NPR. Well, where is it?
Coward.
We have to fund NPR. And then
Well,
I
Alan,
did
they're all bad,
subsequent
Alan.
research,
Come on.
and all of the places he targeted had taken legal action or taken political action against him personally. And
Okay.
against his administration. So if they are going to get into the political realm, well, then
I make you nervous. That's why you keep me muted.
you do it. Well, because you keep this. I'm not muting.
You're rude.
But
You
you
don't have any
keep
manners.
interrupting.
Everyone's been interrupting each other.
And so,
Stop muting, Alan,
in
stop muting.
conclusion, again, it's an emotional problem. And we need to treat these people like they're 12-year-old teenage girls who just were upset because they didn't get invited to their best friend Susie's birthday party because